Hey guys, I have got some exciting news. So, Game have asked me to make a load of ads for them. Obviously, the best part is that they're giving me a load of money and sending me free game stuff. Doesn't really have anything to do with games. But thanks anyway. All I have to do in return is make a load of videos holding their stuff up to camera and saying the prices. That's it. I don't even have to leave the house. I don't even really have to wear trousers. I mean, I am wearing trousers. I don't have to. So in this video, I thought I would practice some advert skills. Whoa! No way! Off. Deals! Game. Deals. Wow! Deals. Wow. Game. The main sponsor. The only sponsor. $29.99, $49.99, $35.99, 16. So that's that. I can get back to making more game videos now, but watch out for more game videos that are also adverts about games. Thanks for the money, Game.
Hello guys and welcome to the UK Masters. I am Sona and I'm joined by Xscoundrel and we're here for a fantastic evening's League of Legends action. First game up, MNM versus XL.
Yeah, and let's say welcome. This is week 5. Obviously, we've got huge amounts left to go, but we're over halfway now, Sona. We're sort of shaping up the league to know who's going to be making it towards playoffs. And like you said, big game today, and probably one of the biggest games we're going to have of the league thus far. It is XL versus MNM. If XL win here, they put themselves in a really solid position to pick off favourable seeding going into the playoffs. If they lose, they're almost certainly guaranteed to be playing up against District if they manage to make it to the playoffs. So this is a big series for XL, but a big series for MNM as well, both of whom have performed quite admirably over the last few weeks.
Or aberrantly.
Aberrantly, yeah.
But yes, XL of course had that good showing at MCM as well, not quite able to get through to the finals there. MNM had a superb showing at MCM though, they were able to actually win it out, and maybe it's those 3-letter acronyms, you know, M on either side, it was meant to be MNM winning at MCM.
Yeah, exactly, there you go, this 1-letter difference, and nice Illuminati sort of theory there, Sona. Anyway, we're into picks and bans.
X-Files music in the background. We are into picks and bans. MNM versus XL, as we say, for our first best of 2. It's MNM on the blue side, XL on the red, and we are just waiting on this first ban to come through. It's going to be Ashe and Lee Sin taking off the cards as well, Xscoundrel.
Interesting that they go for the ban on Lee Sin here. Now, Furion has been playing a lot of Lee Sin recently. He had a good performance on it at MCM as well, so makes sense that they might want to take that off the table. Although, oddly enough, the last time these guys matched up heavily during the ESL Premiership group stages, Scudzy actually taught Furion a serious lesson on Lee Sin. Furion was playing Zac, Scudzy went in and destroyed his jungle and gave XL such an early game lead that they ended up winning that game. So that's super interesting. They're going to ban Zyra. That's especially 100% against Orcs. Orcs is a Zyra only. Well, I say that Zyra only main. He plays a lot of Zyra right now. He has obviously got other things in his repertoire.
I do find it slightly odd that you could take the Jhin off the cards here as well, but a lot of the reason that you ban out Ashe is to negate that Ashe-Zyra combo that we see a lot of the time. So if you take away half the combo, usually you take away the full power of that anyway. Orcs does play a lot of Zyra just in every game, so I can understand the ban, and it's a Vladimir and Ryze ban coming out next. We do apologize, we don't have picks and bans on the screens, guys. It will be up in just a second. We have to just sort out some of our production issues. Last time this happened, we did actually act out every champion, but I feel that moment has passed.
I feel like it's like beating a dead horse if we do that. So Vladimir is going to be banned out.
Hecarim not banned out yet.
Yeah, Hecarim not banned. Vladimir has been banned out here specifically because Lucchesi during MCM finals literally 1v5'd against District. Sorry, not District. Epiphany Bolt.
Yes. And
he managed to basically get a quadra kill, almost pentakill at that point in time. I mean, Lucchesi popped off the chain when he played Vladimir, so that's a respect ban there for Lucchesi. And Irelia, only Angel was an Irelia Irelia only main, so Irelia is the final ban being taken off the cards here for XL. But what has this left open? What is the first rotation they're thinking about here? Because they've got Jhin still open, they've got Caitlyn still open, they've got any number of high priority junglers left open, like Elise and Nidalee, all of those, and we know how much Furion likes to play Nidalee. So there's a lot of big power picks here that have been left open because of some targeted and specific orientated bans coming through. I'm wondering what XL's strategy is here. Are they going to be forcing MNM to take a big power pick in the jungle or something along those lines, or Cassio for Larssen, for instance, because his Rise was banned. Syndra as well, you know, they take it a power pick. Now, what do XL do to capitalize on this? Can they take power picks of their own in this scenario? Are you going to get Jhin for Jokerism? Because, you know, he's not going to pick Caitlyn, and if he loses Jhin, then you're just basically losing all those tier 1 AD carries. So I would imagine Jhin might be coming through here, given that Ashe is banned as well. And then you have to think about what else XL could take off. Is it now a jungler that they want to deny from Furion? They don't need to take a mid laner anymore. They could potentially think about taking a top laner, but you don't often take that very early on in the draft because there isn't many top laners apart from Jace, which is open for Tolkien, which could be picked up. I'm going to stop talking and let you do the rest of it now, but that was my theory for the first bit of picks.
Okay, it's a good theory. I think Karma still being on the cards as well might see him locked in. It is going to be the Olaf lock, so taking off one of those strong junglers with the Jhin as well. We talked about that in picks and bans as well, like earlier on when they were banning out Ashe and Jhin are basically Jokerism's only main AD carries at the moment. He plays a bit of Sivir, and everyone's seen his Tristana pop off ages ago, but not currently in the meta.
He plays a lot of Ezreal as well.
Yeah, that's true.
But I love the Jhin pickup here because you're not going to pick Ashe, you don't play Caitlyn, so you're not going to play some of those top tier AD carries. You could play Ezreal, but sometimes that can feel a little bit risky. And by denying Jhin from XD Smiley, then that's a kind of a big deal too. But XD Smiley in general has played way more Ezreal than others recently, and specifically during the MCM finals. His Ezreal was insane. Now Furion is potentially going to get his hands on the Nidalee here.
Yeah, so we have a slight problem with pick ban because, of course...
We restarted the client, basically.
Yeah, we got kicked out of Spectator, and now we can't get back into Spectator. So we're just going to talk it all through, and when we get into the game, you guys will be able to see exactly the champions that have been picked. We'll talk it through as we go along and try and keep you up to date as we do manage to see who's being locked in for both these sides. But apologies that we won't be able to have it on screen, guys. Xscoundrel, it's a sad moment, and we're not going to act it out, but it is Nidalee Karma locked in here now for MNM. We talked about the Nidalee pick, very strong jungler. Karma, probably tier S support at the moment.
Yeah, she's definitely up there right now, especially with Zyra gone down. That leaves Nami open for Orcs, which is what he has selected here. So, guys, just going to give you a little mind vision map here going on. Here, okay, we've got MCM over here. MCM? MNM, the one MCM. And we've got XL over here. So the first three picks on MNM have been Syndra, Nidalee, Karma. On XL, you've got Jhin, Olaf, Cassiopeia and Nami. So those are the 4 on XL right now in rotation, and the 3 on MNM in rotation. And XD Smiley, as we predicted, is thinking about the Ezreal pick, and it has been locked in. So now we've got Syndra, Nidalee, Karma, Ezreal, and now they have to think about their top laner, which has left open a lot of them like Jace. And actually, it's going to be a Trundle lock-in. So a blind Trundle lock-in here for Only Angel.
Good analysis there, Xscoundrel. Very well done. Cracking down the picks and the bans as we went along. The Trundle lock, I think, makes a lot of sense into Olaf, in my opinion, because you can just subjugate him as he runs in, reduces his tankiness a lot with that Ragnarok as well, and you can get a lot of damage down. But actually, it looks like Tolkien, we've had Elise locked in finally here. So Tolkien's going to take the Olaf top lane into the Trundle matchup, and they're going to take Elise into Nidalee jungle.
Well, remember, when you do pop Ragnarok, you reduce your resistances.
Yes.
So you do actually make subjugate. If you pop your ultimate before subjugate's popped, you do actually reduce the...
But you're still building tanky.
Yeah, obviously. I actually don't know whether we see Tolkien go a little bit more aggressive here, but knowing Scudzy, he probably will take that top lane tank role. It's very interesting that we see Olaf in the top lane, though. We don't often see Olaf run to the top lane. And it's interesting that we saw Trundle locked in specifically. I'm guessing that Trundle was locked in because they had the idea that Tolkien probably was going to take Olaf to the top lane. It's the only way that it makes sense to me.
I think Trundle works into a lot of matchups as well and gives their team a bit of inherent tankiness.
But with Jace open and with all these kind of top laners open, I just don't feel like looking in Trundle blind like that. That's a prediction. That's for me. That's saying that they have an inkling that Tolkien could be running with Olaf in the top lane because it's been successful for him. I don't think you lock in blind Trundle for any other reason because I feel like it's too vulnerable in a lot of matchups. Trundle is a matchup that you pick up specifically to counter somebody. Yeah. I know it's been creeping back in right now in top lane, but in general, with so many other picks open like Rumble, we know Tolkien plays loads of Rumble. We know he plays loads of Jace. You can punish a Trundle heavily here. So I feel like they had a sort of a good amount of research having gone into this particular draft phase, because otherwise locking in Trundle, unless it's specifically locked in because it works with their composition. Now
That's what I was thinking, because it does work really well.
This
with
is
their
the other line of thinking that I've got here. So I was thinking maybe that they thought it was Olaf top lane. That's a little bit difficult to predict, but they could have done it with research. The other line of thinking is that you've got Nidalee, you've got Karma, you've got Ezreal, and you've got Syndra. What goes well with a poke composition is Trundle.
Yeah.
Those pillars can make poke land so much easier. It makes your siege 10 times better. So that could be why they just said, well, actually, this is going to work so well with our composition anyway, so it doesn't matter what they lock in because we only need Trundle for the pillar. It just so happens that he's been locked into a matchup with Olaf, which isn't the worst for him. You know, it could have been a lot worse than Olaf in the top lane for Trundle, and you know, he could have been punished by Jace, Rumble, anything like that that's got a little bit of range or a little bit of heavy melee dueling potential, but not going to be the case this time.
It's not. If you're looking at the side of XL here, why do you take the Olaf top as opposed to running it in the jungle? They picked Elise last. They said, we're going to take Olaf top, we'll play the Elise in the jungle, and then we round that out with a Cassio Jhin Nami.
It's really difficult for me to understand this because I haven't seen too much of it, because my initial thoughts is Scotty's so good on Olaf, like why would you take him off it? But he's very, very good on Elise as well. And one of Scuddy's main benefits is his ability to impact early laning phase with Elise ganks. That's what Scuddy's been very good at, early aggression. He likes to be aggressive. On an Olaf, you can kind of restrict yourself in that sense. Tolkien going top lane must have been something that they have been practicing. Now, I would hazard a guess that it works well with the fact they've got the Jhin, they've got teleport on Olaf, the Jhin ultimate Olaf combination, bot lane ganks is fantastic. They've got loads of good chase in this potential, and you don't limit Scudsy's early jungle pressure, which is one of XL's main strengths. So maybe this is what the theory. What I'm gonna do though is, if I don't fully understand, I'm gonna talk to Ferndog after the games. I want to find out exactly what is going through XL's mind in this pickup. But my initial reaction would be it works so well with Jhin that they wanted to lock it in that rotation anyway. They could put Tolkien on into the top lane, which again is odd, but not super odd, because we have seen Olaf in the top lane before. And by then giving Scudsy a high-impact early-game jungler, you don't limit or cut off one of XL's main win conditions, which is Scudsy's ability to be aggressive in the early jungle.
Definitely. I think we've seen Scudsy and Lucchesi really hit it off as a sort of Olaf into Mage partnership, because when he did get that Vladimir turnaround where they got their quadra kill, it was Scudsy coming in to help them as well. He burnt out the kill really quickly on towards the Syndra, I believe it was, and then just managed to close it out for them. Now, I want to talk about bot lane as well. Jhin Nami, it's a lane we see a lot when that Karma's taken away and when the Zyra's banned away as well. Not the most synergistic of lanes, but can work well together in certain circumstances.
It's the same principle of anything with Jhin with some lockup. If you land any of your abilities, or especially a CC ability like the bubble, you've got a guaranteed lock-in with that Deadly Flourish. It works the same with Zyra. In essence, kind of works the same with Karma, but it's just that kind of a sort of benefit and synergy in terms of CC application. And obviously, anything that slows people down, like Tidecaller's Blessing, is great for Jhin, because he gets a little bit of movement speed when he gets the crits down, obviously, but obviously he wants to be able to catch up to people to continuously get those 4 shots off as and when he can. And then you have the sustain coming through, which is obviously very vital for Jhin. The one thing I want to mention with the Elise pickup here, and this could be because of the Nidalee, is that he knows that Furion is either going to be impacting mid lane, as he always does, because the Furion last on combo is huge, and they want to make sure that they have something to match it in the counter gank. So maybe counter ganking with the Elise in this scenario, especially with Cassiopeia, could be very strong into Furion. I do have a bit of inside information though before we get on. Furion himself had been grinding to Masters last night, got literally 0 sleep, didn't make it. So XL, I remember them saying, we know we could maybe try and put some pressure onto Furion here, because he might not be in the best mindset coming into this game. Or at least this is what was derived from his tweets. So
it makes sense, you know. You have to play into the mind games of the enemy, especially if they're tired, especially if they haven't quite got on the right track with their team, and he will be a little bit mentally tired as well as physically tired, fatigued. Yeah. Now, Larssen has just not quite connected into the game yet, so that's why we've still got a pause going on. Apologise for that, of course. We will be back into the action as soon as we can. Scoundrel, you were meant to write down picks and bans.
I was, my friend.
And you forgot to. So now I'm going to try and remember who was banned out and whether we'll see changes going into the next game.
Ash.
How it goes.
Okay, right.
Ash, Zyra, Vladimir.
It was Ash, Zyra, Vladimir. It was Ryze, Lee Sin, and
one other champion.
Ryze, Lee Sin, and something.
Glad we got it written down.
Glad we got it. Glad we got. What was it? A jungler? No, it was.
something else. Does not matter.
Irelia.
Irelia.
It was
yeah,
decent in
it's
Irelia.
only Angel
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
It's a bit of a shock that we don't see that much strength in the top lane, because we have been seeing a lot of Ken and we've been seeing a lot of Gnar,
Yeah.
a lot of Jace as well, and Jace actually slipping all the way through picks and bans is slightly surprising.
Jace fits into specific compositions, unless you're absolutely full of confidence that you win your lane matchup. Sometimes it's better not to pick Jace. I know Tolkien is a very, very good Jace player. Now, there is a reason he's probably strayed away from this. So,
Yep. Well, we are on to the Summoner's Rift, guys. It's the first game here between M&M and XL, and we should be right into the action. Here we go in game 1 of this best of 2 Excalibur.
So look at this 5-man stack coming up from XL on the top lane. Either they're predicting an invade or they're trying to make an early aggressive play.
Again.
I also want to point out that there's a little bit of tidbit of information before we potentially get into this. I think XL are actually going to get spotted out by Only Angel here. Or are they?
I think they did. Only Angel will place the ward, and Tolkien's like, oh, okay, we got spotted, boys. Time to back away. We're not as sneaky as we thought we would be. Of course, no ninjas in that composition there, so can't quite be as stealthy as they'd like to be.
That does mean that M&M are going to get some deep vision on this blue side jungle, so they can actually find out where Elise starts regardless now. Super important information for Furion. He will then be able to predict where this potentially invades coming through, and actually with the red buff being warded up, they will now know where Scudzy's going to start regardless, either blue side or red side, which is pretty big for Furion specifically, because now he'll know where the likely first gank area is for Scudzy, and where he can try and meet him and match him in a counter gank, where if you can land that spear from long range, you already win that counter gank straight off. A little bit of tidbit of information here, just going into mindsets a little bit more. XL grinding the ranked 5 ladders, really aiming for those challenger jackets. I know that they are a couple of wins off securing their spot for those challenger jackets, so they're probably feeling pretty good right now. However, they've been playing with Kadir. Now, Kadir is a EU jungler. They weren't playing with Scudzy.
Oh.
They're actually going to be, this is the first game I think they'll be playing with Scudzy as a team for quite a while, because Scudzy was away for a couple of weeks. So this could be a big difference for them. Actually, look at Lucchesi here, trying to pressure Larssen.
It's the strength of Cassio. If you can get those Twin Fangs off early, you can do a huge amount of work. Larssen not connecting with the orbs either will mean that Lucchesi wins out the early damage fight in the mid lane. But it's not the biggest of trades, but every little counts in lanes like Syndra into Cassio.
And because you have a very low push here for Jokerism and Orcs, they're going to get pushed into lane very early here because of that Karma's ability to push waves very quickly with the Ezreal. This is going to be putting pressure on Smiley and Hado to make sure they maintain their good vision control, because this is something that has been lacking from them recently. It's where they've been punished by teams before, especially when we saw that Sensei game where Tyrion picked up the Zac. So we're going to need to make sure that they maintain a very, very good level of vision control. Lucchesi now at level 2 is starting to struggle, because obviously Larssen can zone a little bit more effectively with both the throw and the orb. But other than that, seems pretty equal between the teams thus far. A little bit of an early lead opening up for M&M, but nothing much.
I'm really interested to see how Tolkien decides to build as well on this Olaf in the top lane. We
Sure.
talked about the options, you know, tanky or a little bit more bruisery, so could go Titanic Hydra with maybe a Deadman's Plate behind it just for that little bit of extra pressure. But at the start is a Corrupting Potion. It's not really going to give us any hints about it. Lucchesi's going to get taken low here. Here comes Larssen, actually going to Ghost in, exhaust out from Lucchesi. Larssen will try and get the Dark Spear, flash away, but here comes Furion, and it's first blood to M&M.
That was really odd from Lucchesi to do it that way, because he was trying to play into Scudzy going for a counter gank. He could have potentially flashed back towards turret, but wasn't able to do so. And that is first blood for Furion. Again, he knew exactly where Scudzy was pathing, and he felt pretty confident to jump in there and just take that kill, having seen both summoners go down from Lucchesi. I think after Lucchesi started to lose trades, he wasn't hitting his E's and his Q's. He should have potentially been thinking of being a little bit more defensive in his lane behavior, but however wasn't doing that in that sense and got punished for it. Probably just a little bit over-aggression from Lucchesi. Furion now.
Scudzy thinks he's gone a different way. Furion with a smart back position there by the red. And not even going to try and take away the Krogs or anything. Just backs away. He knew that Tolkien had the lane pushed up in the top side, so didn't want to stay around in that jungle for too long because Tolkien could come across. Just talking about this straight-up matchup, you know, Chomp is going to give Only Angel a bit of health, but Tolkien looking for the chase, misses the undertow. Means he won't go underneath that turret. Did use the Ghost in that exchange as well.
Yeah, it's very difficult to trade into Olaf early on, because what Trundle is very good at doing is trading into members that just rely on those basic attacks, because you steal some of that AD away. But obviously you don't do that as heavily against someone who's going to be maxing undertow in lane like Tolkien, so that as long as that axe is hitting, you're still going to be trading favorably. Scudzy now, toe-to-toe with Furion here in this top side.
Two levels behind.
Yeah.
That's a huge level disadvantage. Scudzy should be able to get away. Furion will look for the chase. Flash away by Scudzy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Larssen and Lucchesi just trading blows. Larssen winning this one out pretty effectively at the moment. It's probably going to be about 7 CS up as this wave finishes pushing in.
Oh, Lucchesi.
Oh, Lucchesi indeed. Here comes Furion. The spear's not going to connect because of the scatter of the weak. Larssen getting traded on, but Lucchesi should fall. Furion comes in to clean it up and swipes himself a kill.
Yeah, again, Lucchesi pushed very far up with no vision. They saw Furion moving into that river after having chased Scudzy, and there was no reaction from Lucchesi's positioning. Also, the fact that Furion is on this little leash, he has managed to accelerate 2 levels above Scudzy at this point in time, and Scudzy desperately needs to catch up in experience. He's basically lost all potential to make early impact on the map because of the fact that if he gets counter-ganked, it's just so risky at this point in time. I think at this point, as XL, you're probably saying, well, mid lane's gone, probably done, so we just need to try and keep Lucchesi as safe as possible. Our investment is going to have to be in bot lane, and I think this is what I'd like to see from XL, because actually Jokerism and Orc, despite being behind in CS, they have got a wave pushing towards them. They have been trading quite nicely into Hado and XD Smiley. And I think Jokerism on this Jhin is going to be a real key factor for the win here of XL. And I think at this point, you're basically trying to feed a dead lane if you're trying to feed Lucchesi at this point in time. It's just not going to work.
Trying to feed a dead lane, especially since Larssen has been a little bit defensive in his itemization choice, gone for that early Negatron cloak. It's something we do see quite a lot of the time, especially when you're playing into an AP jungler, because you know you can be a bit safer pushing up that lane. Scudzy's still only level 4. Furion's about to hit 6. He's got such a massive advantage in that jungle, and Lucchesi once again just takes a burst of damage. Larssen has ult here as well.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere near Larssen at this point in time. As Cassiopeia, this lane matchup is pretty difficult. You have to be able to dodge that scatter the weak somehow, but as Cassio, it's very difficult to do. You can win like you saw in the early levels by just trading effectively with that Twin Fang, but in most scenarios, it is just way too difficult to trade into the Syndra, especially once you're behind. So Lucchesi's going to be starting to struggle. They let this Syndra go through, and Larssen is punishing them for it. But it is Furion that's been reaping the rewards on this Nidalee, so despite having a pretty tough day in solo queue, hasn't seemed to have had a tough day in this game thus far.
It's Nidalee, it's Furion's Nidalee as well. He's well known for that champion. Even before she was changed, he was still very good at her in the jungle, and even with the nerfs that came out in the most recent patch, Nidalee still definitely one of the power picks in the jungle, can do a huge amount of work, especially in the early game when you're not looking at using a rotation of cooldowns, you're just looking for that burst. And once again, onto Lucchesi, Scatter the Weak, doesn't connect. Furion tries to get the damage down, unleash power from Larssen. And it's the 3rd kill of the game, and all of them have been Lucchesi dying. Yeah,
this has been classic M&M right here. Jokerism goes in and gets the execute onto XD Smiley. Finally, someone making use of the Jhin with that flash engage. And this is the bot lane from XL. I think this is where you're going to see the most of their joy come from, because Lucchesi at this point in time is just getting dominated. And because Scudzy has had to go and defend that mid lane from the push, Furion's going to get an invade and a steal onto this red buff now, a 2-level advantage. Still lying in his favor. Pretty huge. Good deep vision coming out too. Scudzy's just so far behind now, and he's going to get spotted out heading towards that red buff.
Yeah, can't go across there now because Smiley can come across and check it. He's still looking for it. He needs to be a little bit cautious. Furion's coming down. Smiley can just come up as well. Smiley won't want to face check into an Elise because he loses that trade at the moment. But
Scudzy doesn't have flash either. This is so risky.
So risky. Does have the repel if he wants to get across towards the Drake. We'll try and smite it away. Now here comes Furion. There is the cocoon. Scudzy's going to get caught out. Here's Lucchesi as well. Petrifying Gaze onto Furion. Has to flash away. Repel in by Scudzy trying to go for the kill. But the Mantra Inspire. Furion keeps himself alive. The red buff is almost going to kill him. Lucchesi almost takes down Smiley. Flashes away. And 2 quick kills do go across in favor of M&M.
I feel like just going for the blue buff for Scudzy was far better there. I feel like he felt he was further behind than he needed to be, and oh my word. Just massive, massive misplays coming up from XL there. Great flash by Furion, and again, like you said, the Inspire from Hado was fantastic. Ult comes out from Jokerism.
Hado needs to block all of this. I don't think it's going to connect because we're on directed camera, and when it focuses on the Jhin, it means it's not hitting over towards the other side, so pretty easy for us to break that one. But Jokerism and Orcs need to win this lane. They need to win it hard because Furion's going to double buff steal here, and they get mid turret so early on. Only 9 minutes into the game. That is a huge vision swing.
Yeah, because now that means easy invades for Nidalee. She can steal away a lot more camps at this point in time. Here comes Furion. This is dead Jokerism.
Didn't even need Furion to pounce in. Got it with the True Shot Barrage. Furion's going to jump across the Aqua Prison as well. Here comes the Tidal Wave. We'll stop Furion's chase because he didn't connect with the spear and doesn't get that passive proc, but still 6 kills to 1. XL are not looking like their former selves right now.
Oh, every time XL has always respect banned Nidalee Furion's Nidalee, but they didn't do it this time round, and they're being punished for it, especially because of just the early plays in that mid lane. You have to expect that over and over again, Larssen is going to win his lane by himself. Even against someone as good as Lucchesi, Larssen is just making short work of this because the Syndra went over. They banned that Irelia. I don't know why. Yes, I know that Only Angel is a very, very good Irelia player, but I feel like Tolkien in a lot of situations can hold his own in that respect. I don't think he needed to be worried, especially if he's going to play Olaf top lane. Like, if you're going to play Olaf top lane, why are you worried about Irelia going in the top? Because in general, Olaf wins that matchup for the most part.
As far as we know, because we hardly ever see Olaf in the top lane.
No, but in old days, right? Olaf hasn't been changed that much, but in general, when Irelia was super strong in the top lane, this is talking about Season 3, right? You always generally tended to see Olaf be picked into her because you just couldn't trade against his reckless swings and the undertows in the early game. So I feel like if you were going to go Olaf top lane, why bother with the Irelia ban? Unless you were just super scared of what Only Angel could achieve on it. But I don't really feel like that's been a big part of MNM's game plan. I always feel like they have revolved entirely around the mid lane. So I've always felt like restricting things from Larssen or restricting things from Furion to stop that combo happening between Furion and Larssen has been a better point of play against MNM. But XL, again, going for this kind of interesting ban strategy. I think there's probably a lot of theory behind it, but I think I just disagree with the way it was played out.
We have seen XL fall prey to a last-minute change in strategy in draft previously. Scudzy caught out by Fury in a good cocoon. Here comes the ghost from Tolkien, flash away from Scudzy, dodges out the spear as well. Tolkien's looking for the chase onto Fury and going to turn his attentions to Only Angel, who might have to flash out of this one. Scudzy dodges the spear again. Only Angel trying to get away from Tolkien will just about escape the final undertow because here comes Larssen, Scatter the Weak, hits Scudzy. One auto attack will take the kill. Scudzy falls for the second time in the game. Tolkien's going to stay around and try and defend that top tower. Smiley jumping in onto Jokerism. Will have to back away because the turret is right there. And MNM 7-1 up have looked pretty dominant thus far.
There's been Larssen and Furion all over this game. They have been thoroughly dominant from that mid lane, and that's allowed them to expand from that mid lane turret to make very easy roams without punishment. And it looks like Lucchesi might be on the targeting radar of Furion once more, but I think Lucchesi's going to back off. He knows that there's something up with those Razorbeak camps at this point in time, and he will be backing off and trying to get vision and clearing vision out there as well. But this is a tough game for XL. I think they've got a lot of defending to do, a lot of turtling to do if they want to make sure they're keeping themselves in this, because even with that roam, because of all the pressure that's gone into this mid lane, it's a 25 to 30 CS advantage for Larssen at this point in time. Although, look at Tolkien in the top lane. He has managed to open up a 50 CS advantage, which is probably what's keeping this gold lead not, like, exaggerated for MNM, because he's managed to get a huge amount of gold invested in that top lane for himself. I think Tolkien's also gone that Black Cleaver build. So we talked about him potentially going tank or a damaging build. It looks like he's going to go towards a heavy, aggressive damaging build to further exploit his advantage in that top lane.
Yep, going to be doing a lot more work in that top side of the map. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lucchesi just trying to work out where he can get any sort of farm, any sort of way back into this game. At the moment, the gap is vast between him and Larssen. And the gap between XL and MNM equally vast. It's a 3,000 gold disadvantage. Scudzy is a level behind. Lucchesi is 2. Even XD Smiley's managed to garner himself a level over Jokerism at the moment. And Jokerism was that last hope for XL. He's been focused down a little bit by Smiley. I
think Tolkien could be a bastion here for XL, but again, it's Olaf, right? You've got a Black Cleaver, but you're going to very quickly be targeted by Larssen, and XD Smiley is Ezreal, so he'll always be able to kite away quite nicely as long as he's given the right position. So Tolkien's going to have to win this maybe through split push pressure and allowing his team some more time. Actually, Orcs is going to back off here.
Oh, Furion's just going to jump in, flash away from Orcs. There's the Deadly Flourish. Jokerism trying to trade on towards that Nidalee. Now needs to look to see if he can get Haddo. The Curtain Call comes down. One shot onto Haddo. The second hits as well. There's the Tidal Wave. Smiley caught out, but Haddo survives. They'll get the turret. Scudzy and Tolkien doing a good job to switch this for a turret in the top lane as well. It actually looks like Larssen came down pretty quickly here to help out. Lucchesi might catch him out, does put the miasma down, just forces Larssen to go back to the lane and push that out. And the Angel struggling slightly against Tolkien and Scudzy, who are looking for this second tower push, and Only Angel can't get close to this at all.
Yeah, he has got a level disadvantage right now. Scudzy and Tolkien maybe going to go in here.
There's the Cocoon. Only Angel caught up, even with the Subjugate, just gets melted. Tolkien's going to dive onto Haddo as well. Scudzy joins the party from the Repel, and Haddo will fall as well. It's a double for Scudzy. And you said Tolkien was the last bastion. Well, Scudsy's helping him out.
XD Smiley trying to protect here. Furion goes in. Nice exhaust.
Great exhaust. Deadly Flourish not going to connect. Lucchesi flash, Petrifying Gaze, trying to get the damage down. Not going to have enough. The second turret does fall in that top lane push. The True Shot Barrage comes out. There's the spear as well. Lucchesi has no place to go. And Furion says, thank you very much. I'll take my 4th kill of this game. He's even looking for Jokerism. Just needs the spear to land. Jokerism dodges to the side. But this actually is a sustained push from Tolkien and Scudsy in that top lane.
Yeah, so this has been a huge amount of damage. That Black Cleaver Olaf first item, it does a lot of damage early on. You know, he will be able to duel very effectively, especially with Ragnarok. You can build those stacks easily. So yeah, it's a very, very good piece of movement there from Scudsy and Tolkien to combo. And like we said, that was kind of a bastion for XL at this point in time. Had they not made that huge misplay in the sort of fight in the bot lane with Lucchesi trying to flash in with the Petrifying Gaze, then actually we might have been able to see XL level the playing field here. But again, they've given over another couple of kills to some key targets like XD Smiley and Furion. And now Lucchesi is 0-5-0 with just an Abyssal Scepter. And now there's nothing left for Tolkien to push, or at least Tolkien to push easily anyway. He can definitely push onto that inhibitor turret, but realistically you're going to be receiving a lot more ready support coming out from the M&M lineup when you're trying to push an inhibitor turret. And with so much stuff going on the bottom side of the map, with another Infernal Drake being up, with Tolkien being top lane, I feel like he's going to have to play an integral part of this next Dragon fight, otherwise this is going to be giving too much over to M&M.
Does have that teleport up. Only Angel's already down here with his teammates though. Looking to see what vision control he can garner around this mid lane and around that Drake. Massive spear onto Orcs, half its health gone, Ebb and Flow used. Tolkien decides to join the fray, not going to be able to do much in that lane for now, but the mid lane tower falling only 9 minutes in has just allowed M&M to push their vision line up. And it's up to XL to try and clear out their jungle and push down towards this dragon. Yeah,
they're going to try and use their poke to their effect, to their most effectiveness at this point in time. Tolkien, he's ready to go in.
Here comes the curtain call. Only Angel the target. Tidal Wave in as well. Haddo's dead. Only Angel gets in onto Scudsy. There's the Petrifying Gaze on Larssen off towards the side. Smiley getting chased out by Tolkien. Will win that fight. Unleash power from Larssen. Takes the second kill down. XL 2 members have fallen. They're trying to turn it around. Lucchesi will take Only Angel down. But now Jokerism is stuck between a dragon and a hard place. And he will fall as well. Orcs tries to keep himself alive with the Aqua Prism. Larssen goes for the chase. Won't be able to make it. A 4-4-2 exchange in favor of M&M and the Dragon.
I really feel like there was one big misplay in that fight, and that was Tolkien going 1 versus 3 against a very heavy kite triplet of, I think, was Only Angel, Furion, and XD Smiley. There's no way, even with Ragnarok, you're going to be able to at least take one of them out before going down, especially with how much damage they've got sitting behind them right now as well. I feel like the better play was to turn on to Only Angel, take him out before, rely on the fact that you can try and dodge spears and mystic shots, and then collapse onto someone like Larssen. The unfortunate thing is that Tolkien is everything for XL at this point in time. So he split off and died, and then you were just left with literally nothing to combat against the range of Larssen, and then clean up Furion and XD Smiley, who remained pretty healthy on the sidelines. That's a second Infernal Drake going over to M&M at this point in time, and it's very difficult to come back from a situation like this, despite even getting to late game. You've given so much over in terms of raw stat value to M&M at this point in time, especially with people who, you know, benefit so highly from it, like Syndra, like Nidalee, even like Ezreal. It's just way too much has been handed over to a player and to M&M, and I think it was just a small misplay in how that team fight was handled.
They kind of got choked out as well, you know. Half their team was still stuck up around that blue buff. Tolkien went all the way deep, and you had Lucchesi off towards the side trying to fight Larssen. It meant that Jokerism couldn't get onto Larssen when that Petrifying Gaze came down, and there was no exhaust as well for Lucchesi, which was really important when that Unleashed power came out from the center.
And XL are trying to make rotations all the time, but because of that early mid lane tower going down, they can't do it because there's so much vision that they have to clear out on their own side jungle. They don't have the resources to do so. Furion's going to be targeted here.
Has to flash away from the curtain call. One shot will connect. Scudsy still looking for the chase. Cocoon not going to land. And Scudsy actually going for a very aggressive build here on the Elise, even though he fell behind pretty early on. The Proto Belt and the Runic Echoes build.
Also, the fact that the bot lane here from M&M has rotated up, that means that you're not going to be able to get a split push effectively onto that inhibitor tower now for XL. You're going to have to essentially put XD Smiley versus Jokerism in a lane matchup that's not doing particularly well for you. Actually, they're going to get locked up here, but I don't know if they want this.
They don't want it at all. Jokerism almost goes down. Scudsy took a long time to join the party, and will get forced back. Furion there as well. Lucchesi came up. True Shot Barrage used. There is still a tower here, yeah.
Yeah, you give this tower up.
I think you do. Scatter the Weak onto Lucchesi. There's the exhaust. Lucchesi tries to trade. Deadly Flourish onto Larssen to lock him up with the Petrifying Gaze. and XL able just to retreat away from the turret. They do have to give it up. They have to lose that tower for now. And maybe they'll allow allow Tolkien to push in the tower in the bottom lane.
I think that's the only way that this happens. He's actually going to have to push very, very rapidly because MNM are trying to make a 2-for-1 trade at this point in time. And I think it's going to happen, and they're going to try and go aggressive.
Jokerism takes the Mystic shot to the face. Only Angel caught up. There's the Subjugate. He's not tanking tower. Proto Belt not enough. Lucchesi tries to get in there, but he just can't take down the Trundle. Aquaprism not going to connect onto Furion, who jumps away. They've still got 3 minions for this push, and that's a very dead Elise. The Spider got squashed by a Larson. The teleport coming in from Tolkien, though. Deadly Flourish. Tolkien's so low. Where were the rest of XL? They just weren't there. And now here comes Smiley XD. He'll clean up 1 kill. Look for the next, not going to be able to connect. And Jokerism and Orcs have to run for the hills.
It might have looked like a really heavy play, but it was the wrong play because the rest of your team were just not in a position to fight. You had Jokerism, Orcs, Lucchesi all within 1 Nidalee Spear or 1 Call the Weak of Dying. There's no way you make that play and come out of it alive, especially with the only defensive item you've got being Spectre's Cal.
Larson's just literally standing at the tip. That's the surrender actually coming out from XL. They just don't think that they can win that game, and MNM, 16 kills to 5 up. Huge gold lead as well. 9,000 it was at the end of that game. They were just absolutely dominant.
I don't like the surrender personally.
No, nor do I in all honesty. I feel it. Like you try your hardest to win out the game.
Yeah, I think that was a tilt surrender in a lot of ways. I just feel like after that play, they thought, oh, bloody hell, what have we done? Like, you know, I don't personally think surrendering was a good option. I feel like you genuinely had a chance to come back in that. Although it was 9k gold down, I think there's going to be a whole different draft strategy coming through from XL. You won't see Nidalee. You're not going to see Syndra this time through. Even with them having blue side pick, maybe they'll force MNM to ban Syndra, but I think you ban Nidalee unless Scudzy's thinking about picking it up on first rotation, because if you don't pick Nidalee up on first rotation, it's just going to go over to Furion again. So XL ban Nidalee. I think they try and force Syndra to stay open, and then maybe Lucchesi picks up Syndra himself, but just that mid lane was decimating.
And that's what Furion and Larson could do when they work together. They are an absolutely dominating matchup, and we do see a lot of the time, you know, a good jungler and a good mid lane can snowball a game for you. That's exactly what happened. I just want to bring back to draft. You know, you talk about XL are going to switch up their draft strategy a little bit. We've seen them fall into this trap once before. In fact, in their final game against Epiphany Bowl at MCM, their last pick, they said, okay, we're going to lock in Elite Ezreal and take it mid and play AP Ezreal mid. Now, do you feel here perhaps they said, oh, you know, they picked the Trundle top. You know what, we can run into that. Olaf, let's pick the Elise finally at the end. And maybe it's something they've tried once or twice before, but they didn't really think it through when they were in draft.
The funny thing is that actually that worked out well for them, because actually, to be honest, Tolkien was the one reason that this was going well. So if they weren't planning on doing that from the beginning, the last minute change was good, because it actually gave them a huge advantage on top side of the map. The problem was that they were so badly decimated from mid to bot. Yeah. They lost 2 Infernal Drakes off that bot mid pressure having gone down. And the problem was, when you lose mid lane tower, you lose any advantage that you have from red side from trying to siege onto Dragon, because it's harder in general to take Dragon as blue side.
There's less ways to get
because there's less ways to get near to it, and you're always being boxed off by the Dragon Wall, which separates your red side jungle. If you take mid lane tower, suddenly you obliterate any red side advantage that they have for Dragon, because you can get deep wards in, you know where they're coming from all angles, and with a poke composition, that is excellent. Because you can just, like you said, they were threading the needle. They were choking them out through choke points, because they had the blue side, blue area lit up, and also that sort of banana brush into sort of side mid lane area lit up as well. So all they need to do is slide orbs, slide spears, Ezreal Qs, anything down those areas. You're going to hit someone, and on several occasions they did hit people. They hit Orcs, they hit Scudzy, and all of that invested resources into healing that stopped them from making an early engage, and that allowed MNM to get good position around Dragon. And by taking the early mid lane tower, you just instantaneously mean that Dragon control becomes a lot more favorable for you on blue side, because you can ultimately control that area a lot better as well. And with poke composition, area control is key, because you need to have good vision of anywhere that you're going to be approached on, so that you can land the poke before the fight happens. You can force them to think twice about engages that they're going to make. They could have actually won XL. They made some very interesting decisions with the use of Tolkien. That was the biggest thing. They had Tolkien, massive advantage in the top lane. He had 50 CS. He was dominating 1v1. Scudzy and him were able to dive tier 2 tower and get massive advantage there. I know that they wanted to bring him into the team fights, and actually I think it was a good decision to bring him down to team fights, but the way they played team fights with him just weren't key. They weren't doing well with it.
It felt like they were playing it as if he was a tank jungle Olaf, and he'd just, you know, tank up 3 members and run into the back line, and then the rest of his team would like be able to clear up everyone else.
Yeah, that's exactly how they were playing. They were playing it a little bit like the Dyrus Olaf composition that you used to see. That, you know, basically.
Die being the key part.
Yeah,
of that.
literally just, you know, Olaf, Lulu, Calm, all these kind of things you just add to Olaf, making him like a tank Olaf juggernaut who can just run to the backline and do what he wants. But when you've got Black Cleaver and Spectre's Cowl, you die just as quickly as pretty much anyone else in your team. And obviously when you pop Ragnarok, you lose those resistances, you make yourself even squishier. You can't run into one of the three most fed members in Furion and expect to live in Dragonfight. That Dragonfight would have been played better had he turned onto either Larssen himself, using Ragnarok to just get through Cold a Week, or just turning on to Only Angel, who was locked up in the bubble. But he thought his team had Only Angel in the bag. But unfortunately, when you're 45% of your team's damage from the top lane, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the damage stats at the end, but I would have loved to have actually seen how much damage that Tolkien was putting down in that game, because I do feel he was probably, I mean, at least 35, probably more like 40% of his team's damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we are just about to get into picks and bans. Usually we take a break between the games, but we've only got a couple of seconds as we wait for, I'm trying to work out exactly who we're waiting on. Orcs, Jokerism, Scudzy, Lucchesi. We're just waiting on Lucchesi to get into the game, so we should be up and running in a second. Why don't we talk about this second draft phase as we wait? So the first game, Ashe, Zyra, and Vladimir banned out by MNM. They're now on towards the red side. There was no Syndra ban, there was no Jace ban. We had, I'm trying to remember who was banned out for XL last game.
XL banned Ryze, Irelia, and Lee Sin.
Lee Sin. So if you're XL here, do you switch something up? Do you, you say you want to ban out that Nidalee. Do you leave Syndra open and try and first pick her?
This is the thing. Your blue side now is XL, so you can leave Syndra open because this is something that MNM probably will want to ban. It depends on how much they respect Lucchesi. Now, Larssen just decimated. Like, yes, he had a lot of pressure from Furion. Scudzy didn't quite play it right, and this is something I wanted to touch on. Scudzy's come back to XL after a little break. XL have been climbing the rank 5 ladders with a jungler called Kadir. And you saw there that there wasn't quite the sort of mesh synergy that we are used to seeing from XL. Scudzy wasn't quite in the right place at the right time. He wasn't really on the same page. And I feel like you have to be consistently looking to keep vision control around mid lane. This is one of the key things that MNM and XL weren't doing that. You saw that Lucchesi caught out time and time again. But with blue side advantage, I think you ban Nidalee because you're not going to first pick it, but you try and keep Syndra open.
Well, we are into picks and bans. XL on the blue side, MNM on the red. Game 2 here of this best of 2, and XL 1-0 down already, MNM in the lead. Let's have a quick look at these bans. You called it, Xcandal. It's the Vice ban already from XL, and it looks like MNM don't want that Syndra on the card.
So they know that the blue side strategy in general, they employed it last game, is leave something OP like Syndra open, and then you don't have to worry about it because you can always first pick it, and you know that Syndra's got loads of good matchups in the mid lane, generally is the top tier mid laner right now. MNM are not going to let that strategy fly for XL. They're going to ban and take Syndra off the board. They're actually going to ban Nidalee themselves, so they're worried about Scudzy first picking Nidalee. And this is kind of like a highlighting of the order we were talking about. You would pick Syndra over Nidalee first, so they ban Syndra. Then maybe the next pick would be Nidalee because Scudzy's a very good Nidalee player. You ban Nidalee. This is kind of now saying to XL, what the hell do we ban? What do we even first pick at this point? Because there's a lot.
In my opinion, Jhin is still first pick worthy, especially if Jokerism. You've got Ashe on the cards as well. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an Ashe ban.
If Zyra is not banned, I reckon they first pick Zyra.
Yeah. It is the Ashe ban coming out, so now we're going to see what that first pick is. Irelia is the final ban, so they really do fear Only Angel. First pick is the Olaf once again.
Okay. So that's probably... look, I know that was Tolkien last game, and that did go really well for him, but I imagine now it's likely going to go to Scudzy. That would be the initial thought for me.
Why would you change that? So why wouldn't you just use... Tolkien had a great game on it. Why would you
Because you've got Jace open, because you've got a lot of other big... Like Gnar. Gnar absolutely destroys Olaf in most cases, as long as you're able to dodge undertows. Gnar does really well. I actually would not be surprised to see Jhin, Zyra locked in here. That is a super strong lane. You can't respond to it very easily as Jokerism because you don't play Caitlyn, and now Orcs doesn't get his most played support. This is why I think Zyra was better to lock in first, because... I think generally this bot lane is now going to be more impactful. Now, what the only benefit XL have for not taking this away is probably MNM's weakest lane is probably bot lane in general, in what you see in terms of carry potential. Only sometimes do you see XD Smiley and Hado. All of those lanes are very strong, but Larssen generally is up here. I actually think maybe Only Angel is probably more of a sort of understated lane. You don't really see him do much because it's Only Angel. He just kind of...
He does when he plays Irelia.
Yeah, exactly. But then the lane that's been underperforming mostly from MNM has been the bot lane. But now putting them on something like Zyra Jhin, it's such a strong lane that it's very difficult to play into. And you're actually going to see the Varus locked in here. Now, Jokerism does play Varus, but Lucchesi also plays Varus. What this is probably going to be is another one of these weird flex picks where if Lucchesi ends up getting a really awful matchup for himself, might end up Jokerism taking it to the bot lane, which will be super interesting. Seems like a classic XL strat here, just to do something like you can flex at the end. But we know this is going to be Scudzy taking Olaf into the jungle now, because we've got Jace. And I know...
Do we? Like, I'm just saying, Jace could mid, you could play Varus.
You could play.
AD
You
carry.
could definitely play Jace mid, and then we have seen some people play Jace mid in a semi-competitive setting. But I still think, in general, and this is just a whole flex draft now from XL. That's something.
Yeah, Olaf support, Varus mid lane, AP.
Let's not rule this out. This could actually be a whole flex draft. This still could be Olaf top, Jace mid, Varus AD carry, in which case I'll probably just quit my job. But in general, maybe XL are just going for.
Gods of XL, please. Lay your blessings down upon me today. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be the Elise lock-in as well. That's definitely going to be jungle. And top lane Poppy. So works into the Olaf pretty well because of that shield. And works into the Jace as well. Not as well. Does lose out the matchup, but late game
You
can
have
trade
to,
pretty well.
You have to beat Jace before 2.5 items on Poppy, otherwise you probably just don't win.
Yeah.
So the likelihood is, though, because Jace is so good against Poppy in the early game, is that we see Tolkien taking Jace to the top lane here. And I think MNM are probably realizing that. It looks like we're potentially going to see an Ahri come out from Lucchesi. Now, Ahri has been creeping her way back into solo queue especially, but again, this is just such an odd competitive style draft from XL.
Lots of people are playing her because of the assassin changes coming out on PBE, so they're kind of prepping their Ahri play for when assassins are back into the meta. Ahri was always known as, you know, not an assassin killer, but someone who worked pretty well because of her high mobility and that charm, of course.
She was almost an assassin herself as well.
When Deathfire Grasp was an item, she definitely was. And it is going to be Ahri Nami locked in here for XL. Final pick left up on the cards for MNM. It is going to be that mid lane counter pick we expect. And it's into an Ahri as well. So if you were Larson here, you've got your Cassio on the cards. LeBlanc is an option, although not one we see that commonly.
LeBlanc is an option, and again, like I said, it might be just as random as Ahri. It does pretty well into Ahri in a lot of respects, so if you can land a good charm, then maybe. But like you said, I think there's a lot of options that Larson could consider otherwise. Cassio doesn't have the best matchup into Ahri, just because you just don't have ability to range as effectively against her orb, and you will never be able to really get in Twin Fang range. He's going to go for the Vladimir, though. Like the Vladimir, generally does all right into Ahri, but obviously Ahri can outrange for the most part, so we'll have to see. I haven't seen this matchup in a very long time. Lucchesi's actually going to invest into an Ignite, and I like that on Ahri. You don't need to take the Ghost Flash on Ahri. You don't really need to worry too heavily about taking a cleanse when your main mid lane threat is going to be Larson without Ignite, probably on this Vladimir. So this is an aggressive set of summoner spells that I do agree with coming from Lucchesi. He's going to have to step up, though, here. He's going to have to really play out of his socks because he's an off-meta mid laner. Ahri really benefits from a snowball, and if you don't snowball with Ahri, she's really only good for making picks. And picking against the only thing you're very likely going to be pick is Jhin or Zyra, because picking against a Poppy and a Vladimir can be a lot of wasted resources.
Yeah. If you wanna play, you know, snowball on Ahri, you should probably just go into ARAM. I hear you can get snowballs there. Makes it a lot easier.
Thanks for your ever insightful commentating.
Hey, at least I get to say something, eh?
Hey, you did say things.
Yeah, I did. some of the time. Some of the time. Anyway, yes, so bot lanes, let's have a quick talk about, well, we'll run through the lineups quickly first. Jace, Olaf, Ahri, Varus, and Nami are locked in here for XL, and it's the Poppy, Elise, Vladimir, Jhin, and Zyra for MNM. I do want to focus on the bot lanes, because Varus is not an AD carry. We see that commonly. Jokerism does play him quite a bit.
Jokerism is the only AD carry that would play Varus right now,
these days, yeah.
He picks it specifically into Jhin, just because he thinks that so a lot of people say that the one thing that Jhin has weakness against is long-range poke. So in general, Ezreal does quite well into Jhin. And I think Jokerism is taking that one step further and saying, how can I even extend my range further? Yeah. Because I can trade pretty freely. If I can stay out of range of Zyra's grasping roots and trade freely into Jhin with my piercing arrow, then actually maybe I do all right in this lane matchup. But the problem is Jokerism, he never really has an impact further than that, and especially the build path he goes. You don't generally tend to see a massive boost in poke damage coming out as you would see sometimes on a mid lane Varus. He generally tends to play the slower late game orientated build, which can often work, but again, because you're from the bot lane, you can never roam and have too much of impact. You're really waiting until you take that top bot lane tower before you start to rotate yourself. You never make huge impact with poke as an AD carry Varus, because you are playing like that. You're playing an AD carry, so you're generally stuck farming in the laning phase for the most part. Whereas mid lane Varus likes to roam sometimes. You can siege effectively in the short lane quite easily. The only thing is you do become moderately vulnerable to things like Elise, which is probably
incredibly vulnerable to things like Elise.
yeah, which is probably why we're not seeing Lucchesi take Varus into the mid lane. If you would be taking it into the Varus into the mid lane, you'd definitely be taking Cleanse in this situation as well. This is one thing that Lucchesi has struggled with, and struggled with against Epiphany Bolt as well. He gets ganked a lot.
And sometimes he goes over aggressive after he's
Yeah,
so he'll
exactly.
burn his summoners and then he'll go all in for a trade. We saw he was when he was playing Ezreal in the MCM matches, he was trying to get a tower and just stayed around after all the minions died. Didn't have flash, didn't have any ability to get out, and then someone came along and he's just like, no, I'm gonna get the tower. It's fine. Didn't get the tower and died and pay for it with his life. So
yeah,
I wanna look at the sort of the poke composition coming out here from XL as well, because you have got the Jace, you have got the Varus. Ari's pretty good with poke as well with the Orb of Deception, and you've got sustain through the Nami. How do you feel they're going to work into what is a relatively tanky lineup coming from M&M with the Vladimir and the Elise and the Poppy?
You have to win very early here for XL. This is huge snowball coming up from them. You need Tolkien to snowball against the Poppy from Only Angel in the top lane. You need Lucchesi to start getting on the roll and make roam plays happen in the bot lane. What I'd like to see is if you have a threat of Smiley opening up that ultimate, Ari dives in, puts pressure onto Jhin to stop that ultimate going down. I need to see Lucchesi going to the bot lane here. If they can snowball effectively, if they can get Lucchesi on a roll and Tolkien on a roll, you can group together very easily in siege turrets. It'll be done without a win, because the wave clear from M&M is next to nothing. The wave clear from M&M is basically pathetic.
It's like curtain call to wave clear.
That, and you have maybe grasping roots, which will do a little bit of wave clear. So M&M, XL need to win this pretty early on, because as soon as you start seeing Poppy rack up resistances, you'll never really be able to burst past that. And as you get to the late game, it just gets more and more favourable for M&M. M&M are playing realistically to get Poppy to a tanky state, who can be that front line. You open the ultimate and you combo with Vladimir, who's probably going to go down a full AP path. I don't expect him to go down the sustain route, because we've seen with the Vladimir changes recently, in general, Vladimir does better with a full AP because you scale better now from it. Yeah, like that, and that's how Lucchesi built him in the MCM series as well. It just means you'll have the burst to deal with the squishies of Jace, Varus, and Ari as well, and it combos quite nicely into the Zyra and the ultimate coming out from XD Smiley on the Jhin, so we'll see.
That we will. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the second game of this best of two. Will M&M close it out 2-0, or will XL be able to equalise the scores at 1-1? Well, we'll find out in the next few minutes. Let's get on to the Rift.
So, we are on to this second of the best of two. XL, I think now, regardless of the outcome, will find it difficult unless they beat District to get to the seeding.
So they'll find it incredibly difficult.
Yeah, to get the seeding that they want. So, this is almost a game that I think has very little impact in their overall standings, unless there are other draws happening as well. Lucchesi's going to be...
Furian's got caught out a little bit here. Lucchesi could take Charm. I don't think he really wants to level 1. He's got Orb of Deception already, so he's not going to be able to do much. They do get some good vision on this jungle, on the red specifically. Furion didn't have to burn any summoners, so can just back away. Actually, they put the vision up near the Krugs there, and I quite like that. I feel getting a little bit of vision up towards the Krugs instead of going straight for that red buff just allows you to watch the jungle path.
You saw this last game from M&M as well. Yeah. What they would do is, as soon as this early level 1 pressure came out from XL, M&M would respond by getting information as to where Scudzy would be starting, which I think is super important, because it means that now Furion can tailor his own jungle path to either try and match Scudzy or get an advantage on the map. And this is something that XL don't do themselves. They don't try and capitalize with their own vision at level 1, because they're trying to make aggressive plays that very rarely reap many rewards. So at this point, even though you forced Furion back, you've got nothing for it, and actually there's a lot of good vision. Although they do have a nice deep ward there on the Krugs themselves, like you said, actually. So I thought, for some reason, I thought you said Gromp.
That's right, Joker's going to get caught out a little bit. Does trade well into Haddo, though. And it's one of those difficult ones as a support. You say, I kind of take this trade because I've got more pots than the AD carry does, but it means you can't be quite as aggressive for the next 10, 20 seconds or so as you rebuild that health using those total
especially
biscuits.
Against high poke as well. You know, that's difficult for to do as effectively into, because if you keep getting piercing arrows, especially as Zyra with such a low base HP, you could actually be punished very heavily from having to burn pots early on here.
I want to bring a point here as well. A lot of the time people talk about the triangle of sort of team compositions. You've got poke, sustain, and all in. And the idea is that sustain beats poke because if you take any poke damage, you just heal yourself up. All in beats sustain because you just run in and kill them before they can sustain. And poke beats all in because you take them too low before they can aggressively engage on you. Now, if you actually look at the bot lane of XL, they have both poke and sustain. And that's going to be really difficult for Smiley and Haddo to deal with because they really only have poke.
They've got a bit of all-in, though. Their all-in is the grasping roots into Deadly Flourish.
Yeah.
And then you have the ultimate too. I kind of agree with the poke beats all-in a lot of cases, but if the all-in decides to just go onto the poke before they can escape, then it's kind of like beating the same way of all-in beating sustain. Lucchezi's having a slightly better time versus Larssen here.
He hasn't died yet, basically. It does take a bit of pressure. Misses the charm as well. But the thing is, with Ahri, with her passive, she can heal up a little bit if she lands a good Orb of Deception. Get yourself a little bit of spell vamp off that, and won't struggle too much, in all honesty. Tolkien's already pushed Only Angel back. Has about an 8 CS advantage. Now, Scudzy's going to come in with a Ghost. Sanguine Pool was up for Larssen, so that feels perhaps slightly over-aggressive from Scudzy.
So Jokerism actually missed the entire first wave of CS, by the way, which has been a bit of an issue for him. Actually, we're going to see a counter gank in his mid lane.
Here comes Furion. Larssen gets ignited, has to flash away. Furion not going to be able to use that cocoon because Scudzy is here. Lucchezi low on mana. Oh, Furion flashes in with the cocoon, gets locked up with the charm. Lucchezi will fall though. Furion with a great flash cocoon to take that first blood, and Scudzy stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, there was no mana on Lucchezi there. I feel like that was a little bit over-aggressive from XL to try and make that happen, but they put a lot of pressure into Larssen. They burnt both his aggressive summoners. Only Angel doing well there against Tolkien, actually winning the trade slightly, Sona.
I really like that. I didn't realize that interaction worked. So if someone to the skies and you steadfast presence in the middle of it, it stops the to the skies damage, even if it looks like it's going to hit you. So actually negates a lot of Jace's early damage by doing that.
It's like the Lee Sin Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. It's you block the Resonating Strike damage because he never actually connects. So that's it again, the mid lane not particularly faring well here, but what you have done is put a pressure onto Larssen and put pressure into Fury. Now Scudzy needs to capitalize on that. Scudzy needs to be able to essentially turn around and say, I'm going to put pressure onto Larssen here, which might be difficult to do, to be honest, against Vladimir, especially as these levels progress. He's got a lot of sustain, post level 6 as well, you had that extra sustain and damage into his kit too. Jokerism is really far behind in CS here because he really has been putting behind against the early aggressive play from Hado and Smiley. Even though it looked like they won some early trades, they've really come out on top right now for the XL bot lane.
It's Orcs running out of mana as well. You know, that Ebb and Flow can only heal you up so many times before you need to get some mana back, and Orcs does not have a huge amount of regeneration with just that starting item. Needs to get up towards the Frostfang or the Eye of the Watchers to get himself a little bit of extra regen. Smiley and Hado doing a really good job of landing the Deadly Spines, having plants set up in the right spot as well. And this is the thing with Zyver, you can do a huge amount of work with the Thunderlord's passive if you are getting those plants set up. Now Scudzy's looking down towards the bottom lane, but a ward spots him out in the Tribush, which means he won't be able to do too much.
No, absolutely. He's just going to walk into lane here just to relieve some
Smiley
pressure.
did burn Flash.
Smiley burnt Flash, that's not too bad actually, even though they had him pretty clued up. Scudzy doesn't yet have Ghost either, so it's kind of a Flash for free at this point in time. Look at Furion though, he's coming towards his top lane. Tolkien might be too late now at this point in time.
It might be too little too late for him to try and escape. He trades onto Only Angel, good steadfast presence. Here comes Furion, just needs to land a cocoon. Doesn't even need to land the cocoon. Furion takes him out. 2 kills early game once again for this Elise.
I always feel like Scudzy, when he's not put on something that can impact the early game, just struggles to know what to do. And you're seeing it here. He's kind of just wandering around, trying to farm his best, but he's behind Furion and farm, and he's behind gank pressure as well. And look at this early build path coming up from Furion. This is no one taken hostage, basically. It's early Sorcerer's Shoes before he's finished anything else. It's just going straight for the penetration, which is, you do sometimes see, but this is a very aggressive variant, which means he's really going to be looking to impact people early on. He's even going to be going for this blue buff on the early rotation because he's got a ward down there too. He's looking to school Scudzy again in this second rotation of buffs.
Yeah, probably still has about 30 seconds or so on the spawn of that, so we'll have to see if he can get it away before Scudzy comes around. Needs to be a little bit cautious because Scudzy could come down. Tolkien there as well. Going to take away the Grump. And we'll just have to wait and see how that one goes down. Now, at least with Sorcerer's Boots, you know, you have a lot of early damage. You've got percentage max health on your Qs, the Neurotoxin and the Venomous Bite. And getting that extra magic penetration can do a huge amount of work for you. You don't really need a lot of AP before you get that penetration on Elise.
Actually, so Furion's going to take away the 2 minor camps and back out before he takes the blue buff. Because of the position that his lanes were in, both XL were pushing up their lanes in the mid and top lane. He made the correct decision to not stay around because he knew that the ability for the XL laners to respond was far better than the ability for his laners to respond at that point in time. And it does mean that that blue buff is going to go over to Lucchezi now. Scudzy's going to get caught up here, though. He is only level 5.
Has got Ghost. Will use it to get away. Larssen did look for the fight. Didn't have his own flash, so perhaps didn't want to go flash Hemoplague to try and chase. There's the charm. Lucchezi trying to trade into Larssen. That's what he needs to do consistently. Smiley lands the Deadly Flourish. Aquaphism dodged out. No level 6 yet, though. Won't be able to pop that curtain call. Here comes Furion into the mid lane, looking for a bit of action himself. Hema Plague already used. And Lucchesi will be actually winning out these trades. Dodges the Cocoon, has one more Spirit Rush, has the Ignite down as well. Furion tries to get away. Lucchesi gonna look for the kill. Furion just survives off towards the side. And Lucchesi now needs to get away from Larssen, who can trade into him, especially since he knows that Ignite is down.
Yeah, that was a really, really good repel from Furion there, able to escape by a minuscule amount of health. That Flash had come back off cooldown as well. Furion is on fire. I'll never talk about him being tilted from solo queue again because he is playing amazingly in this series. Has been a massive win factor for MNM thus far. However, XL aren't doing as badly as they were previously in the mid lane as well. Even that early gank, it hasn't really responded in or resulted in a huge differential for Lucchesi, and they've been able to steal away the blue buff here from MNM because of that Lucchesi pressure in the mid lane. So very, very good for them. My worry now is the bot lane, Sona. The CS advantage there is huge for XT Smiley at this point in time.
Part of that is Jokerism going for the Tear of the Goddess first as well. Like, you need a lot of mana to spam out those piercing arrows, but it means that you really don't have the damage you'd like. A pickaxe alongside that will allow him to spike a little bit more.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that blue buff steal because MNM in the first game had really good vision control throughout the majority of the game. They had very aggressive wards because they got that mid lane tower early on, were able to pressure further and further forward. This game they've got hardly any. So they've got one in top Tribush and then they've got 2 pinks down towards the bottom lane as well, and that is it for them at the moment.
So it looks like we're going to see a Ghost maybe, or either just Scudzy coming in with the ultimate in the bot lane. XT Smiley does not have Flash at this point in time.
No, he doesn't. He does have the heal. Might try and escape, but Scudzy has the Ragnarok. He's going to roll his way into Smiley. Even through the exhaust, he'll get the kill. He's going to fall in response, though. Teleport was used by Only Angel. I'm not sure if Token cancelled that out or if Only Angel just decided to cancel it himself. It looks like Only Angel decided to cancel it himself with the cooldown being slightly reduced.
So Furion was there, again, brilliant counter gank. Lucchesi has an option to go all in on Larssen, but without that Ignite, it's a little bit more difficult for this Ahri. But he is trading well into Larssen on this Vladimir when he's playing Ahri, which is great for him. It's going to give him a bit more confidence given that last game.
Oh, here comes Furion. Cocoon hits Jokerism. Flash is still up, but the Grasping Roots into the Venomous Bite from Furion. Smites him down. Takes him out once again. Furion is on fire.
He is absolutely on fire. The communication with his lanes is obviously paramount for him at this point in time, and he's been doing an incredible job. Cleared out that pink ward. I think both Jokerism and Orcs considered the fact that he'd probably just gone back from that point of view, and actually he was still there waiting to make a gank happen. Furion has been excellent for his team thus far. Big, big win condition for them. But he's got really all of their gold at this point in time, so he's going to have to step up in terms of the damage output. He is going to go down an aggressive route with that jungle item too, given that there is a Poppy. That makes a lot of sense, and given how far ahead he is. But he needs to continue to pressure the map now. He needs to continue to try and match up. Scudzy and him might clash again in this top lane.
Furion's fortune as well is the fact that XL here are very squishy in the lane. Now he's going to jump on Tolkien, and Tolkien has to try and flash away, but Furion could just go for the chase. Also with the Neurotoxin as well, Scudzy has to try and get out of this one, but it looks like he is not long for the Summoner's Rift. Furion will take him down. It's a double for Furion with a perfectly timed counter gank. Here comes Lucchesi, misses the charm, misses the orb, misses everything, and Furion says, thank you very much, I will turn this one around. Spirit Rush doesn't get him over the wall, has to flash. And Furion, in basically a 1v3, just turns it completely around.
Yeah, Furion is just so far ahead now. He's 6 kills up to the good. Don't think you can be anywhere on the map right now, Scudzy, where Furion is, because you lose that in every single point. You have to have good vision control of that enemy side jungle where you can, or it's going to be very difficult to want to invest time there, because if you get caught by Furion, you're almost certainly dead too. Furion can do what he likes, and at this point, Scudzy's playing a lottery pick game as to which lane he's trying to gank, because if he ganks the same lane as Furion, that's going to go well in MNM's favor. They just need to try and relax at this point in time and build up some defenses.
That they do, but building up defenses when Furion's trying to gank you all across the map is incredibly difficult to do. Let's have a quick talk about mid lane itemization. It's going to be Proto Belt from Larssen. Morello Nomicon looks to be the build from Lucchesi. As soon as he gets that, he can definitely trade into this Vladimir a little bit more because of those grievous wounds that he can get out.
Yeah, the Morello Nomicon will be key for them. They're going to need, obviously, at least one on the team, and he's really the only person that can build it effectively. The Ignite will not do everything for them. Tolkien now is actually starting to struggle in terms of levels to Only Angel, and this Sunfire Cape is proving a massive problem for him in engages. He needs to have, oh my word, Lucchesi.
Flash Cocoon, Lucchesi just taken off the rift by Furion. 7 kills on the team, 7 kills on Furion. He is a monster.
Well, you don't need to be Lee Sin to do the Furion Classic, which is that flash gank in the mid lane. He can do it very effectively on the Elise as well, and now Furion has been monstrous. Maybe all that play overnight is just giving him the ability to improve his mechanical prowess, because he's looked fantastic.
He is the Neo of League of Legends at the moment. He sees the ones and zeros, he sees the spaghetti code, and he understands exactly where he needs to be. And at the moment where he needs to be is in the bottom lane. I don't know if he's spotted Scudzy taking him down. The curtain call used, and this might be Furion's first death of the game. Does get sniped off. Scudzy with a well-positioned counter gank will get the second kill for XL.
That's a huge amount of team gold for the bounty as well. That's just all of the kills going on to Fiora. Means when you take him down, you get a massive amount of comeback gold in their favor. So that'll be pretty huge for XL right now. They are starting to slip behind again at sort of 13 minutes into the game. My only worry is Tolkien is struggling against Only Angel now. Tolkien is really struggling against Only Angel, and as a Jace into a Poppy, you need to be winning at this point in time. You need to have that massive advantage. Black Cleaver, you need to have finished. You need to be starting to shred that armor of the Sunfire Cape. And I think this is what Tolkien is going to be backing off and picking up now, because there's no way he wins without that Black Cleaver at this point in time.
Only Angel has been the recipient of a couple of good ganks, of course, from Furion, which has allowed him to keep himself alive in this lane in the short term. XD Smiley almost goes down to the Tidecaller's Blessing. Auto attack does get the heal out. Jokerism too low on mana to try and get these snipes with a final piercing arrow. Blue buff was invaded up towards the top side. Furion and Only Angel went in. Let's see if they took that one away or if it's actually sitting on Lucchesi. I'm sure we'll find out in a moment as the camera pans towards the middle of the map.
I like how you're predicting that. We have no idea what happens with directed camera, my friend.
Yeah, well, eventually, you know what you could do? You're on your own client here. You could just press,
I forgot
like
about
3 and Lucchesi has
got the blue buff. I forgot that I wasn't on spectator myself. Looks like there's going to be an aggressive play with the Hextech Protobelt in the mid lane. Short cooldown on that, so you can actually use it to harass fairly effectively. Lucchesi now starting to struggle into Larssen, even with this Morellonomicon. Again, a lot of pressure from Furion resulting in good things for them. The first turret of the game is going to go over to MNM as well, because that top lane has been pressured so heavily following that blue invade, forcing Tolkien back again, by the way. That's massive, because Jace should have been the one to be pressuring his turret. He should have been the one to be ahead at this point in time. I can't stress that enough. As this game progresses, once Poppy picks up more defensive items into the Jace, he won't be able to win that 1v1 in the top lane. He'll have to be trying to make team plays or splitting versus someone else, because Poppy will just win.
It is the risk you play with picking up a Jace early on as well in the draft phase, is that you can get counted out, especially when Furion goes on an absolute tear like he has in this game. If you're not able to get yourself ahead, late game you really don't do a huge amount. Chain of Corruption, there's the Stranglethorns, there's the Deadly Flourish, and there's Jokerism going low. Great Tidal Wave. Haddo caught up with the Aquaprism. Curtain Call will snipe him down though. And it's a quick kill of the Smiley XD. Tolkien gets a turret. Orcs is going to get dived here, because here comes Larssen. Thank you very much. I'm having fish for dinner tonight. Larssen says he noms down on Orcs. Lucchesi 1v1'd by Furion off towards the side. Scudzy tries to join the fray and says, what can I do here? And the answer is not much at all, as Larssen forces him back.
Furion able to 1v1 Lucchesi as he comes down towards that bot lane as well, but got to give a little bit of a question over to Jokerism's play right there. He tried to make a solo play into a Zyra who was in range of Grasping Roots and Ultimate. He was obviously going to go down very quickly into that respect. Actually, Tolkien going to go back in onto Only Angel here. He's doing a lot of damage so far.
Daddy has got the Black Cleaver. Deadly Flourish on Scudzy off towards the backside. Smiley! I was stacking up the tower, gets taken down. Great piercing arrow by Jokerism. Has to try and clear out this wave to force them back. MNM are looking for their third turret of the game. XL have been able to respond with one, but not doing as much as they would like. An early Sorcerer's Shoes pickup as well on Haddo means that those plants are doing absolute work eating through Jokerism's health.
Yeah, they just got so much damage coming out from MNM right now in every aspect. They've got the Ghost Blade. It's a big spike for them now. They've got the Protobelt working towards what looks to be maybe a Rylai's. I'm not quite sure where he'll be running with this. It could actually be, it could still be rather a Rabadon's Death Cap as well, but we'll have to see where he runs after this. I'm probably going to be a Rylai's.
Yeah, with the Amptone, I expect it to be a Rylai's next.
Yeah.
Didn't really want to get the health first. He's healthy enough. Wants
with
to
the
get
Protobelt,
as much damage as he needs before he picks up that giant belt.
Furion is the biggest problem right now for XL. He's just immeasurably strong, and I don't know how effectively you're going to do it. How effectively you're going to be able to duel with him unless you're picking him off openly with a charm, which will be difficult because he should be able to, with Furion's skill level, able to repel that very, very quickly and easily. They're going to take down this Mountain Drake zone, and this is the first Drake of the game, once again being controlled by MNM. and there's not much that XL can do to respond.
Master Drake's great for them as well. You said that they don't have the best wave clear, they don't have the best siege. Getting extra damage onto turrets is incredibly vital, and that 10% will buffer their ability to do that. Also allows them to take down the next Drakes a little bit quicker, although of course Drakes get increased resistances against you the more of them you take. And the Baron on the cards in about 2 minutes as well, with a Vladimir, with a Jhin, with an Elise. Can probably take that one down pretty quick as well.
Look at XL's vision control. They are super defensive where they've placed their vision, even though that mid lane tower hasn't gone down. The bot lane tower dictates it.
Lucchesi onto Hado. There's the exhaust. Jumps back with the Spirit Thrust. Will go down to Scudzy, who comes into the backside. There's Larssen as well. Jokerism trying to take him out. Scudzy Ragnaroks his way away, but here comes the Curtain Call looking for the snipes. Not gonna land. Keep his verdict from Only Angel will knock Tolkien back to his team. Says thank you very much. We'll force them away. Here comes the Flash Cocoon. Fury and Jokerism goes down. MNM trying to turn the tides of the fight. Tolkien gets knocked into the wall. Larssen gets knocked away though, and Tolkien will fall. Lucchesi with a great charm onto Larssen. Picks up another kill for his team. 3 down for MNM. Only 2 on the side of XL. But Smiley and Only Angel enough to force XL back.
Yeah, they're very, very low at this point in time. You get 1 crit coming out from Smiley. You could be seeing your deathbed. Got to give credit over to also this Varus pick. There's something else I didn't realize. You do have the ability to reduce healing on your rain of arrows. That patch of area, you've got a lot of ways to just restrict Vladimir's play by picking the Varus here as well. So Jokerism using that to a great effect, but probably not the primary reason they picked it. I think.
Yeah, Vladimir was picked last.
Yeah. So obviously you don't pick that expecting the Vladimir coming out from Larssen. But again, you know, there's a little bit of a tidbit there. Got to give.
Just the way you said that, I heard Vladimir.
Vladimir.
And I'm just imagining like this chavvy skin for Vlad.
Oh,
and he's just like popping gang signs off, like
Vlad.
walking around in his cap. Like sometimes just a squat like a Slav. It's just like, oh, Vladimir, what's up, bloods? And it fits with blood as well.
I feel like you can't say that on stream.
You can't say blood on stream.
I'm joking.
I'm pretty sure you can say blood on stream.
Anyway, Jokerism. Jokerism. I'm gonna move away from your meme. That actually wasn't a bad fight for XL by any stretch of the imagination. This is a far closer game than the previous lot, especially with the combo you're seeing actually being able to pick off someone with this, or rather picking off Zyra early on with the charm has proved quite effective for Lucchesi there, you know, putting a lot of pressure onto one of the primary damage dealers, you would say, in the team fights. You've got to give credit to Zyra in that respect. She probably will be doing huge amounts of damage in team fights with her Strangle Thorns and everything that comes with it. Jokerism as well, able to maintain a pretty safe distance to get lots of piercing arrows down during that fight. But at the very end of the day, Larssen was surviving such a long time that it was difficult for him to go down. Lucchesi now
with the charm. We'll take Larssen down a little bit. Fury was just around the corner waiting for his chance to pounce. Even when not playing Nidalee, he gets those opportunities to pounce in and take down the enemies. He's been on an absolute storm this game. He's made it a titanic task in both of the games for XL to get back into it. But XL showing their might, showing their worth here. Only 4,000 gold behind. Smiley gets caught out with an arrow as well. If you're Jokerism, itemization-wise, you know, you've got this Manamune building up. It looks like a Yumu's next year. What do you get after that, though?
Well, you're really primarily using your piercing arrow as Jokerism on this Varus, so
play?
Maybe.
It feels a little bit memey to me. It feels a little bit like
I would maybe think about a Black Cleaver potentially. Actually, Scudzy's going to be doing a lot of tanking here for his team.
Needs to do it. There's the Tidal Wave. Larssen comes in. Triple Hemo Plague. Will force them back. Ragnarok came out as well. Lucchesi a little bit slow on the rotate, but trying to get the flank off now. Has set himself up off towards the side. Active Prism doesn't connect. The tower is low. Smiley stepping in. Fury in there as well. This is going to be the tower falling. And Lucchesi never got the chance to strike from the shadows.
No, never had the ability to. He would have been instantaneously picked off by MNM, you feel. Good siege. They didn't pick up any kills. They would have liked a little bit more out of it, but the main reason they came out ahead was because they did pick up a turret there, and they're not going to be able to effectively siege back here because XL were taken very low. And Larssen's in a position with the items that he's got where he can probably just face tank for a bit and clear waves with his Tides of Blood. So, you know, that you're not feeling awful right now as MNM. Doing that because, you know, you feel like even if Larssen were to commit, he probably wouldn't go down very easily at this point in time. And that means their wave clear is going to be suitably better than if Larssen was even or behind.
So that entire tier 1 set of towers is down. MNM have been able to get that advantage, but 2 low turrets for the side of XL means that they could get that mid and bottom and start to even this gold out a little bit. It's only about 4,000 the difference between the two teams, and Once again, MNM have good vision control on part of the map, but not across the entirety of it.
I've got to give credit to XL's ability to make defensive vision choices here. They've done very well in that respect. They've really controlled their red side jungle, although they haven't cleared some of the wards that have started to appear for MNM here, which is something I think I'd want them to do. Lucchesi looking like he's trying to make a play with the Abyssal Scepter and Morellonomicon, but I don't feel like he wins this. That's why he's waiting for Tolkien here.
I don't know if Larssen knows Lucchesi's here.
He doesn't.
The Ignite is there. Here comes Tolkien. Charm misses. Ignite not used yet. They're going to see if they can save it. Larssen tries to Proto away. Here comes the damage from the Morellonomicon. Here comes Furion, though. And he says, thank you very much. Delivered yourself into my open arms. The rest of MNM close in. And it's 2 quick kills for MNM. Just
some mechanical misplays for XL there. You missed the charm. A lot of big abilities were duked out by Larssen as well, and it was a very quick reaction from MNM. And MNM, like they said, they've made a teleport play there primarily to try and get something back from that gank onto Larssen, but now they're going to turn it into a siege that's going to work out very nicely for them. They should be able to take this tier 2 bot lane turret. Hado flashes as well as Jokerism. He's actually going to lock people up. Actually, Hado's going to take a lot of damage here.
Aquavism comes out as well. Scotty with the undertow! Thank you very much. An axe will cut down a tree any day, even if it is a zombie tree. And Hado falls. They're going to look for the chase onto only Angel. Scuzzy does have the Banshees, but needs to be cautious because Furion's just waiting here. Flash, Cocoon, Jokerism caught up, Deadly Flourish. Jokerism has no escape. Scuzzy just trying to do what he can, takes out Smiley XD off towards the side. Here comes Lucchesi onto Only Angel. Keeper's Verdict knocks up Orcs. Only Angel will pick up the kill. Scuzzy trading with Furion. It's a difficult matchup for him. That is a very big Elise, but here comes the Jace, and Scuzzy will take down Furion with the help of his friend Tolkien. Lucchesi not going to be able to chase this for long.
Spirit Rush soon, though.
Does have Spirit Rush, does have Flash as well. It's 11 seconds on the Spirit Rush. Flash Charm is his really only option. Heroic Charge allows Only Angel to get back to Larssen's safety.
So XL made that play knowing that they had these teleports available. Larssen's now going to be the target for Tolkien.
Tolkien's very aggressive here into Larssen. Larssen's going to have to ghost his way away. Doesn't have the flash. Rylai slow into Tolkien. There's the Sanguine Pool. Tolkien should have this. Proto belts away. Shock Blast doesn't connect. And the Grasping Roots stop Tolkien in his tracks.
Oh, XL feels so close to getting sort of one kill here and there, but they just aren't able to get those final blows. And every time a fight seems to go in their favor, they can never capitalize with an objective. But finally, now they're going to look to take this dragon off the map. It's the second Mountain Drake of the game, so a pretty decent one for them to do. But
Here
look at the combos.
Jungle Thorns. There's the Curtain Call as well. Scudzy's low. Scudzy gets sniped. And that means they can't take the dragon. Here comes the Spirit Rush. Hado did not realize there was an army behind him, nor did XD Smiley. He had a couple of quick kills. Furion's going to join the fray now, does have the smite, can look for the steal, and the dragon resets at the exact opportune moment for Furion to come in. Takes out Jokerism, 1,000 damage left on that dragon. They need to kill the Elise. The Aquavism comes out, he'll smite it away before he gets smoked away by Lucchesi, and Tolkien has no place to go. Only Angel takes the kill. 6 kills the difference. 2 Mountain Drakes now, though, on MNM, and you have to think perhaps this is the turning of the tides.
I don't know if there were any tides turning in the first place.
I felt that it sounded good, but XL, yeah, it's very difficult to get back into this game.
Yeah, and again, they still aren't able to capitalize on things with these wins in team fights, and they're going to be able to lose. I just dropped something here. I might just put my jacket on again because we might come back to it.
Yeah, maybe we should wait a second. There is a pause, of course, going out. It looks like Hado is the one that paused it, so I assume there's a slight issue with one of the MNM guys. They're ready. Oh, thank goodness. No need to put your jacket on, Scoundrel. Jacket on, jacket off. Jean-Claude jacket on with his jacket off. And we are back into the game. XL, 6,000 gold behind, 6.
The problem for what MNM do so well, by the way, is their ability to just capitalize on teamfight wins and do something with it. XL never do that because you always feel that when XL get a teamfight win, it's because they've turned something around in their favor, and they're not able to then capitalize on that in the future because they don't have the minion waves in their favor, they don't have the army or the strength in numbers or the health values to be able to do something with it. Like that dragon fight just then. You know, they looked like they were going to do it, but it was turned around by just 2 members of MNM because the health totals weren't high enough for XL.
It's the difference between proactive and reactive play, and they're buzzwords, I know, but every time you see MNM make a play, they know exactly what they want to get off winning the fight. That's the proactive nature of them. XL are reactive. They'll win out the fight that MNM try and take, and then they won't have anything to get because they haven't set up. But
it's because they're behind, right? They can't. They can never make proactive plays because they're always behind. XL are probably one of the better teams in the Masters League for making reactive plays, but when you can't do anything with those reactive plays, it never works out in your favor. The problem for them them is that whenever they get a team fight win, it's probably a huge boost in confidence, but they're still not going to really do anything in terms of leveling the gold totals in the game because they're just so far behind in the first place. I want to illustrate that proactive point, by the way, from MNM. 2 occasions that this has been illustrated in this game perfectly is both the mid lane tier 1 siege and the bot lane tier 2 siege. They didn't get kills in that mid lane tier 1 siege when they picked up the turret.
Yep.
They actually just forced XL far enough back so that they could land their basic attacks to pick off the major objective, which was that turret. And then the bot lane gank, they primarily teleported to turn things around for Larssen, but they didn't rest on their laurels. They used that minion wave that Larssen had pushed up and got the tier 2 turret from it. It's just really good examples of why MNM are so good at not going into fights for picking up kills, not going into fights for the sake of trying to take someone out. They go into fights for the sake of getting something from it. And this is something that a lot of UK teams don't do, and MNM do it so well.
That they do. Grievous Wounds on last, and the Rain of Arrows does come down. Here's Orcs as well. Scudzy there, looking for the tower, but not going to be able to get much out of it. And actually, I like this build from Jokerism. We were talking about what his third item would be. He's got a bit of a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense, especially with Elise being 12 and 1. Lucchesi caught out. Ebb and Flow. Curtain Call comes down. He has to Spirit Rush away. Locket of the Iron Solari used as well. Only Angel comes into the fight. Tolkien will force him back to now. Lucchesi Spirit Rushes in just to try and get that final minion. Misses it, but doesn't really matter too much in the end.
So one thing we didn't talk about Nami being picked into Jhin. Whenever Nami does get picked into Jhin, you usually expect her to say, "Oh my word, the snipe onto Hado!"
That was a huge amount of damage as well.
Yeah, that was like third of his HP with just one of those arrows there. And that's actually going to stop any kind of attempt at a Baron control coming out for MNM at this point in time. They're going to be forced right back, going back in to defend the mid lane tower mode.
It's the risk for MNM as well. If they go for a big objective like that, they have to make sure they've taken at least Jokerism and Tolkien down, because they know that poke is going to come out, and you can't be tanking up things like a Baron when you've got that poke. Only Angel jumped on here. Ragnarok from Scudzy. Larssen with a couple people caught up in that Hemo Plague will try and take Scudzy down. The charm doesn't connect once again. Only Angel with the Keeper's Verdict decides not to cast it. Orcs taken low. Here comes Furion. Wasn't in this fight until now. And he is looking for someone to take down.
Nice
the charm
charm
connects. No activism though, but Furion just melts. Here goes Lucchesi onto Smiley. XD just needs to land something, and all he needs to use is that Spirit Rush. Larssen gets a counter kill, but 3 members down so quickly, and XL will finally take that mid lane tower down.
Hado just flashes instantaneously, knowing that if he gets locked up by one undertow, that is it. And XL finally find that reactive engage and get something from it in the form of this mid lane turret. They're actually punishing some of the over-aggression coming out from Furion as well. That was really nice that they held off in that brush. It was lucky that they didn't have vision control, or they knew that there wasn't any vision control for MNM there, because they were able to punish Furion. Again, I don't know why Furion was trying to basically 1v4 at this point. You've kind of leveled out in terms of your gold at this point. You're 12 and 5, I know, but you are Elise. You're not going to single-handedly carry the game now that you've gone down a dead man's plate route as well. And I love the way that they capitalized on that there. And now Scudzy, low HP values against Only Angel though.
He has got that passive, of course, so we'll be doing more damage. Jokerism here as well. Only Angel retreats away. Grassy Root's not going to land. And I want to talk a little bit about Furion being 12 and 5. Now, you always hear it's good to get your jungler fed early game. Get him like 3 or 4 kills, because then he can impact all the lanes with the extra gold he's got.
Yeah.
You don't want your jungler to be the only one on your team who's fed, because when you get to this late game point, you're fighting as 4s and 5s. If your jungler dies, the rest of your team just has nothing.
Yeah, we saw this a lot during something that we casted recently, which was the Schalke sort of scouting days.
Yeah. That's exactly what they were called.
Yes, they were called the Schalke scouting days. There was a guy called Broxer. A lot of you might know him in the European jungle scene. He would always go super fed in the early game, and then he would really aggressively push into heavy damage. And then eventually, once the enemy team got to a point where they could burst someone down, they used to target Broxer, and then no one else had the damage output to basically keep up with him. Now, it would be good for MNM had the rest of the team managed to step up to a damage potential that was similar. And to be honest, in a way that they have, but they've actually also given XL a lot of time with their assassin-type composition. Look at this, though. This is interesting.
This is sneaky. I love this. So Furion repels across the wall. Even with the Scuttle Crab there, Furion can tank up this for quite a while. They try and use the plants as well to get extra damage in, because it's a Liandry's tournament. And here comes Smiley. They come in just as soon as they know they can just get it away. And the Baron falls, and that is just magnificent play by MNM to sneak that one right under XL's noses.
Yeah, XL had absolutely no idea that was going on. Now they're going to try and take the Dragon off the map, but with the fact they were able to recall so quickly and with that boost in terms of movement speed, Lucchesi's going to try and pick someone off here.
Furion is a difficult target to try and pick off. Does do a huge amount of work. Has to dodge the cocoon. Lucchesi will get away. Curtain Call used. The Dragon has been started. There is a great stop with that tidal wave. Jokerism jumped on here by Larssen. Is caught out though. Here comes Lucchesi once again across the wall. Furion looking for Kagoon. He flashes in onto Lucchesi. Tries to take out that army but just can't get the damage down.
Jokerism
snipes off Smiley XD. Only Angel knocks Scutzy into the wall, but that's not the target you want. Haddo locked up. XL starting to excel in these fights. Jokerism with a triple kill equalizes the scoreline at 20 kills all.
Oh my word, Jokerism making this Varus pick work in his favor. No one able to touch him. That's the one issue. You don't really have solid dive. Once that Jhin ultimate's down, Jokerism's basically a free man in every situation. You have to rely on only Angel to be able to take him out in the backline, but that's not going to happen very easily. The only other way you make it happen is by Larssen jumping in with Flash, Hemoplague jumping down with that Sanguine Pool as well, but that wasn't available for him either. And XL, with no one touching Jokerism, were just able to get snipe after snipe after snipe of that heavy damage piercing arrow coming out, and now they're looking to capitalize on it off the back of an Infernal Drake too. With the fact that this Baron might not get used very effectively by MNM, would you say it's worth that you take Infernal Drake?
Well, yeah, getting the Infernal Drake is great.
I wouldn't say it's worth in total for losing it for free, but it's definitely not exactly rubbing salt in the wounds.
In all honesty, it's probably almost a negative Baron play here, because they lose 1 tower in the top side and 3 kills, and they lose an Infernal Drake. I'd love to have the counter up to show how much gold the swing was there, but I'm pretty sure that's a negative Baron.
That's a negative swing, I think, at this point in time. There's still Baron remaining, but they aren't able to use it as effectively right now because all waves are pushed in XL's favor, and off the back of that fight, XL pick up an Infernal Drake. This is what I was saying. Is it worth it for XL?
Like, definitely.
It's never worth it to lose Baron, but that Baron play.
That's probably the best Baron they could have lost.
It's the best Baron they could have lost. That's the best way of putting it. It is the best Baron they could have lost because they came out on top of that fight too. And a lot of that was due to Lucchesi's ability to push Furion low, and that forced out the ultimate from Smiley. And like you said, one key moment was Orcs' ability to just instantaneously use the wave, knock that ultimate down from Smiley. That kept Smiley in such a separated position from the team fight that XL had already dealt with the majority of the front line from MNM. And by the time that Smiley came, he was just a suspect to a singular arrow flying out of the way.
This matchup now is vital. Tolkien and Only Angel. Whoever wins this out basically wins it out for their team. It's a Bloodthirster, Maw, Black Cleaver, Pickaxe Tolkien, and he is melting through Only Angel.
Yeah, I think one of the key items now for the fact that Tolkien is doing so well is the Bloodthirster. One of the issues that Jace's has, if he doesn't go down the Bloodthirster route, you just get out-sustained by Poppy because of that shield. Yeah. Now he's got the Bloodthirster, it actually makes that later game matchup a little bit easier for him. Once he picks up the Last Whisper, it's going to be even easier for him as well. Having that pickaxe is obviously going to be building towards that at some point. So adding that Bloodthirster in is something that makes this Jace split push matchup a little bit easier and sometimes even tilts it in your favor because actually Poppy cannot put out enough damage to offset what your Bloodthirster brings for you in terms of sustain. So I like this from Tolkien. He's probably going to be able to split push effectively versus Only Angel, but the Thornmail will start to do some work for him now.
I think the Thornmail just got completed as
yeah,
well.
It did.
Yeah, just now. It's going to be a difficult one. I mean, I think you can still out-sustain it if you get enough damage down. The risk is always going to be if Only Angel gets joined by Furion, there's no real escape for you. You have no tankiness in your kit inherently, and you have no tankiness in any of the items you put.
And if there's a time for Furion to impact that split push lane, it's probably now, because there's not a lot else on the map that you can lose elsewhere. With Baron not coming up for maybe another 4 minutes or so, you really don't have to worry about trying to affect that split push lane right now, because obviously the only things that you have to worry about are tier 2 top and mid lane, which are going to be hard for hard for XL to siege with the way these minion waves are lined up. So yeah, I wouldn't mind Furion trying to impact that bot lane right now.
Let's have a quick look across item spikes for both of these teams. I really want to focus on mid lane. Rabadon's Muello Nomicon, Abyssal, Void Staff, and an Elixir of Sorcery before Sorcerer's Shoes have been picked up here on Lucchesi, and then it's a Rylai's Void, Proto Belt, and almost a Rabadon's for Larssen. So perhaps MNM just waiting on that final item for Larssen before they start another fight.
Yeah, I think that's a big item for them as well. Larssen will be able to do what Lucchesi did, heal huge amounts back, and also basically 1v5 in some scenarios too. I think the Sorcery Shoes is basically saying, I know that I have to impact a fight quickly and soon, so the only issue is there's lots of anti-healing coming out from XL, and we've seen that from time to time, and that's been putting pressure onto Larssen. Like 50% reduction in healing is huge for Vladimir. It basically combos with the Ignite, combos with that area, that patch of ground, the desecrated ground that comes out.
They're just giving this up. This is an inhibitor tower just gone. They give it up straight away. Curtain Call will come down to try and lock them out. Lucchesi the target, but Vlad's still back in base. Furion not there yet either. And that's a free inhibitor tower. They burn the teleport as well. XL win out that fight without really doing much.
Do you know what you said about them waiting for Larsen's Rabadons? It feel like they took that a little bit too seriously.
Yeah, he went back for it, and then they tried to like stop the fight. Tolkien has to flash away. Fury in there with the fight. Hadou gets caught up in the acrobatics, but here's Lucchesi, takes out Smiley by himself off towards the backside, gets exhausted.
Oh,
Hadou
he takes him
almost goes
solo.
down as well. Larsen doing work, though. He will take out Jokerism, and Furion manages to pick up Lucchesi. It's all up to Tolkien and Scudzy, and they really can't do much here. They need to get away, but they've lost 4 members of their team already. Larsen with a great triple kill. The Rabadon's working out dividends for him there, and Scudzy has no escape from Furion, and Only Angel will get popped into the GA. But that was an absolutely prodigious play by Larsen to pick up 3 kills in the fight.
So I told you the only way you get to the backline of Excel is by flashing in, Hemoplaguing, ghosting, and whatever else. Well, Larsen had everything up, and he just hit that big spike of Rabadon. So Jokerism, Orcs, very isolated in that backline because Tolkien got split off right at the start of the fight. Huge for MNM because that just meant that Larsen could 1v2 in that backline so easily. It's difficult as an army to lock down the Vladimir, and with that bot lane minion wave pushing in as well, that's huge. But as
Elder Drake is on the card, and this is double mountain alongside the Elder. There's no steal here for Excel, no ability for them to get anywhere near it. Baron up in only 20 seconds as well. Elder straight to Baron is probably the call here for MNM. They've got that mid lane pushing in as well, and that's 40% extra damage to Baron here. So this is going to go down like an absolute sack of bricks.
Yeah, and with Scudzy down for 10 seconds, you don't imagine that XL are even going to be able to respond in time. What a huge play by Larsen in that team fight. Might have single-handedly cleaned up the game here for MNM from what looked like a very good XL comeback. Look how quick, I mean, look how quickly that goes down.
That is beautiful amounts of damage. Well played by MNM. You know, the thing was as well, because they were all coming back to the fight, even though they gave up the inhibitor tower, they were all pretty much full HP. And so there was no poke that had already gone down from Tolkien or Jokerism. Even though Lucchesi was able to get on that backline, took out Smiley XD, he wasn't the main target in that fight. Larsen was the main target. He's the one doing all the damage now. And Smiley XD needs to be caught out by a stray piercing arrow or shock blast. He can't be the target for Lucchesi.
Tolkien was also separated off to the sides. He was never able to put pressure onto Larsen either. He's gone down. I think that's even Mortal Reminder that he's gone.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. They
And
really
one on Jokerism as well.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that Larsen can't do what he's been doing for the rest of the game so far, just healing up like crazy. And without all those summoner spells, he has got the Ghost. It might be a point where actually they can just win out through poke at this point. Scudzy has just stood still. I think it's a bit of a DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to wait for this.
That's really nice from MNM as well, because as soon as they saw Scudzy just standing still, they were just like, okay, we're back off. Not going to do anything about this. Decide they don't want the fight. And the thing is here, because Larsen already got that turret, it's pretty important. Do you not realize that?
No, I just want to say a big shout out to our new sponsor.
Oh, yes. Yeah, big shout out to our new sponsor, and Kyanite Space all over my YouTube now. If I ever forget to turn ad block on, just like the Omen Challenge by Kyanite.
And Kyanite singing.
Operatic voice. Oh, Kai, we love you, man, but please don't sing again.
I like his singing voice, mate.
Do you?
No. Yeah, big shout out to Omen by HP. They are a new sponsor for the series.
And
so,
AOC Gaming, of course, as well, who have been our sponsor since week 1.
And obviously Game.
And Game. And Insomnia. Good old Insomnia. Make sure you stay awake, or you'll... well, you will have insomnia if you stay awake. 59 is coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. I think it's the second weekend of December. And all of the UK Masters finals are going to be played on that Friday, starting off with BYOC as well for all of you guys. If you want to bring your computers and play League of Legends or Hearthstone, CSGO, and Battlefield 1.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the game you guys want to watch that weekend. It's going to be immense.
No spoilers. Anyway, we're going into... hopefully, maybe there's sort of a good siege, anti-siege coming out from XL. You're seeing that their poker's having a huge effect now against MNM, and Larsen is being forced back time and time again, especially with that Mortal Reminder being there for both Jokerism and Lucchesi. The only issue I have with Mortal Reminder is now obviously you're going to become slightly less effective against Only Angel, but Only Angel isn't the biggest issue for you right now.
Both of them have quite a lot of armor shred anyway.
Yeah.
So you've still got the last armor penetration,
yeah,
and you've got Black Cleaver, and you've got Yumu.
Lord Dominic's is better against high HP targets, so actually, you know, it's good against a lot of, just do this.
It's a bit of a kettle of fish, you know? Do you want the COD? Do you want the Haddock? COD is better against the Vladimir, Haddock better against the Poppy. Yeah, I'll take the ones against Vlad, because he's the one really doing the damage.
Yeah, and I agree. So I think
Get
that...
yourself a bit of COD.
I'm
I'm quite hungry, can you tell? Love you too, mate. This is for pick and ban. This is pick and ban all over again. Just like you listing off all the champions that have been picked while I sit here looking at you.
Yeah, did I do that?
Yes, you did.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you sure?
We're not going to get into our little love tifts
Are you
on
sure?
screen
Are you
again.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We'll watch it again at some point.
Okay, anyway, let's sort of get back to
Yeah,
let's
so
get back to the game.
One thing I did want to mention, Larssen was able to get that turret off the kill, so they've got mid lane inhibitor tower down.
Yeah.
How do you think that affects this push as they try to look for that inhibitor?
It just means it's a little bit risk-free now for if they want to go for a hard engage. The problem is they have to hard engage with Smiley, really, because not many other people have that form of hard engaging other than Furion's flash engage, which can be sometimes risky, especially depending on what target you try and choose. Larssen now can't dive into the backline as easily. He has got Ghost. Only Angel's now looking to anti-siege with that Keeper's Verdict.
It could work out well. You catch Lucchesi with that.
There's the flash.
Goes in, flash, Q, not going to connect. Here's Lucchesi jumping around with the Spirit Rush. Larssen jumps in, Haddo's dead. Tolkien in from the side, takes him out. Smiley's still alive though. Scudzy trying to face up against Larssen. Tolkien now falls as well. Scudzy goes down, and the snipe onto Lucchesi got caught out with the deadly flourish. M&M win the fight. 3 kills to 1.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think Larssen's just doing too much damage. Although Tolkien making a really good play by himself there, he wasn't able. Oh my word! Yeah,
Smiley XD is doing so much work. This is Elder Drake. This is tower damage as well. A 3-shot tower from the Jhin, and it looks like it's going to be game. Only Jokerism left alive for XL, and M&M say thank you very much. We'll take your Nexus, and we'll take the series 2-0.
Yeah, that was just Elder Drake. Also, you got to the late game where Larssen just did so much damage. Even though Lucchesi jumped in and got away from that flash engage by Furion, Larssen was able to single-handedly zone Ahri away from the fight. So Ahri had little to no impact to that backline, which just meant that it was XD Smiley left by himself. And although Haddo got taken out, that's, again, key target sometimes. Not really the best target you want to take out when trying to defend against a massive siege going onto your Nexus turrets. And I think in the most player, XL just got outscaled. Like, we talked about this at the start. You had to kind of win early as XL's composition. Although they really put on a valiant show in terms of comeback potential. I really feel like you needed to win earlier on as XL. You needed to win that mid lane. You needed to win that top lane. You needed to snowball from there, because as you got towards the later game, it was just too strong, especially when the Vladimir, like you said, picked up that very important item spike of the Rabadon's death cap. It just had huge impacts in these team fights for M&M, and yeah, give credit to Fury and his early game pressure, stopped that snowballing from XL, and probably sealed the majority of the game for them.
Yep, it was a mountainous task for XL to get back into it. Tolkien tried to lead the Fellowship of the Ring over those Misty Mountains, but just stopped just before the peak Saruman having his magic in the form of M&M, who win it out 2-0. We'll be back with our next series in just a couple of seconds, guys. Make sure you stay tuned.
Alright, so a while back I sold out to Game, who paid me money and gave me a load of free stuff just for mentioning their deals on my channel. Well, Game have decided to offer the same sweet deal to any other gamers who fancy selling out to them. All you have to do is go to this website, fill out a form, and then their marketing people will be in touch, or something like that. In my opinion, you should all do this. That's just my opinion. Hi everyone. Two really weird things have happened this week. First, I signed this legally binding contract and got paid a load of money to advertise games deals. And then, literally, a couple of days after that, I managed to get NBA 2K17 for the low price of $34.99 on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One at Game, saving £15. Ah, crazy days.
Sona was totally paying attention.
I thought there were going to be more VTs. Welcome back to the UK Masters. I'm Sona. I'm joined by Xscandral, and we're leading into the next game of the day. It's Perilous Void versus the other team.
Sensei.
Sensei, that's the one. Paid a lot of attention thus far. I'm Sona. This is Xscandral. As I just said, I had to say it twice because we're just twice as good as any other casters you'll find in the UK Masters studio tonight, which is 0 casters. Anyway. Big games, big games. Now, this is actually quite an interesting game because Perilous Void have looked a lot stronger recently. Sensei perhaps a bit weaker than they've been before, and they've made a couple of subs as well across the side. So, Nonce Hunter... I can't say this name without giggling. Nonce Hunter 69 has been brought in. I can hear production laughing as well. And Vixie has been brought in here for Brixton as well. Brixton, of course, taking some time out to look after himself. Nonce Hunter 69 being brought in. Interesting.
Vixie's in for Perilous Void's mid laner.
Yeah, that was Brixton.
No,
Brixton was Nonce
Brixton
Hunter.
was Sensei's mid
Who
laner.
is Perilous Void's? Who is Perilous Void's mid laner then? Ah, I got you here.
Don't remember.
Is that a guy? No, wait, because it was Tywin was subbed out
For Sensei.
for Sensei.
And now Victor's come in.
Oh, Svictor. So who's Vixie? Was he in here last week?
She, and I think
Are you sure
maybe.
it's she?
Yes, I'm
Just
pretty.
because it's Vixie.
No, pretty certain.
Cool. Well, we'll make sure we use the right pronouns. We are gender fluid here on UK Masters. Vixie in for Brixton, as you say.
not in for Brixton.
Vixie. Okay, dim the lights. We're taking this whole
Let's go
segment
again, guys. Go,
Dim
guys.
the
Dim the
lights.
lights. Dim the
We're doing
lights.
it
Dim the
all
lights. Dim
again.
the lights.
We get one. Here we go. Dim the lights.
Okay.
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 Let me just take a second. I hope I'm okay. Xscandral, we cannot mess it up that
Wait,
badly
I'll lead
again.
you in.
Omen Challenge. Hello and welcome back to the UK Masters, guys. I'm Sona, this is Xscandral, and we have Perilous Void playing up against Sensei. A couple of interesting additions to these squads. Brixton and Tywin have been knocked out of the Sensei squad. It's Victor and Nonce Hunter 69 going in. And Vixie is in for Perilous Void as well. Interesting lineups. We're already into picks and bans. Xscandral's going to stop laughing for me in a second. Let's get right into the action, guys. Have a look at this. Rumble and Aurelion Sol banned out across the sides already.
That's interesting. Rumble being taken off the map. I haven't seen Avril play a lot of Rumble thus far.
Hunter 69. Who calls himself that? What is that? Can you see the... Anyway. Yes.
I'm sure
Aurelion
that must
Sol.
be someone that we know. There's just a Smurf or something.
If not, that is the best name I've ever had to cast in a game of League of Legends. Even better than XD Smiley XD. Poppy and Jace, the next two bans coming out here as well. So a lot of top lane focus from Perilous Void.
Yeah, now Poppy and Jace, specifically Poppy against Avril, that's been a very key pick for Sensei in the top lane. Jace going against Artorias this time. Artorias has had some good performances on Jace thus far. I want to see what Nonce Hunter 69 picks up this game because, you know, he's going to be really, I think, a huge impact player for Sensei here. I mean, who wouldn't be as a Nonce Hunter 69?
Right, he's going to try and hunt those nonces. Does play a lot of Twisted Fate.
Do you know what the word nonce means, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's fine. We're on the same page. And how stupid that name is.
Anyway, at least the next ban and Nidalee as well. Svictor, haven't seen a lot of him. Don't know a huge amount about what he plays. I know his name is Victor, which allows him to be that Svictor. A lot of Rek'Sai and Elise and Thresh as well on his most played champions by mastery points. Don't think he'd be playing Thresh out of the jungle, but Syndra already locked in. Caitlyn and Olaf locked in response for Sensei.
So Syndra makes obvious sense here. Basically, tier 1 mid laner, the best mid laner in most scenarios that you can pick up. They're going to get that in very quickly. Inax and Olaf sorry, I say Inax. I associate Inax so heavily with Caitlyn that I've just said Inax. Caitlyn is a huge priority pick, and we've seen this a lot for Sensei. They do pick up Caitlyn on first rotation for Inax, and Olaf going into this Victor, a very good jungler in a lot of scenarios, up there at the top tiers.
Yeah, Nidalee was that final ban as well, so that strong S-tier jungler not really on the cards. Lee Sin and Karma picked up here for Perilous Void. They're going to counterpick the jungle and then look towards that support as well.
So I'm just looking to see what Sensei run with at this point in time. Now, they could be thinking about their mid lane pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see their top lane pick come through now, but I would actually prefer them to see picking up their support. So maybe picking up something like the Zyra to run with the Nami, or rather the Nami or the Zyra. They are thinking about potentially Braum. I think mid lane and support rotation here is fine. They are going to go with Kejuri taking up the Braum, and
Vladimir picked up for Nonce Hunter as well. I like the Vladimir picking for Syndra, always known as perhaps a slight counter, you know, pretty safe in the lane. When I say counter, I mean someone who can actually survive against Syndra.
Post 6, totally, you have the ability to duel quite well into Syndra because you can negate her ultimate. But in general, earlier on, you won't do very well in trades, which is what you'll often see Vladimir just hang back. I'm going to sneeze, Sona. You continue talking.
Okay, well, you try not to sneeze into the microphone. It looks like it's a Lux hover here, which is a little bit odd to me. It's not going to get picked. Braum and Caitlyn in the bottom lane. You've still got AD carry here for Perilous Void as well, with Jhin on the cards. Actually looks like it's going to be the Ezreal locked in. Yeah,
Ezreal, and I think Arturia's taking the Gnar here makes a lot of sense. Now, what would I pick if I were Sensei at this point in time? You have got that top lane pick to make. A lot of top lane is off the board now for Avril. Could consider Kennen or Irelia.
Yeah, Kennen and Irelia does make sense. I just want to go back to that Gnar. You know, Gnar's pretty safe, but with the pop you have the cards of Rumble and the Jace, lots of people may have reverted back to something like a Trundle, who's perhaps a little bit safer in that top lane.
No, I think Gnar is probably one of the safest top lanes you can take in a lot of scenarios. Especially blind, Trundle can be punished by some picks quite heavily, especially Kennen, for instance, does quite well into Trundle.
Two blind picks then for Perilous Void as they have the Lee Sin as well.
Hey I wouldn't be surprised to see Kennen run in here though for Sensei, or like we said, the... Ooh, that's interesting.
We did not say the Fiora.
No, we didn't say the Fiora.
And it is going to be locked in, so an aggressive top laner here into the Gnar.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I wouldn't have predicted that, to be honest. I probably myself would have gone down the Kennen route personally, because it does all right into the Gnar, or the Irelia does quite well into the Gnar as well. But you have to think about where they want to run with their composition now. You know, you've got Fiora. This basically locks you into mainly a split push role. We have tried seeing Fioras try to impact team fights, and unless you're majorly ahead, sometimes it's very difficult as a Fiora to do that, especially against an Ezreal and Karma. Yeah. You're probably not going to be team fighting as Fiora now. On the side of Sensei, this makes you put yourself into a complete split push role, and the rest of your team is going to be basically clearing waves and sieging.
How does she work in a split push into the Gnar though? Because Gnar, as soon as she gets like Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet, known to be very safe, difficult, has that 3-hit passive as well with the Hyper. It's a very difficult split push. My only other thought was maybe she's there to try and assassinate that Syndra.
Yeah, but again, like, it's so difficult for Fiora to impact hard CC team fights and team fights that can kite very easily. You've got Inspire, Mantra Inspire from Prosper. That basically negates any ability for Fiora to get onto your backline. So, yeah, you're stuck in a split push now versus Gnar. You have to hope that you can 1v1 him, and I think you can, obviously, when your ultimate's up. If you can bait out that Mega Gnar, you can juke around the Gnar ultimate and the Wallop. Maybe there is that chance for you to 1v1 him, but for the most part, I don't think this is a lane matchup that Fiora is going to have too much success in. Again, I would have majorly preferred the Irelia or the Kennen, because at least then you can impact the backline. You can jump in with your Slicing Maelstrom and then combo that in with the Vladimir Flash Hemoplague. I genuinely feel like Kennen might have been the safer pick, or even more relevant pick to your team composition here, but Avril maybe not comfortable there, choose to go for the Fiora, but it does limit what you can do as a team.
Now, if I recall correctly, Perilous Void actually picked up their first win in a best of 2, so they went 1-1, actually drew the best of 2, but got their first win in the UK Masters last week. They are on a bit of a high. Sensei, we haven't seen them really play to the performance perhaps they could do. They're sort of sitting below TCA, sitting near sort of UK Legends kind of level. Do you think they're a better team than that, or do you think that they needed to bring in these changes to actually impact their gameplay?
It's very difficult to say. I genuinely think Tyrion was one of the major reasons that Sensei performed at the level they did, because Tyrion was very good at vision control and was very good at making split game-changing decisions, like late-game team fight decisions and shot calling, Tyron seemed to be the one on point with that. Unless Svictor has equally as good vision control as Tyron, I actually think Sensei become an immediately weaker team. And I'm not saying that in a harsh way. One of the major reasons that Sensei were good was because of their exquisite vision control. We always praised them for it, every single game. And a lot of it was mediated by Tyron. Svictor's going to have to perform at that level. Otherwise, I think a lot of why Sensei was good has gone out the window.
Sensei actually remind me a lot of TCA about 6 months to a year ago. They're a very similar team. Macro play, you can see what they're thinking a lot of the time. They might not have the skills to actually enact it, but a lot of the time they had the awareness of the game to make some plays here or there. If they continue to develop in that way, I could see them, hitting top 5, top 6 or so. At the moment, not quite there.
I'd probably be on that level as well. I think Sensei are your 6th place-ish team in the UK right now, 6th, 7th there. I think there are teams that are just better than them. I think the taking away of Tyron was specifically a weaker move for them. I think Brixton was improving. I think maybe Nonce. I don't know how Hunter. I'm going to call him Hunter. I don't know what the trade-up between Hunter and Brixton is going to be like. I've never seen Hunter play. But I think Brixton was improving steadily throughout his gameplay, and I think
in solo queue,
yeah, exactly. In solo queue, he was going up through the ladder, so it's interesting to me that I think Brixton made his own decisions about Sensei. I don't want to go too much into it, but I genuinely think Brixton was becoming a slightly more dependable, really good mid laner for the UK scene. The Tyron move doesn't make any sense to me because I feel like that was one of the biggest win conditions for Sensei.
Again, that might be Tyron stepping down.
Yeah, it might be. Look, I don't know. I don't know anything about what happened there for Tyron, and I'm making a decision. I'm making a comment based on what the only information that I know right now, which is that he is gone, and I don't know why he's gone. But I think it's detrimental for the team that he has gone. Unless there was internal moves that means the team is happier this way, I think it's detrimental for the team that Tyron's gone. So unless their vision control is as good as it was previously, I think that Sensei become a weaker team in my books.
Do they become weak enough to lose to Perilous
Yes,
Void,
absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely, because Perilous Void have been performing better and better over the season. They are a team that has actually got really good synergy. I think the one...
Didn't he play for Synergy's Angels?
Hey, I think one of the major win conditions for Sensei, however, is Inax. Because Inax, the god, he is a fantastic Caitlyn player. So you get to a late game, Caitlyn can basically single-handedly carry anyway. So I think this is going to be a big win condition here for Sensei. Svictor's actually, I don't know much about him at all. Apparently was Challenger though, so.
Yep. Well, Nonce Hunter apparently was nothing. So it's an interesting one. Doesn't actually have any banner around him. Might, as you say, like I think we assume Hunter is a Smurf or is someone's second account and just hasn't been leveled up. We are into the action onto Summoner's Rift. Perilous Void versus a new look Sensei. It's going to be a great best of 2. An absolute barnstormer, I am sure. Perhaps slightly less on the macro side and more on the action-packed fighting side. It's exactly what we want to see as we get onto the Rift for the second time today.
Here we go. It is this this wind-up now, this best of 2 series between Perilous Void and Sensei. What is it going to look like? What is Sensei going to look like? What is their vision control going to be like compared to what it was previously? I think that's a big thing for them. We haven't really talked about these compositions. I'm just going to let Sona do that while I just unplug my microphone for a second.
You're going to sneeze again. It's Gnar, Lee Sin, and Syndra, Ezreal, and Karma on the side of Perilous Void. It's
I'm back.
Fiora, Olaf, Vlad, Caitlyn, and Braum. So you talked about a little bit how they put themselves in this sort of 1 and 4 composition on the side of Sensei because they've got that. Did I just say for Perilous Void? I'm pretty sure I got those team names the wrong way around.
Anyway,
on the blue,
it
red.
doesn't matter because, like you said, I want to just touch on these team compositions a little bit more before we move through the game and things start to get a little bit shaky. Avril has locked himself basically into a split push role because, like you said, against Inspire Mantra or Mantra Inspire coming out from Prospero, it's going to be very difficult unless Fiora gets a major flank position to impact a team fight. You have good dive coming out in a 4-man dive, and then obviously Fiora can join dives if that's what they want to make happen. You have got Braum, you have got Olaf, Vladimir, and Caitlyn, all of whom can have impact in siege and dive. And with the Caitlyn traps and the fact that you can block quite nicely any kind of wave clear coming out on the Braum, then maybe, they have that ability to siege as a 4-man. But Avril has to have pressure in the side lane to make that happen. And against Artorias' Gnar, you feel like that might be difficult because Artorias, despite everything you say about him being feast or famine, he's always performed very admirably on Gnar, and you'd expect him in this matchup to do quite well into the Fiora.
Inex and Kedru will take away the Gromps. Victor's just soloing that blue, something we do see a lot from Olaf. Avril got himself a mini Krug to start off. Of course, a lot of these things ability to get this early level 2 is going to be changed when we get around to the PBE update. I believe it's tomorrow, actually. The jungle change has come out. So it'll be a very interesting one. If you are trying to climb the ladder tonight, make sure you've got this on your second monitor. I'm stuck in platinum.
I know, mate. I was about to give you a little pat on the back.
I didn't really play that much this year.
You
so
didn't,
I can't really
actually.
feel that bad about it. And I've accepted it. You know, Plat is still top 5, top 10% of
Yes,
players.
look, don't talk yourself down. You're a very good player. You're a very good player, mate.
Not at the moment, obviously. But Inax and Prosper, much better than I, are looking to see what they can do into Schoolboy P and Kajuri. I said Inax and Prosper, they're on separate teams.
They are.
So they are still very good players, but fighting up against each other in this game. Avro's taking a slight CS lead here, only ever so slight. We'll be about 3 as this wave gets cleared out by Artorias. How do you win this lane if you're Avro? How do you get this Fiora snowball?
I think you just have to pressure Artorias before he can get early Frozen Mallet in, because you don't think you go Black Cleaver versus Fiora unless you're just sort of expecting her to at least have some defense on board. I think just having Frozen Mallet gives you so much better win conditions in terms of the 1v1. You could go Black Cleaver if you're really far ahead and just want to punish her consistently, because that damage output that you have will be insane. But if you are going even, it's not really snowballing in your favor. Genuinely think that the Frozen Mallet is a safer pick for Artorias here. He's going to let Fiora push him to turret consistently, so it does mean that it's going to be difficult to put pressure onto Artorias from the jungle, which could have been one of the sort of win conditions that Victor could have looked for. But I really want to talk about this composition from PV, because we haven't really talked about it so now. I've really been harping on about Sensei for the most part, but there's good siege coming up from Perilous Void. The problem is that they're going to be running into a Braum, who is probably one of the best anti-siege supports there is, because of that ability to block those projectiles coming through with the Unbreakable. Look at this though, Artorias already struggling.
If Avro can spot the Vitals, definitely can win out. Ignite down on Inax, has to jump away with the flash. Kajiri gets off to safety as well. Sankas came in for the first gank of the game. Meanwhile, Victor just says, okay, I'll take away some of your jungle, smite away that wolf as well. And actually pings there, danger pings coming out from Perilous Void, so they probably know that Victor has gone a little bit aggressive with his counter jungler.
Apologies if you can hear me sniffing. I'm on the sort of the back end of a cold still.
It's right, man.
It's
better than being on the front end of a cold.
It is. You're incredibly correct. MCM Conflu still
lurking.
Still lurking, mate. Still lurking.
I just gave it to my girlfriend and then was very happy. She's been coughing up a lung. I've just been sitting there happy as a Larry. And Perilous Void will try and be happy as they can be in this game as well. Artorias has taken a little bit of poke, has to use that pot already. Victor just farming himself up in the jungle. It's a pretty even game to start off with, but Avro is showing us that he can proc those Vitals with the lunge into auto attack quite effectively.
Yeah, he's really putting pressure onto Artorias here. I think that's where you do end up winning the game, is earlier on. So if you try and get 6 and just pressure Artorias consistently, you are going to start to lose once he picks up these better 1v1 items, things like that Frozen Mallet, maybe even Black Cleaver, like he said, if he thinks that being aggressive is the way to go. I tend to play a little bit reserved in this matchup, because I think just the ability to kite Fiora is far stronger than your ability to win out in a 1v1 with Black Cleaver, but we'll see where he runs with it.
Sankas has been looking for these ganks. He's looking at Hunter in the middle lane at the moment. Going to see if he can perhaps get something out of this. Vixie is almost level 6. Probably needs a wave and a little bit to get there. Maybe even will get it off this wave. Nonce Hunter almost there as well. Sankas looking to see what he can do here. Vixie is near the mid lane, but not really coming in for the counter gank yet. They want to get onto Hunter before he hits 6. But there he goes. Puts it. And now has the Hema Plague up. And actually, Prosper is going to join this in as well.
Wow.
Has the Mantrid Inspire. They're putting a lot of pressure here. Schoolboy is free. There's the Scatter the Weak. There's the stun. There's the damage onto Hunter. He will try and flash away. Sankas Pool used as well. Sankas goes for the chase. Hunter almost down. Survives through the Unleashed Power. Almost takes out Sankas in return. And the 3-man gank in the mid lane gives them nothing.
Absolutely. A lot of resources invested, but not a lot lost for them, because they weren't really getting huge amounts from the other lanes. So that 3-man gank, a little bit of experience lost for Prosfair, but otherwise nothing major here. Actually, we're going to see Sankas receiving a lot of pressure from Victor.
Going for this. Oh, if that last Undertow had hit, he would have had it.
Yeah.
Very happy to dive under.
Sankas had flash, to be fair. So if he thought he was going to get hit, he might have been able to get away.
And that is one thing that I said there wasn't much gained for Perilous Void in the mid lane. They did get both of the summoners out of Hunter and had him use that Hemo Plague as well, so they can perhaps try and get a repeat gank off. Sankas trying to farm up his bottom side jungle. Needs to get to level 6 as soon as possible, really. That's when he starts to have the most impact on Lee. Almost dies to the Krugs. He actually has to stop doing them because of how low he was.
Yeah, I think he is just going to back off here and Probably pick up that Caulfield's Warhammer at this point in time. That's a bit of an early item spike for Lee Sin. Looks to put pressure down. He's actually going to invest in some movement speed rather than that, and picks up a pink ward, so investing in vision. And let's have a look at the vision control here for Sensei. It is a lot lower than it was previously. There are not a lot of wards on the map right now. In fact, I would say there are 2 wards. There's one in the deep side blue jungle and one just protecting that bot lane sort of rush on the river side here for KaJuRi and Inax.
Victor has only just gone back to get his tracker's knife though,
Yeah,
so
okay.
we'll be able to now get perhaps a little bit more vision in the enemy jungle.
Sure.
I think like this is where you need to see the comparison between Victor and Tyrant, in my opinion. Saying early game it was a little bit unfair on him perhaps, but we'll see now if he is able to get that vision.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time outside of base, and this is where he's going to come through that tracker's knife. Like you said, he's going to start clearing wards out. KaJuRi now is trying to pressure this pink ward here for Schoolboy and Prosfair, but he will not be able to do by himself. Actually, Inax is looking to relieve pressure on KaJuRi by pushing this wave up.
That's exactly what you want to do, because Schoolboy P now has to decide between getting farm or protecting the pink ward. Now they'll come up. Artorias going to dodge out some damage in the top lane. Avil trying to put it back in response. Artorias jumps in, but very happy to trade into Avil when he's in that Mega Gnar form. He's gone for Giant's Belt first as well, just to be a little bit harder to kill in that top side of the map.
Absolutely. Sankas is going to take away this red buff. That will get him to level 6. Now you can start to have an impact more frequently as Lee Sin. But look at the defensive vision control coming out from Perilous Void. Very solid from them. They're going to clear away some early pressure put down by Victor in terms of using that tracker's knife. And they are retaining good, solid defensive vision of their jungles, which is something that Sensei were previously very good at. But I have to give credit, Sensei have not exactly been lackluster on their vision either. They've got good vision in that mid lane, and now picked up a pink ward for that bot lane too. And also, most entrances from the rivers are covered for their laners. So at least they've got anti-gank warding down at this point in time, which against the Lee Sin is very important. I would like to see some defensive vision in that mid lane, or rather sort of gank patterns that you could expect Lee Sin to take post 6, and you're
Especially
seeing it.
bottom side of mid
Yeah,
lane.
and you do see a good ward. I call this the Furion ward, by the way, because Furion, especially blue side, loves to jump over the Razorbeak camp and make a kick play onto the mid laner with Larson, if your blue side is Eminem, and that ward there will spot Furion out if he was to do that, so I call it the Furion ward. That's come down for Victor. He's put a little bit of defensive
They've
vision
just got a
control
really good ward as well on the bottom side of mid lane,
Yeah.
just near the Razorbeak. So it's good pressure from Sensei. There is a pink there that will spot it out, and it means Syndra can go across. Avril here, Sanka's looking for the gank. Here's Victor though. Dragon's Rage kick, Avril knocks into the wall and will go down. First blood. As Victor not able to keep his top laner alive. However, he is a massive Olaf. Artorias trying to jump away. Undertow not connecting. Last one comes out, doesn't hit either, and Sankas will be able to escape as well. Victor not able to capitalize. Hunter caught out by Vixie. Does have the unleashed power. Hunter's going to try and turn it back onto the Syndra with the chase, with the ghost as well. Sangue Pool does get used, and Vixie able to ghost himself away.
Yeah, so Vixie gets away. She's pretty happy with that scenario there. Still even on CS to the Vladimir. Vladimir actually taking that defensive option in terms of the Spectre's Cowl. Very clever against a Syndra, but it's kind of like a less aggressive Vladimir build, especially with the changes that he had a couple of patches ago, I believe, where he got better with AP scaling. It does mean your damage output is going to be slightly reduced, but it does give you slightly more of an edge in terms of defensive control versus a Syndra burst. So that's always very good against her early. Early Spirit Visage versus Syndra means you're probably, in most situations, without help, not going to die 1v1, and you should be able to sustain quite nicely because the harass she can put down too. But Syndra is going to go for the Morellonomicon here, so she will have her own answers in that respect.
KaJuRi and Inax have done a pretty substantial job of keeping Schoolboy P locked out of farm here. He's sitting probably about 10 or so behind, or it's 14 at the moment, but hovering around that 10 to 15 mark. And it means there's a little bit of a gold lead as well on the side of Sensei, even though they're behind that 1 kill. 1,000 gold the lead. A bit of that in top lane as well. About 20 CS up there. Artorias trying to farm up it as he can. Struggling perhaps a little bit. Inax will get caught out low on mana here. Schoolboy P jumps in, but a great unbreakable from KaJuRi. Sanka's coming in as well. Has the Dragon's Rage, but doesn't have Flash. Can't go too deep on that Lee Sin.
No, he's going to be struggling there. Obviously, Karma wasn't able to land her snare in the right place, and Lee Sin unable to capitalize on it. And right now, game's still pretty silent in all respects. And the first blood obviously going in favor of Perilous Void, but CS advantages that have opened up in that top and bot lane means that the ever so slight gold advantage is going to lie here with Sensei, who have actually been pretty beyond what I expected them to do with their vision control this time round. They've got good control of that dragon area. Maybe not as heavy as what you'd see with Tyrion, but it's by no means lackluster. And you are forcing a lot of defensive vision coming out from Perilous Void. So give credit to Svictor. He's really filled that role in terms of controlling vision of jungle and river quite well. But Perilous Void, in their own way, have responded nicely too.
What are these teams waiting for at this point? Because both teams seem to be very happy just staying in the lane, farming themselves up, seeing if they can get a jungler gank here or there. Is there a point at which this changes and they say, okay, look, we need to start fighting now, otherwise we start to fall behind? Or actually, KGRE tries to flash in, Svictor onto Schoolboy P. There's the Glacial Fissure, not going to connect. Prospere, the new target, flashes away. They've still got heal as well if they want to try and get out of this one. Heal will be used late by Schoolboy P. There's the ace in the hole, and Prospere dies. Teleport in from Arturius, looking for the gank on towards Inax. Not going to be able to get there. Dragon's Rage, Svictor back. And KGRE scattered to the 9 wins. Will get taken out by Schoolboy P as well. 3 kills quickly for PB.
Yeah, over-aggression coming out from Sensei there. Again, good teleport coming through from the Gnar, but what can they do with it? Because now Gnar has given up a lot of pressure versus Averil in this side lane, and Artorias is going to have to back off and head back top very quickly, or was going to have to stick around and try and pressure this Caitlyn under tower, and that looks like that's what they're going to do. Try and put pressure onto Inax at this point in time. They're going to try and respond with their first turret of the game, which I think is very, very needed once you blow that teleport of the Gnar against the Fiora early on.
Vixie's really waiting for this Morellonomicon spike as well. He's not able to trade into that Vlad with the Spectre's Cowl and the Kindle Gem. Nonce Hunter just, every time, heals himself back up with the transfusions, with the Tides of Blood. Prospere looking for Avril here. We'll catch her out with the Inner Flame, but she can just lunge her way across the wall. And Avril escapes the deadly, deadly Karma support.
I actually really like this early rotation coming out from Prospere, allowing Artorias to stay in that bot lane, knowing that Karma, with decent wave clear at this level, is going to head up to that top lane and try and just clear Avril off. It means they retain their top lane tier 1. They get the early rotation now for their bot lane to move up to the top lane and start pressuring there. And now they can send Artorias bot lane and continue to just force pressure against Avril with that Frozen Mallet in band as well. So he has gone for that Frozen Mallet early. Svictor and KGRE.
Look for the steal here. There's the True Shot Barrage, doesn't quite get it. Svictor with a great smite. Sankas gets himself out, but that's the Mountain Drake going over to Sensei.
Sankas is also on his Lee Sin. It's something that we didn't talk about. He's one of his best jungle champions at this point in time, and he's always been very effective, especially post-6 at impacting lanes. And you can see here he's been involved in 100% of Perilous Void's kills so far. Perilous Void have now taken that early gold advantage because of the tower that they took down, and now they're going to start pressuring this top lane 1v1 as well. Because this is Ezreal and Karma, they've been pushing Inax very heavily into turret, because KGRE and Caitlyn, so Caitlyn and Braum, are not going to clear waves as effectively as a Karma and Ezreal are. So you're just seeing here that you're going to retain pressure in that top lane. And now with this Frozen Mallet, you should be able to retain pressure in that bot lane, the Gnar versus Fiora matchup. Although she has finished the Ravenous Hydra, so she's got a lot of sustain in the bag as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you said Avril really needs to get ahead in the early game. He's got himself a little bit of farm ahead, but not as far in favor as he would like to be at this point. Once again, it's a lot of pressure onto the bot lane in the top side of the map as Sankas and Svictor are looking for the fight. Now, Sankas will know Svictor's coming in, goes in, there's the Ragnarok, tries to knock him back, but not quite enough from Sankas with the Dragon's Rage, and they do get the first kill. Schoolboy P going to try and jump away, but Inax says, oh no, you don't, flashes in, and helps Svictor take the kill.
I think the kick went on to Svictor there during the Ragnarok. If that had been before Ragnarok or before after Ragnarok, then you would have been able to very easily look like Avril and Artorias. They're going toe-to-toe right now.
Challenge comes down. Avril trying to proc these vitals, but Artorias just stands next to the wall and says, you can't proc that one, mate. It's right against the wall, and the boomerang comes out. He'll take the kill. Artorias was winning that trade. Avril decided he needed to go all in. Just couldn't get the final vital.
Yeah, that was the 1v1 potential that the Frozen Mallet brings to this matchup. It's just too good for Fiora at this point in time. Very well played from Artorias, but it looks like Sankas and Vixie are joining up to go onto a big gank in this top lane.
Vixie's on her way, pops the Ghost, looking for KGRE or Inax. Scatter the weak on Inax, not going to be able to get too close. There's the resonating strike, Sonic Wave combo, and here comes Vixie. Now we'll just wait for that Unbreakable to go down, and then can take KGRE out of the action with the Unleashed Power. They'll turn their attentions over to Svictor, who is all by himself until Nonce Hunter gets here, but Hunter has turned away. Schoolboy P picks up his second kill of the game.
Really, really nice play there by Vixie and Sankus to maintain pressure on an overextended bot lane. They thought because Artorias was pressuring so hard in the bot lane that they needed to pressure in return, having picked up a really nice set of kills in the top lane. But the fact that the Sankus is still around to be able to there and pressure and push them back from turret, and the rotation that Vixie made after pushing Nonce into turret there, I don't know why I said that. That sounded so hilarious. I've now lost my train of thought. It just meant that they were able to combo very nicely following that and then pick up a super awesome set of kills, mainly because, and that sounds really stupid when I say that as well. super awesome.
Guys.
Mainly because all flashes from those three, all movement spells were burnt from the majority of that gank in the top lane. That Vixie basically knew as long as she was there and applying pressure, it was going to be very difficult for the main damage dealer of Inax to actually escape. So it was a really nice combo and team coordination play coming out from Perilous Void in that sense. And it's allowed them to respond with another turret in their favor. And see, Artorias in this bot lane matchup is just going to win it over and over again. You can't split push now, as Fiora, you're going to need help.
Hyper gives him the movement speed to get away as well. Avril just struggling so much. Artorias in Mega or in Mininar can just melt through that Fiora. Has nothing that she can do against it. It's a titanic task, colossal disadvantage for her now. Even though that Fiora is 30 CS up, you know, you'd say she won the laning phase, but she's died twice and just hasn't been able to shut down this Gnar.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't matter that she's 30 CS up at this point in time. You still can't duel against a Frozen Mallet Gnar unless you're able to go all in more effectively. Look at this. I mean, every time she jumps in with the lunge, she's just going to get punished for it because that's her only movement ability or her gap closing ability that she has against this Gnar in the mini Gnar form. She actually has a better chance of winning 1v1 when Artorias goes into this Mega form here.
Even now, it's pretty difficult because you have to be aware of the Gnar. You have to be aware of your positioning. Artorias going to jump in. Here comes Victor. Sankus is looking for this. Once again, against the wall to stop the Vitals being procced, and Avril almost gets taken out. Dragon's Rage was cancelled, though, with a superb parry, and now Sankus falls as well. That parry timing was absolutely beautiful. Nonce-Hunter's going to fall to Schoolboy P as well.
How awful does that sound? Looks like I have got to point out here, though, I do think that Sankus could have held on to that kick. You have to feel that the parry is going to come out from the Fiora, and if they'd waited for the parry to end by using that kick, you baiting it out with Lee Sin just appearing, then actually they could have won that fight very easily. I don't know how long Artorias would have survived. Maybe he would have gone down in that time period, but at least Sankus would have been able to take the kill for sure onto Avril. But the fact that wasn't blocked out, or rather the fact that it was blocked out, was huge here. Avril now target.
Vixie, he's looking for the kill. There are Mercury Treads on Avril. Teleport in from behind. Once again, the riposte comes out, but Vixie should be able to take this down with the Unleashed power. Has enough orbs on the ground. Sankus comes in. We'll just give that over to Vixie. The last Dark Sphere comes down, and Vixie takes her second kill of the game. Got Rylai's Morello Nomicon, so pretty big damage on that Syndra at the moment, or super awesome damage, as you would say.
Oh, goodness, yeah, that's the best forget I ever said that. Good teamfight control adds to the siege potential as well. You added a little bit of slow into the mix, especially with Ezreal going down the Triforce route. It does mean you are able to land those Mystic shots more effectively. This is the anti-siege of Caitlyn, though. Those traps make it very difficult to find good positioning. So they're going to be able to siege or anti-siege effectively as Ford just by using Caitlyn to ward off the majority of the push coming out from Perilous Void. And if you step too close and they are within sort of decent tower range, you will be able to just take a lot of damage in return. So this is a very good set of positioning for Caitlyn. But because they have to defend so heavily, they aren't going to be able to contest this dragon that has just gone down.
Just backed away as well. So
yeah.
There's no way they're going to be able to contest that dragon. It's a Mountain Drake, second of the game. This one goes over to Perilous Void, equalizes out that dragon score. Both the teams having that extra damage to objectives and towers.
I think you need to start applying pressure in the side lanes now to ward Caitlyn away from that mid lane, because there's no way you actually win this mid lane siege with all of those mid lane traps there, because it just makes your movement very restricted around that tier 1 tower. But the problem is if you leave that mid lane and don't apply pressure in the side lanes and leave everybody away from that mid lane, you're going to lose your mid lane tower, because that is very low. And you can see here a lot of wave clear being invested right now for Perilous Void on this mid lane tier 1, because they know how important that is to their ability to continue to control the map. Their vision control has been superior this game. Got to say, since they have looked like they've struggled, you can see they haven't really got any vision control of anywhere outside of that jungle entrance on the blue side in the river, which is kind of a lot of restricted vision control there. They haven't spread things out. They've started to put a little bit deep into that red side jungle because they've taken away the tier 1 bot lane, but none of it seems very meaningful at this point in time. It's just kind of vision for the sake of vision.
Something I wish my solo queue teams would understand is having some vision is better than no vision. Victor will get caught out with the scatter of the week. Scorpio P knocks back as well. I was going to ask, now that Artorias Avril picked up those couple of kills earlier on and is building up a few more items, is he going to be able to trade into Artorias, or does Artorias still win out?
I think even with even at this point, Artorias probably still wins. The Phage actually helps out ever so slightly, but the fact is that Artorias has responded with his own Phage. So Artorias has got his own ability to increase his movement speed, so he's kind of just cancelling each other out at this point in time. I still think that in the most part, Avril probably pushes waves quite nicely with the Ravenous Hydra, but you just lose the 1v1 trade at this point in time.
If he can do it, he's going to get all hypered down here. Artorias looking for it. It's going to go Mega. Victor, they did lose the mid lane tower while all of that was going on, so... You still have the win condition of 4 or 5 item Caitlyn, though, here for... and Vladimir.
And Vladimir as well, like you said. Artorias now in the Mega Gnar form is going to start receiving punishment.
Good Gnar into the wall, though. Will knock Avril back. He's looking for the chase. Has put that Grand Challenge down. One vital proc. Shouldn't be able to get too much more out of that, and will just pull out of the fight. Not happy with that trade, in all honesty. The Grand Challenge coming down really means you want to go all in. It's on a pretty short cooldown, though.
Yeah.
Actually, a shorter cooldown than the Gnar, so be happy enough with that for now. Artorias goes low to the Tiamat. There's the riposte coming out. Artorias has to flash away, and Avril starting to show his stuff on this split push Fiora.
The problem is, as Artorias at this point, you can't fight against the Fiora. Oh my word. You can't fight against the Fiora in Mega Gnar form, because this is where you actually lose, because you're in the melee form. It's easy to burst through high HP targets as Fiora, so she's going to be pretty happy fighting you in the Mega Gnar form, because you can even get the chance to riposte the Gnar ultimate, which is pretty huge. The major difference you have is when you're in mini Gnar form, you have a huge advantage. That range advantage with the Frozen Mallet is massive. Now you're going to see Black Cleaver against Black Cleaver, so they're going tit for tat in terms of itemization right now. Look at the aggressive trap line here for Caitlyn. That's trying to set up the siege onto that tier 1, but unfortunately, good wave clear coming out here from Perilous Void means they aren't going to get too much from it. They're going to try and go aggressive, but Vixie does end up missing her Cull or Scatter the Weak.
Not Cull the Weak.
No.
Could be Cull the Weak. Except that sounds very much more like Lucian's ultimate than anything else. Avril will get caught. We'll be able to just force and...
Or Cull the Meek, which is one of Renekton's abilities.
That it is. Anyway. That's his stun, isn't it? What's that Q?
No, I think his Q is stuns something
Righteous,
like Righteous Hunter.
Something Fury.
No, it's something Hunter, I think.
I think it's Fury. No, Righteous. I'm thinking of Righteous Fury.
You're thinking of Righteous Fury. He's got Slice and Dice, Cull the Meek. It's Ferocious Hunter, I think. Is it Ferocious Hunter?
Well, I'll look it up for a second while you talk about the action going on. That's my job. Kejuri gets caught out a little bit. True Shot Barrage comes out, flicks up towards the side. Not a huge amount going on, in all honesty, at this point in the game. Both teams just gesturing against each other.
Yeah, Avril here trying to go aggressive. Artorias is about to hit Mega Gnar form, so loses a lot of his potential. He's trying to get the most out of this hyper while he can. He's going to start applying pressure. Now Avril probably in a position where he can't.
Has got the Grand Challenge, but Gnar's off as well. Trying to proc those vitals. There's the one dodged out. Grand Challenge needs to be procced so quickly. Avril! What was that with a flash across Grand Challenge? Gets the lifesteal back. Huge plays from Avril.
It's actually, to be honest, the biggest play there was the fact that Artorias continued to use Wallop straight into... Oh, that was attempted. That was an attempted insect there. Ruthless Predator. Oh, okay, so something Hunter. It was close enough. I think Close enough. I think the biggest problem there for Artorias is that he walloped into the Fiora's riposte. He ended up getting stunned, which gave basically 3 or 4 free basic attacks for Avril. Had he not done that, that would have easily been a kill going over to Artorias, but unfortunately, wallop into the riposte spelt his doom, and that actually is now going to give Fiora that edge. She's about 60 CS up at this point in time. That's pretty huge in terms of the gold advantage. And that split push is going to become harder and harder for Artorias, especially now he's investing into armor against the Black Cleaver.
Vixie going to look for this dart. There's the Scatter of the Week. Dodges out the ultimate
Riposte.
with the riposte. That is a beautiful play. Although Vixie perhaps showing it a little bit on his sleeve, telegraphing it.
Yeah, I think a lot of what has been happening here with the riposte is a very telegraphed abilities coming through from Perilous Void. I think they need to sort of relax on their telegraphing and try and maybe use their abilities at times where Fiora isn't going to auto-riposte, because especially we've seen Lee Sin jump in, the riposte happens automatically, and he still plays the kick. You know, if you jump in and surprising a Fiora, she's going to riposte naturally because she expects something bad to happen at that point in time. But they aren't holding off on their major abilities, especially that wallop. You know, you go jump in, you're toe-to-toe with Fiora. What are you going to do immediately as a Gnar? You're going to wallop.
Grand challenge out again from Avril, looking to proc these vitals. Frozen Mallet being procced by Artorias. Once again, steps against the wall to stop those Grand Challenge procs coming out, but Avril's winning out the trade. There's the Gnar, there's the Wallop. Avril goes low, Artorias almost gets taken out as well, and Artorias this time wins the 1v1. Vixie came in though with the Ghost, and this might be an Infernal Drake going across. They do respect the teleport in from Artorias.
That's exactly what you have to see coming up from Artorias. If you just make sure you play around the riposte, you actually win most of these trades single-handedly. That was close, but she's a whole BF sword up on Artorias at this point in time. It was going to be close regardless of this matchup. So the riposte came out very early on here. I think as Fiora, you have to keep doing what you've been doing previously. Use those ripostes to riposte something effective, like the Wallop. Wallop is such a telegraphed ability with such a large wind-up time. It is so easy to just press W and stop it out from happening. But if you, as Artorias, if you can play around that, force the riposte early on just to try and keep her surviving, that's probably a better position to be in.
I agree with you. Also, of course, good play from Artorias to hug that wall. Meant no Grand Challenge couldn't be procced. Those vitals weren't connected with. And Avril wasn't able to get that big circle of healing that would have definitely spelt Artorias' doom. Now, Infernal Drake did go across to Perilous Void. Still only 400 gold in this game, but it's a Mountain and an Infernal on the side of Void. And since they only have that Mountain Drake, they've only got the power of the Earth. Haven't been able to get fire just quite yet.
Absolutely. Now, what are the win conditions coming through from these teams? Because now Perilous Void have just kind of dropped back in gold themselves. They're looking to pressure on in terms of sieging, but the anti-siege coming through from Sensei is actually working out quite well for them. Those Caitlyn traps making it hard to find positional advantage around turrets. The fact you've got Braum to negate a lot of the Mystic shots and those orbs coming through as well. It's actually Perilous Void are finding a difficulty in terms of getting onto these turrets without having picked up kills beforehand. And a lot of what Vixie has been doing has been setting up these opportunities. However, just hasn't had the opportunity to do that quite as often. Now Everall's going to be able to take another tower in this split push because Artorias was a little bit delayed in heading back. The riposte has come through.
Artorias does have Mega just about to proc. There the Grand Challenge comes down. Avril taking Artorias very low. He does get himself out though. Just jumps away and uses that Gnar to push Avril back. Avril's starting to win out those trades perhaps a little bit more. BF sword, as you say, on him. It's Warden's Mail on Artorias to try and keep himself a bit safer, which makes a lot of sense into a Fiora.
Yeah, but the Black Cleaver is going to negate a lot of what that the Warden's Mail is going to bring as well. And the longer we go, the more damage.
Vixie, the target, has to flash away. That is the Syndra's flash burn. Sankus looking for the re-engage. They don't have their Ezreal just quite yet. Kejuri down that invincible shield and says, thank you very much, we'll take your flash. We'll get ourselves away.
So a lot of what will happen in this matchup with the Gnar is the more items that Fiora invests in, the more damage she's going to do by proccing a Vital. That means the more sort of short burst trades are going to be far more in favor of Fiora herself. And obviously Artorias will naturally probably go no further damage after this, which means Fiora will be able to rapidly burn through armor using the Black Cleaver, and that means the armor is going to become less effective in terms of a gold investment for Artorias, and eventually Fiora should be able to win these trades. A lot of where Artorias is sort of advantage is going to come from is by starting a trade when he's on a low rage value so that he can get as much damage done using the Hyper and the Frozen Mallet before he has to commit to going into a Mega Gnar form, where ultimately, for the most part, he's probably going to lose trades at this point in time, even if that riposte is used inefficiently. Want to give a little point out, Sensei, good vision control now. They've got good vision control on that red side jungle, which keeps Fiora quite safe in the split push, and around that Baron area on their own red side jungle, it's pretty good, as well as good control around that blue side jungle entrance onto the river too. So
they don't actually have vision of the Baron itself though, so they do need to try and get around here. Scuttle Crab taken. Now they've got a couple of wards in, but interestingly, actually, Sankus foregoing getting himself an Oracle's Lens has just stuck with that warding totem. We do see a lot of Lee Sins do this just for the extra ward jump ability.
Yeah, you need that really.
After you get the Tracker's Knife, in my opinion, you can probably still upgrade to that Oracle's Lens and forego perhaps that one extra ward in the enemy jungle for the ability to clear out a bunch. Sure,
it really depends on what you value as the Lee Sin, your ability to make plays with those wards, or your ability to... Oh my word.
Executioner's Calling is on Schoolboy P here, and it stops Nonce Hunter in his tracks. It means that you can get that Grievous Wounds passive on very quickly. Avril, with that Vampiric Scepter now in the bottom lane, is winning out trades against Artorias, but that mini Gnar form is doing a lot of work for Artorias.
So the way you win for Artorias now is when you've got low rage value, you see the lunge coming from Avril, then you just start to punish with the 3 hits and the Hyper before you hit Mega Gnar. We talked about this before, but it's going to be difficult. Avril probably knows that this is going to be the case and will be playing around the rage bar as well. We'll know that she can commit further into an all-in on this Fiora. when that rage bar is higher, because in the Mega Gnar form, you're probably going to be better off because you know that he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with you in melee, and Fiora in general beats every other laner in a late game stage toe-to-toe in melee.
Especially with a Bloodthirster in your
Yeah.
inventory. It helps you out quite a lot. Almost got the Flame Horizon as well over Artorias now. Sitting at 89 CS up. Has switched up towards the top lane here. There's still that outer turret there for him if he wants to continue pushing. The issue being he does get himself a little bit closer with the rest of Perilous Void here, who are gesturing around this Baron at the moment.
They are gesturing around that Baron. I feel like Baron is a very risky play to make at this point in time for both teams. Neither of them are far enough ahead to warrant just trying to take it straight off the board. But what you're seeing here from Avril by pressuring this top lane side matchup is that you could get a lot of pressure around the blue side jungle and ultimately then pressure around Baron too. So it allows them to just clear out some wards, get good vision control, and they're always then going to be keeping Perilous Void guessing because this top lane wave is pushed so heavily in their favor. But there is a good slow push now, if you look at the bot lane wave, happening for Perilous Void. So this could be something that Perilous Void use to their advantage, and with Avril having teleport, you will think now that he will have to head bot lane and start to pressure that.
Yeah, it's a big wave down there, and that's exactly where he's going to go. Randuin's is finished on Artorias, and he's up here around the Baron. The vision does come down from that long-range totem. It's about 8,000 HP. Here come Sensei. Artorias jumps in. Is in that Mega Gnar form. Avril hasn't even teleported in here. Does have the option just to run in. And they will just back off the Baron. It looks like it's going to be a 5-man push mid for Sensei. They want this turret. They can get it. Gives them a bunch of extra vision. Artorias is about to go mini Gnar. Schoolboy P trying to come in from the side as well. Will need to jump that wall if he wants to join. And actually this Caitlyn is doing work on the turrets. Runans and Infinity Edge has almost got that next item completed as well with the Zeal in the inventory. Probably a Rapid Fire Cannon is
Rapid Fire Cannon generally tends to be that third item of choice for Caitlyn, especially helps in a siege scenario and helps her wave clear a little bit more efficiently with the Runans as well. That first basic attack can clear out a multiple or large amounts of HP values off the targets needed. There's actually going to be another rotation round to Baron here for Perilous Void. I don't feel like you should be doing this without having at least picked up some advantage. And look at Sensei's vision control after taking the tier 2 turret as well, and the fact that Fiora is basically soloing a dragon now.
Yep, going to get that Mountain Drake for them. So trying to equalize against the Inferno they saw earlier on does mean if they ever get the chance to do that Baron, they can do it incredibly quickly and allows Fiora a little bit more pressure in the split push, because if she's left alone with an inhibitor turret for a little while, she will take that bad boy down. And
the fact is that Artorias needs to be with his team to make their team fight effective. He's a large part of their ability to team fight efficiently. He actually can't stand stay split pushing for the entire game, because he will be in a situation where, you know, he's drawing a lot of resources away from his ability to 5v5 or even 5v4 for his team. And they're actually going to try and pressure this and force Fiora to make a decision now.
It makes sense, because Ragnarok was just burnt by Spictus, so it's going to be a very difficult engage for him if he wants to go. There's 4,000 HP. Snackus jumps out. Here comes Kejurido, a great Glacial Fissure. Inax needs to keep himself alive. Vixie exhausted. It looks like Sensei might be winning out this fight. Prosper's low. They're going to try and turn it around. Schoolboy P and Artorias about to go mega. The 3-man Gnar is huge. And Perilous Void turn it on its head. He'll take down Inax as well. No Avril at all this fight. Kejuri's dead. Spictor trying to run away. Sanka says, you can't get away from me just quite yet. And now we're going to have to see what Perilous Void decides to do, because Avril is still split pushing. Void might just go up towards the top side and take down this turret, but they're going to lose an inhibitor tower for their pleasure.
Yeah, I think Avril should be able to take this inhibitor tower very, very rapidly here. Actually going to be aggressive onto Artorias.
Grand Challenge comes down. Artorias has to jump away. This might be the inhibitor falling as well. Artorias is still mini, can try and trade into this. They have got the tower in the top lane down. That tier 2 has fallen. They're looking for the inhibitor as well. Avril needs to back away now. Artorias is about to go mega, can jump in, try to proc those vitals, gets the slow with the frozen mallet, gets the hop, gets the double bounce as well, and Avril is going to fall. Artorias chases him down. It's going to be the inhibitor going out as well, and Perilous Void with a great fight at Baron take 2 towers, an inhibitor, and they stop the push of Avril.
And they're trying to push onto Baron here as well. With 2 pink wards, though, this might be difficult. You've got to go against Hunter's Vladimir, who's heading towards a pretty heavy late-game AP build, too. They're actually going to try and pick off Spictor, who's still got that GA up. He has got Ragnarok available as well. Don't feel like this is the most sensible Baron taken. I think Perilous Void know this as well. They're going to back off here very, very quickly. They don't want to get caught in this situation. They're going to be backing, though, and actually this could be somewhere for rather Sensei to try and exploit themselves. The fact that everybody from Perilous Void is low, Sensei may even try and their own hand at Baron at this point in time. They're actually going to see the fact that the crab is up, but they aren't going to be able to essentially... Oh, it's Missy. they aren't going to be able to know that they're not doing Baron at this point in time. Prospect does check here.
So it's so low here. About to go Mega. Prospect checks, has to flash the wall. Sensei just looking to see what they can do.
They're going to go for it again.
Yes, Victor did use Ragnarok. Now they run straight across the scuttle here. Artorias does not have teleport, but does have Gnar, and almost has Mega. About 2/3 full on that bar. Here comes Sanctus. Baron down to about 5,000. Hits the Sonic Wave. Here's Artorias with the Mega Gnar. Inax needs to stay alive. Tanking up the Baron. There's the Gnar. Artorias knocked up though. And look at that. It's Schoolboy P from the backline taking out Inax. AD carry versus AD carry, and Schoolboy P wins it out. Avril does get himself a counter kill. There's the grand challenge, and this would be Schoolboy P falling as well. Tries to keep himself alive, but just can't do it. Hunter chased out by Sankus, but Victor and Avril have something else to say about this. Avril's going to go across towards the side. Prosper does land a good inner flame for the slow. And they've delayed them enough here, in all honesty. They're not going to be able to do Baron off this. Avril does lunge to stop the snare. Hunter coming in as well. Sankus should be able to get himself out. Just backing straight away. Prosper just running for his life. Trying to delay as much as he can. Here comes Hunter as well, and it looks like Sankus will escape. And Prosper will fall for the favor.
So, this is one of the questions that I do have with Schoolboy P's build. I guess he didn't go down the Iceborne Gauntlet route, because he said, well, I'm playing against Olaf, and to be honest, Fiora for the most part is going to be split pushing, so why would I go Iceborne Gauntlet, because it's not as effective. The one problem by not going Iceborne Gauntlet is if you do get locked into an engage with Fiora, there's no way you kite her effectively. Even with the Blade of the Ruined King, you just cannot kite Fiora, so it's going to give her way more kill pressure if she does join a team fight onto your AD carry, which means that Iceborne Gauntlet probably wouldn't have been a better play for him in terms of his ability to kite against everybody but Olaf. I don't think you can build specifically just for the warrior of Olaf at this point in time. Even with Ragnarok down, you can then start to kite with him. So yeah, I think the Trinity Force for me is a little bit riskier play, and it's kind of not working out as effectively. They may even lose Baron here.
They may. Sankus and Noctunda are fighting up against each other. Here comes Sankus, tries to smite it away, but Victor gets it. Sankus will fall. There's the Hemoplague on Vixie, dodges out the Glacial Fissure. They do lose their jungler. They lose the Baron as well. Abruz's going to be able to take out this Pink Ward. He has Flame Horizoned and almost a half over Artorias. 140 CS the differential. If we're going to be precise, it's 135, but I'm going to say 140.
Rounding up, mate. Rounding up.
Rounding up indeed. And actually, Victor almost has a Flame Horizon over Sanctus. Now, that's not the biggest surprise with it being an Olaf into a Lee matchup. Lee doesn't really farm that much as it gets later into the game, and Olaf has pretty free farm with those undertows. But it's surprising how far ahead Victor is after Sanctus had a very strong early game.
Yeah, but then you expect that, like you said, it's all down the early game. Inax is taking a lot of damage.
Artorias does get the slow. Inax tries to QSS it to get himself away. Victor needs to get out of this one as well. Doesn't have Ragnarok, doesn't have Ghost, doesn't really have many ways of escape. Tries to turn it back on to Vixie. And here come the rest of the team. There's no Sankus here. Victor looking for the chase. He's about to have that Ragnarok up. Inax there as well. It's an Elder Drake spawning. That's why they're fighting so much at the moment. It's Victor! Whoa, that's low. Does have the GA though to get himself back if he needs it. Might have to back away. Has got a Grump and some Wolves to try and farm himself up on. And this blue buff. With a Vicious Strike, get a bunch of extra regeneration, so we'll be able to get that. The rest of Perilous Void are just going to push up this mid lane. There's a turret there for the taking. Hunter is pretty darn beat though on this Vladimir. They've got to be cautious. Artorias taking low again. They get the turret. Victor trying to get him from the side, not going to be able to get too much. And Sensei and Perilous Void are just posturing at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just starting to see elements of the Iceborne Gauntlet really providing an issue now for Schoolboy P, because the amount of control you have in terms of the movement speed you get from the Inspire Mantra and then the ability for your Mystic Shots to control team fights, it's way better for you for having that, especially on that siege there. I imagine if that had been Iceborne Gauntlet and then they'd been chasing them following that that tower destruction, you could have then turned things around by having just kited them, dealing so much damage in return. With the Trinity Force, it's way better 1v1. So if you catch someone like Inax out or Avariel out, or you know they're low or whatever, Trinity Force gives you way better 1v1 potential. But I just think in most situations versus this team, the Iceborne Gauntlet would have been better.
Production, you've pushed the mouse again. They did this last week as well. There we are. Well done. Good job. Fixed it.
Not ruined. Unruined.
Unruined,
saved.
Boys. Hey, you know, I can mess up the start sometimes of a broadcast, but at least we know production messes up just as much as we do.
That's fine. Everybody's human, buddy.
It's true. Everybody's human. Now, 16 kills to 11, but the advantage well in the favor of Sensei. They've got that 6,000 gold lead. They have the Baron buff as well, not really doing a huge amount with it yet. And it looks like Avril has resigned his role as a split pusher and just wants to be with the team.
But he's got Iceborne Gauntlet, so that makes him slightly better in a teamfight scenario, because at least then he has some utility now. You know, at least he can slow people down with the lunge and basic attack, which is good against targets like Schoolboy P, even with the Mantra Inspire. So, yeah, I like that. It also gives him way better kill pressure in a 1v1 versus Artorias too. So if he does end up going into 1v1 split push, now he has the tools to deal with Artorias quite efficiently. He's actually also full build at this point in time with the GA2 at 414 farm, 551.
Yeah, he's got 18,000 gold in the back. He's 5,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. I'm pretty sure if you're not full build by that point, you're just doing something wrong.
Well, Artorias is getting there. He's one item off full build. Love to see where he chooses to go. I imagine he'll pick up a little bit of magic resist at this point in time.
Spectre's Cowl?
Yeah, potentially Spectre's Cowl into something like a Spirit Visage. I feel like he could probably end up think about hitting his cooldown reduction as high as he can at this point in time. I wouldn't be surprised with that outcome there.
Inax has got 4 items on this AD carry, along with the Xerxes Cube, of course. Will get called out by Sankas here. Oh, he actually
does it!
Wait, Sankas gets Kejuri. That's a good target for them. If they can take out the Braum, they can take out a lot of the sustain in these fights because of that invincible. But here comes Hunter. He's hunting for kills. He's hunting for Vixie. She might be able to get away, but not away from the flash ties of blood. Avril against Artorias. Nard back towards the turret. He needs to be careful fighting underneath these towers, but Artorias will get his GA popped with just one more auto attack. Avril with the Grand Challenge heals himself up. And with the minions, he has so much healing. Artorias with a good bounce away, but the Iceborne Gauntlet slow will keep him in range. Sankas joins the frame, will stop Avril's advance. Schoolboy P's going to join as well. Doesn't hit the Mystic Shot. Mid lane inhibitor tower has gone down. Artorias needs to get back to base and heal himself up, because Avril is looking for that top lane inhibitor tower as well. The rest of Sensei going down towards the bot side to get this inhibitor. They will be met by 4 members of Perilous Void, but they are just a distraction at the moment. The Curo Scimitar used by Inax to try and get out. There's the heal as well. Sankas goes in, gets onto Inax. Victor caught out as well, but Avril is still pushing the top lane. Victor has his GA popped. Hunter's going to try and get onto Schoolboy. He won't be able to take him down. Victor gets away, but the inhibitor in the top lane falls as Avril is just able to continue pounding away at it. He's now going to try and trade into Artorias. Good Dragon Rage kick onto Victor, knocks him back. He's got no escape. Can Avril beat out Artorias and Vixie? I don't think he can. The rest of Perilous Void are going to join the fray as well. Avril with a great riposte there stops a lot of the damage from the Unleashed Power, and he will actually get himself away. Perilous Void going for the Elder Drake. This will buff them up. They've got a Mountain and an Inferno, I want to say. That will give them a big damage boost.
I feel like the Mountain went over to...
I think they both got a Mountain, and then... Other side, mate.
Yeah, you're right.
You clicked on the same team.
Thanks, buddy.
It was definitely Mountain.
Yeah, 1 Mountain and 1 Infernal, that's right. But they do lose in 2 inhibitors in the process, so that's a huge amount of inhibitors. And remember, the Elder Dragon buff is very short-lived. So if you're on the defense the entire time, all you're doing is denying it from your opponents, which could be the biggest thing for them, their ability to deny this from the opponents. But I don't know. I don't know how many sort of win conditions the Perilous Void team have got at this point in time. I think they have to win a couple of team fights on the trot to be able to then siege effectively. They don't split push now. Artorias can't split push versus Avril, and Avril will push waves incredibly quickly with the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Ravenous Hydra. You can't actually beat him 1v1 as Artorias now, because that Iceborne Gauntlet edition basically seals the nail in the coffin. As this game progressed towards the late game, Fiora essentially beats most people in the split push. You know, for a good 30 minutes as a Gnar, you can deal very effectively with her, but when she's got this amount of sustain and the ability to catch up to you even in mini Gnar form, which was your beneficial form, or the form that you had the most potential as in a 1v1, you can see here Avril's not going to let up, even with Baron coming down. You know, as soon as they try and contest Baron, Avril's just going to take the entire base away, and they're going to have to commit multiple resources to dealing with this Fiora, who, with this amount of cooldown reduction with this GA, is very, very slippery and is going to be very, very hard to take down. She's going to very readily push onto this inhibitor, and with the fact that, well, you can see.
Grand Challenge comes out. Artorias is going to go Mega. Vixie here as well, trying to get Avril back. Flashes away, gets Nard, gets the walloped, and that's the GA popped. Now the rest of Sensei are nowhere to be seen. This should be a free kill. Avril tries to jump away, not going to get there. But straight onto the Baron, say Sensei. Prosper waiting around the corner. Sankas here as well. This could be the steal they need. Perilous Void looking for it. Here comes Sankas. He gets it! What on earth was that smite? 300 HP left on the Baron, and Sankas says thank you very much. I'll take that one for my team. The Hunter looking for Prosper, not going to be able to get there. And Perilous Void with a lifeline sent from the gods at the hand of Sankas' smite.
That was a risky play for Perilous Void, committing that many resources to Fiora, but it was all relying on the ability for Sankus to make that steal. That is such a trusting play in your jungler. I know Lee Sin has probably got one of the best steal potentials in the game because of his mobility and his execute damage, but my word, that was a clutch smite coming out from Sankus at that point in time. After committing 3 members to that bot lane to deal with the Fiora, which you have to at this point in time, even maybe just 2 members from Vixie and Artorias
had gone down there as well.
Yeah, it was the right decision, by the way, from Sensei to send people to that Baron, because that's what you do with the split push. That is classic split push 101. You put so much pressure in a lane far away from objective that the rest of your team can take the objective after multiple members are being committed to that one lane. But Sankus, with that smite steal, not only does it stop the end coming out from Sensei, but it now leaves no objective on the map that can be really capitalized on by Sensei, and it means that now until the inhibitors respawn, Perilous Void have put themselves on a level playing field.
That they have. However, they don't really have the ability to push with this Baron. They still need to be a little bit defensive. They are still behind in gold by about 3,000. They've only 3 turrets behind, but the inhibitors, well, 2 of them are still down, and Avril is still looking for that final one. I was going to say, is there a point at which Avril starts to switch up his build here? You know, at some point...
Well, he already has.
Yeah, he's gone for Banshees now because the Geo is popped. Do you get rid of the Hydra at some point and switch out for something else?
Hydra's so useful. Your wave push with Hydra is just too useful. Maybe if you want to survive a bit longer, you could think about Titanic, because you've got the Black Cleaver and the Banshees in there, so maybe Titanic has some synergy in that respect, but the lifesteal that comes out from Ravenous Hydra and the Bloodthirster means that your 1v1 potential is just so good versus Artorias. Artorias went for the Spirit Visage, like we said, prioritizing in Magic Resist, but he's been dragged away from teamfights so much, you're very rarely getting impact out of that. Avril's now going to be targeted again by Sankus, but this could be...
there as well. Doesn't use the Dragon's kick early. There it comes. We'll knock Avril away. Artorias is going to look for the chase, and Sankus is just actually going to go back here. Artorias can just jump across the wall, has the Narb as well. Into the wall. Avril, goodbye. Gets taken out. Sankus going to rejoin the fray. That was great timing, actually. Really good coordination from Perilous Void. Because when Sankus was there, he was either going to die to the Grand Challenge or he's going to waste too much time. And now they're going on Keishuri. There's the Glacial Fissure. He flashes away to try and distract. Sankus has jumped onto the back line with Artorias, who teleported in. Keishuri will get taken out by Schoolboy P. Hunter is low. Slowed up by Artorias, gonna look for the chase. There's the Ghost with the Sanguine Pool and the Flash. And the inhibitors have started respawning here for Perilous Void. They have kept themselves in the game.
This is all that Perilous Void needed. After that Baron steal, they needed to just defend, wait for those inhibitors to respawn. And like you said, their timing in pressuring Fiora in the side lane has been exquisite. They have been so good at utilizing pressure and then turning around the over-aggressive engage from Sensei there. I'm not sure what Sensei were doing on that side of the map in the base. The inhibitor was not respawning within the next 30 seconds. They were just asking after Fiora had gone down to be engaged on, and that's exactly what happened for Perilous Void. Perilous Void might even be looking for the win here.
They still have the Baron buff.
They have the Baron buff. They're going to at least get 2 inhibitors and turn everything right around back into their favor. Don't know if they have the time to get the win because Avril is now back up, as is Keijuri.
But a tremendous swing.
It's a big swing.
Absolutely huge. Like only a couple of minutes ago, they were 7,000, 8,000 gold down. They got that Baron steal. They had it still up for that final push, which meant they could push up very much quicker. Perilous Void now do need to be cautious because Avril has just teleported in to their base. Artorias has got back. Hunter's going to take some damage. Schoolboy P doing work with that Mortal Reminder. Hunter's going to have to jump away. Here's Sankus. Did use the Dragon's Rage kick on the Ragnarok from Sphinx. Schoolboy P needs to get out of this one. Needs to get away from that Ragnarok, but he just can't do it. Inax flashes the wall. There's the kill. Avril and Artorias are still fighting off towards the bottom side of the map. Cannot see who's winning that at the moment. Artorias is low. So Avril. Vixie melts that bomb away. Artorias looking for Avril. Could this be Sensei turning it on its head once again? A game
they have
of
Caitlyn up.
Flows.
They have Caitlyn up, but remember, Vixie is still there as well, so wave clear exists.
No unleashed power for Vixie, though.
This could be a 2 versus 2 inhibitor at this point in time, so at least one of these inhibitors is going to go down. Avril being pressured here by Artorias. We can see another fight.
Artorias is looking for Mega. He's nowhere near it, though. He's actually in that passive form where he just can't get any rage bar up. Avril slowed up. Inax as well. Great Mercurial Scimitar to try and get out of this. Artorias jumps in though, and Inax is dead. Artorias takes him out. Sphinxer caught away as well. Has that GA. Only 2 members of Sensei will survive this fight. 4 members of the Perilous Void now looking for the push. They have supers in that top lane. They've got a huge wave and they're looking for it. Perilous Void might be able to win out this game. It's all up to Nonce Hunter 69 and Avril to defend it. It's 1,000 gold. The difference is 51 minutes in. and Perilous Void might be able to take the win.
They might. They might
It's
is
so
the key.
close. Here we go. Nonce Avril trying to defend. They have Kejuri as well. 2 Nexus turrets to go through for Perilous Void. Here comes the Hemo Plague onto Vixie. True Shot Barrage used as well. Not going to connect. Sankus low. Crossfair as well. Arturius still tanking up that turret. Nonce gets caught out with the Dark Spears. But Perilous Void just can't do it yet.
I didn't think they were going to be able to. Actually, Nonce
Oh,
was... Oh, Avril!
Oh,
Great block!
Kejuri,
Great
that was
block!
gorgeous! You absolute god! Kejuri will get knocked in though, and now Nonce needs to come to his rescue. Vixie's going to be able to take out this Braum. Artorius there as well. They just can't do it. It's 14 seconds on Spicter. It's 1 second on Inax. And they just can't do it yet.
No, that was, again, like I said, Nonce was fully able to commit his body with the Zhonyas to the wave clear and that Sanguine pull. Without the minions, you were never going to be able to win in that situation. It was too hard against 2 carries to do that, and it's going to be 2 inhibitors for 2 inhibitors right now. All that pressure building up in the bot lane, though, and with Baron on the cards in under a minute, they're going to have to look to pressure this very, very hard, because you know that Avril is going to start pressuring that bot lane. There is no teleport for him, and Artorius' teleport is going to come off cooldown quickly. But if you end up getting caught up in a Baron fight that extends, you're pretty certain that Avril is going to end the game for you at this point in time. I think they need to take Avril off the cards right now.
Well, they've got 3 members down here to do it. 4, in fact, with Sankus. There's the Blade of the Rune King. Avril slowed up. Caught between a rock and a hard place as Sankus comes in, tries to dodge away. Grand challenge on Sankus. Needs to proc some vitals to get some lifesteal back, but Avril just can't do it. All 4 members of Perilous Void are here, and Avril has no escape. He'll try and survive for as long as he can. Schoolboy, if he actually stopped going for the chase here, Avril will eventually fall, and that is perhaps the play that breaks the back of Sensei here. They have got half the kills of their opponents. They've got equal gold, though, because of those extra turrets, because of that extra CS, but it's 63 seconds before Avril can have any impact on this game.
Yeah, and that means they've got a lot of wave clear, though. Remember, you do have Inax now, who's got a decent amount of wave clear in this late game Caitlyn, but with the range that he has, he's fully built, like you said. That's Caitlyn's hyper carry area of expertise. But you've got to remember that Ezreal himself is not a half bad late game carry himself. So, especially with the Triforce build, your single target damage is a little bit superior to the Iceborne Gauntlet build.
Well, there is the trap line. Artorius takes a shot. Looking for the turret. Kejuri, that front line, now has to jump away, unleash power on the support. Take him out of the fight, they say. Artorius, the Hemo Plate comes down. Perilous Void looking for this. They haven't quite got there yet. They haven't quite got the turret. The supers are pushing in, only in that top lane, though. Because in the mid lane, it's a stalemate between both sets of super minions. Elder Drake on the cards. Baron there as well. Perilous Void going to back away before their next foray into the fight.
Now, remember, there is some big global objectives here. I would say whoever wins these global objectives out probably wins the game. I know that's a little bit self-explanatory at this point in time, but especially Baron. With so little structures left on the map, and the fact that that bot lane is going to be hard to siege with the inhibitor down for Perilous Void, taking Baron would be a nail in the coffin here for them. They would be able to siege that bot lane, take up that bot lane turret, and then obviously push on more frequently. I would really like to see Avril. Both GAs are down. Is that what I'm seeing?
There's 2 GAs on Artorius and Sankus, and they're up, and both the GA of
That's
Avril
huge.
and Spicter are down. So I'm pretty sure Spicter's is about to come back up. We can't actually see the score.
Oh, they're going to sneak a Baron here. I think they're going to sneak it.
Do you just go for Elder here if you're...
I don't think you have enough time.
Sensei, you don't. They're going to catch on to Artorius, but they must know something's going on because Inax comes across as well. That's the Baron. And they realize it's gone, and they're like, oh dear, that's not good.
This is the play they're making now as well. They say, you go for Elder Dragon, we're just going to win the game or clean your base out. And after taking that Scuttle Crab there, they're going to be able to see if Elder Dragon is started by Sensei at this point in time. Double inhibitors have respawned now, so they've got a little bit of work to do to siege onto this base again. But with Baron and the minions being so strong at this point in time, that's going to be really good for their ability to siege effectively against the Sensei lineup.
So Inax has said, I don't need boots, I need a Phantom Dancer. He's got that for himself. He's just got to be very safe in these fights. This is one thing that Caitlyn can do that a lot of other AD carries can't do.
Because of your range advantage.
Yeah, right at the end of the game, you say, I've got the extra range, I've got rapid fire cannon as well. I will get myself a 6th completed item instead of having those boots and just stay as safe as possible in these fights.
It doesn't give you too much of a movement speed discrepancy. You are a little bit slower, but it does make you slightly more susceptible for Lee Sin to get an easier...
That was a great scat of the week. Knocks him back. Artorius now almost mega. Fighting up against Hunter and Spicter. There's the Gnar into the wall. Hunter has to pop the Sanguine Pool. Here come the rest of Sensei off from the backside. Schoolboy P is low. Off towards the side. Hunter, there is the unleashed power onto the Zhonyas. He dodges out the wallop as well. Here comes Avril. Here comes Sensei. Schoolboy P chunked. A couple of autos from Inax. and Sensei force them back, but Avril is just not scary enough anymore. Artorias is much more of a threat than Avril in these fights.
The problem is against these big, heavy CC compositions that you've got coming out with things like the snare coming out from the Karma and also the Scatter the Weak, Fiora doesn't have the ability to make super aggressive plays because she has to get through multiple obstacles. Elder Dragon's going to be finished off potentially here unless it's a steal.
Zankus has done this once before. He's already got the Sonic Wave. He needs to jump in now. There
he gets it again!
That is huge. This is the fight. Perhaps one. Vixie dead though. Artorias almost goes down as well before he goes Mega. No, he jumps for it. Proth then flashes the wall as well to stop the ace in the hole. Avril caught out with the Dragon's Rage. Zankus has the grand challenge on him, but the steal was real. Once again from Sanctus, Nonce Hunter getting chased down by Schoolboy P. He could just 1v4 this. Nonce Hunter tries to turn it back around, but just can't do it. Artorias has teleported in. Just needs to land.
Wow!
And the true shot is massive. Avril cannot escape this damage, and Perilous Void eventually are going to win out this game. They've just got the Nexus turrets to go through. Sanctus, you absolute monster with the steals. He has been the best Lee Sin I've seen today. Absolutely beautiful play by him. A Leviathan, a Behemoth, an elephantine Lee Sin. And it has been a titanic task for Perilous Void, but they will take down the Nexus turrets and they will win this classic of a match against Sensei and go 1-0 up in the series.
Fantastic play from Zankus there. Like you said, those two kills were, or two steals were absolutely crucial. The first one bought his team the time to defend against those inhibitors. But not only that, some really sensible decision-making coming out from Perilous Void in general when dealing with Avril's split push. You could see that Artorias was starting to struggle, but his team made an excellent amount of comeback plays when dealing with, or when choosing when rather, to deal with Fiora in the split push. Now, I've got to give credit in that last fight to Schoolboy, he knowing that when the rest of his team backed off, that he was ready to be aggressive and make plays because no one could respond to him because of how low HP they were, and the fact that they're on the retreat. That's where Ezreal thrives, being able to jump in with Arcane Shift and Mystic Shot over and over.
Look at his final scoreline as well. He went 15, 3, and 6 in that game. The silent assassin. Schoolboy P always jumping in, and that's what you can do on Ezreal late game. It's something you can't do on Caitlyn. Caitlyn, you need a front line. You need people there to defend you. Ezreal's just like, thank you very much, I'm just going to jump in. I think it looks like he did the most damage in the game as well.
Yeah, he did indeed. And with a Triforce Ezreal, you probably would expect that. I still think maybe I would have preferred the Iceborne Gauntlet despite that they won.
15, 3, and 6.
Yeah, I know. He had.
No, I agree with
you.
you.
Incredible guy. I genuinely think the Iceborne Gauntlet would have been the better build path, but the fact that there wasn't really anyone there to threaten him consistently. His positioning was always pretty solid in these team fights. And as the game progressed, with the Triforce Ezreal, your ability to single-handedly chase someone down as a singular damage threat was far greater than maybe with the Iceborne Gauntlet. I know your chase is better with Iceborne Gauntlet, but your actual single target damage if you're landing Mystic Shot is better with the Triforce. So yeah, I give all credit to Ezreal there. He played a fantastic game. Got to say, Chris, who is Schoolboy P, stepped up for Perilous Void. And you know what I said right at the start, where Perilous Void, or rather Sensei now, are probably weak enough that Perilous Void could exploit them, and the fact that Perilous Void have been getting better and better week on week. Perilous Void pick up another win, Sona. Yeah. And Sensei, although the subs have been made, the changes have been made, they don't look as strong as they previously did.
No, they don't. We're going to take a quick break before we get into the second game of the series. My voice needs a rest, and I'm sure these players need a second or two after that hour-long mammoth game. Guys, make sure you stay tuned. I've been Sona, this has been Xscandrel, and we'll be right back with the second game between Perilous Void and Sensei.
So Game have said they're going to send someone around to do some cool stuff to my room for their next deal. It's pretty exciting. Game are cutting prices in half, with up to 50% off loads of games and accessories. Yep, hilarious Game, really funny. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? Hey guys, I have got some exciting news. So, Game have asked me to make a load of ads for them. Obviously, the best part is that they're giving me a load of money and sending me free game stuff. Doesn't really have anything to do with games, but thanks anyway. All I have to do in return is make a load of videos holding their stuff up to camera and saying the prices. That's it. I don't even have to leave the house. I don't even really have to wear trousers. I mean, I am wearing trousers. I don't have to. So in this video, I thought I would practice some advert skills. Whoa! No way! Off. Deals! Game. Deals. Wow! Deals. Wow. Game. The main sponsor. The only sponsor. $29.99, $49.99, $35.99, 16. So that's that. I can get back to making more game videos now, but watch out for more game videos that are also adverts about games. Thanks for the money, Game.
Hello and welcome back to the UK Masters. After that epic game, we are here with the final game of the night between Perilous Void and Sensei, and between any teams here. It's going to be the final game for this Monday, the 7th of November. My name's Sona, I'm joined by Scoundrel, and we are about to get into Pick and Ban. What a game! What an absolute classic between Perilous Void and Sensei.
Yeah, and I've got to say MVP Sankus, even though I'd say that Schoolboy P stepped up in terms of his damage output and picking people off towards the late game, made that obvious shot call to say, I'm going to continue chasing them down here, and that gave them that clinch on the win. Sankus's double steals just secured them the game. The first steal on Baron bought them the time that they needed to defend against the onslaught of Sensei when those two inhibitors were down, and that final Elder Dragon steal basically stopped them from dying in the team fight and then gave Schoolboy P the damage output in order to chase them down and obviously pick people off with the True Shot Barrage, and those Mystic Shots started doing huge amounts of damage as well with that Elder Dragon buff. So just massive, massive props to Perilous Void. They're improving week on week, getting better and better as a squad. And Sensei, usually you probably would have given them the edge over this particular matchup, but now with these swap outs, although they look good, they lost to Perilous Void. You know?
They look good for the majority of the game, though. Like there was a couple of steals that perhaps threw it away from them. Maybe not smiting the Baron when it would have 300 HP remaining would be a good idea, because that's what happened. But or even turning off it, you know, it was 2,000 HP on that Baron when the Lee Sin jumped into the pit.
Yeah, but a lot of this might come down to shot cooling, Sona. Yeah. I feel like a lot of shot cooling was what Tyrion was particularly good at. Maybe there's just this new roster, they have a little bit of time to gel together. They've had this game, maybe we see them sort of step up. Yeah. Anyway, picks and bans going on now, Sona.
Vladimir again. Picks and bans are going on. Let's have a look at who is being banned out. It's Aurelion Sol and Fiora taking off the cards already. So respect there from Perilous Void for Avril.
I think Fiora was a large part of the problem as to why Perilous Void couldn't capitalize and win earlier on. A lot of the reason they lost a lot of their inhibitors early on was because Fiora's split push got so good against Artorias. Look at some more bans coming through now.
Nidalee being banned out, we saw that in the last game as well, coming out from Sensei, and it's the Syndra ban. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Nidalee ban on the side, on the blue side, because usually it's kept as a pick if you want it.
Sankas plays a lot of Nidalee. This is my theory here, and obviously you're probably not going to first pick it. You don't want to give that over to Sankas. I like the Syndra ban from Perilous Void.
Yeah.
That means there's no first pickup for Syndra, which is one of the main reasons Vixie did so well in the mid lane. She got that Syndra early on in rotation. Final bans?
Yeah, it's Jace and Nav as the final bans. A lot of power picks left on the cards here for Perilous Void on Sensei if they want to take them. Sensei do have first pick.
Yeah, so you could be conservative and take a top-tier jungler like Olaf off the board. You can maybe take Lee Sin away if you don't want Sankas to have that particular champion, if Victor feels happy to pick that one up. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Olaf come round in first rotation here. Maybe there are some mid laners that you might want to pick up, or even Elise. Okay, so it's definitely a jungler that we were talking about. It just means that Elise may be going over to Victor, but that does leave open Olaf. No, okay, there we go.
Olaf locked. So
okay.
They trolled you a little bit at the end.
I need to stop thinking. You know what? One of the biggest things that I always do wrong? Talk about hover picks.
Yeah.
They always troll me. It is obviously the Olaf going to come through.
Sometimes when they're like they hover a Blitzcrank or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, Blitzcrank way. It doesn't happen, and it is actually Poppy and Karma. No hovers here for Perilous Void. They lock those in straight away.
So actually, Poppy lost a lot of the matchups that she struggles in here, with Jason Nah being banned off the board. Avril probably wasn't going to pick up Poppy on first rotation, which means Artorias gets his hands on the champion that Avril is so good with. Actually limits what Avril can play. You're kind of now restricted to maybe something like Rumble, maybe Trundle. Trundle does okay. Kennen does fine as well. They are going to be thinking about the Rumble, but
don't talk about hovers.
I know.
Let's talk about the Karma Scandal. So Karma are very strong.
I told myself 30 seconds ago, Sona. But it has been locked in, so I can talk about the Rumble.
Talk about the Rumble and the Karma pick here as well coming out for.
It works so well for Prosfair. It's a very powerful sort of support pick. It doesn't give away too much, and also limits your sort of doesn't really give too much away about what you want to do in the bot lane. I'm going to just double check what the Teemo is.
Yeah, we assume it's not a Teemo.
It's not.
Usually it's something else. Nonce Hunter perhaps doesn't own all of the champions. I wouldn't be surprised by something like a Zyber, in all honesty. I think Zyber's pretty strong, especially into the Karma as well. We'll find out what it is. Jhin still on the cards. Ashe, Caitlyn, there's a huge amount of different options here. And actually Victor and Ezreal being locked in already for Perilous Void.
So Teemo's the Jhin, and with the Karma being gone down, that seems fairly acceptable. There is actually room for a Zyra to be picked up by Kejiri if he feels like he's acceptable at playing that. That's a very strong combination. Now, we'll talk about the Victor and Ezreal being locked in. Exactly, it's super powerful. Does kind of put yourself heavy into AP, which is why they might be thinking about this Varus pickup in the mid lane. And actually, whoa, this
No,
is
don't talk about hovers.
No.
Do not talk about hovers.
Damn it. It's just because it's so surprising. I can't help myself, Zona.
Talk about the Victor. Go over to the other side.
Yeah.
Victor Ezreal. Let's talk about that.
So Ezreal's one of the better picks into Jhin in this particular instance. You trade very nicely the same way that we saw Jokerism trade quite well into Jhin for the most game. That you just have that small range advantage. In general, your Mystic shots are kind of unanswered by the Jhin. You have to really use minion shielding to do most of the work for you. It's going to be the Varus for the mid lane, and actually Kejiri's going to go for the Morgana. So that is kind of the classic pick against the Karma. When Karma kind of made her way into that bot lane, Morgana would usually be that sort of support pick you saw picked up in response, but we have not seen Morgana in quite a while, which lends itself to the fact that maybe they're trying to catch people out with the Morgana binding. You combo that into the Varus binding, just trying to get a lot of single target damage down in that respect. But
and Jhin as well with the long range.
Yeah, the long range.
Into Chain of Corruption, into binding.
But it's a little bit harder for you to get the combination between Deadly Flourish and the Morgana binding than it is for Zyra with the Grasping Roots.
You have got the Tormented Soil though.
Yeah, obviously that's an easy way of proccing it, but obviously what happens with the Zyra is you lock them up with Grasping Roots, which goes through minions, and then you're easily going to get a Flourish because it's the only area you proc is going to be the area that they're locked up in.
Definitely.
But if Morgana does get a binding, which can very readily happen, you've got a huge amount of...
CC for days.
Exactly, CC for days.
You always see the Reddit threads like, oh yeah, I love Morgana binding. Last time one hit, I was able to be born, go through college, go through high school, graduate, get a job, and then pay off all of my RP, and then design a new champion that counters Morgana.
Yeah.
It's a very long binding. It was the Lee Sin locked in finally for Sankas as well, leaving that jungle pick for last.
That's super interesting. Yeah, I didn't really get that. I think maybe they weren't valuing any of the counter picks, mainly because you'd seen both mid and top locked in anyway. So, again, there isn't much.
It was an early Victor pick, which is a little bit odd because they picked the Varus into Victor, which works okay. But I would have been, just pick the Lee instead of the Victor and then have your mid lane as the counter because you can pick better into the Varus.
For me, there is no reason why you wouldn't pick... The only reason you'd pick Victor first is because so many top tier mid laners are kind of gone, and Victor's one of the best blind picks you can make. So I guess the theory is you take it Victor away from Hunter because it's one of the better blind picks you can take in that scenario. And obviously with the way the composition was shaping up with the Rumble as well, maybe you were thinking, I don't want to give Victor away. Lots of AoE zone control makes neutral objective contesting very hard if they do get Victor as well.
Ryze was still on the cards though. Cassia was still on the cards.
Yeah, I know, but obviously sometimes they can be risky to take, like blind. I personally agree with you. I don't know why they didn't leave mid lane till the last pick, but in the way they sort of run with it, maybe Vixie said, well, actually, I know what I can play, I know what I can't play, and I want to make sure that I get a pick that is fairly good in the blind situation early on here. And you know, that's completely fine. I think that's perfectly acceptable here for Vixie. Going to have the same bot lane coming out from Schoolboy P and Prosfair, the Ezreal and Karma. That was such a huge impact in the late game. And also I like the fact that I think Sankas is going to be getting a lot of work done versus Inax, especially as the game progresses. They don't have that Nami to block up the ultimate coming out from Inax, so really going to be looking maybe for Sankas to make a flank happen, get kicks onto Inax when he's locked into place. It could be something that we do end up seeing from him.
If Vixie can get nearby as well, you know, just chuck the Chaos Storm down on his head, try and get the gravity field there as well. You can do a lot of work. Artorias on this Poppy as well. Good flanks from him, good keepers. Verdicts can knock that Jhin away. I think their problem's going to be there's a lot of long range. A huge amount of long range coming out from Sensei. They've got long range engage, they've got the Equalizer, they've got the Olaf who can just run in, they've got Chain of Corruption, they've got Piercing Arrow, they've got Dark Binding. It's a very poke-orientated composition coming out from Sensei.
Well, the classic combo between Olaf and Jhin is that, especially in bot lane, you know, that is going to be huge gank potential post 6 when that bot lane has the Jhin ultimate. You open up Jhin ultimate, Olaf runs in with Ragnarok and Ghost. Morgana, you'll be immediately retreating from your minion wave. Then Morgana gives her scope to land the binding. Jhin bolts are going to hit time and time again. You know, if someone does get locked up by a Morgana binding in this game, you can probably guarantee that they're going to die. Because either you have to body block the piercing arrow or you don't. Yeah. And if you do body block the piercing arrow, you're probably committing to a fight. And Hunter on this Varus is probably going to very easily be able to lock someone down. Like you said, they've got great siege as well. So, you know, it's very good siege coming out from these guys, as well as pretty decent neutral objective control. Because if you can make a pick beforehand, you always then have the Rumble to follow up with the Equalizer for zoning potential around neutral objectives. Like, it's very, very, very cool composition coming out from Sensei here. But there is kind of good anti-siege coming out from Perilous Void. I mean, to be honest, for the most part, Victor is one of the best wave clears in the game. Yeah. So you can always try and wave clear against a team that are aggressing, but Jhin Ultimate can kind of throw a spanner in the works in that respect, because he will always zone you away from turret, especially with Morgana and Varus in the mix too. Maybe you aren't going to be able to step up to use wave clear. Maybe this is just going to be too difficult for you. So I think Vixie, Hunter mid lane matchup, that's going to be really important, Sona.
It definitely is. Vixie, of course, will want to get to that level 7, get the upgraded Hex Core as well. That's when you start clearing out full waves with your Death Ray, if you can get the upgrade on that from the Hex Core. And then I think the issue is going to be the poke, in all honesty, coming out from Sensei. They just have a very, I said it already, a very long-range composition, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually, for Perilous Void to actually do anything. They need to get flanks off, they need to get vision control, and Sensei showed in the last game their visions, it's not great. It's not like it was
It's still
before,
good. It's still good. Yeah, like they've still got good vision control. Maybe not as effective as it was previously, but it's still good. And actually, I've got to say, Perilous Void responded with their own vision control. I'd say in general, Perilous Void had better vision control that game than Sensei did, but Sensei were definitely up there in terms of level of UK team vision that we have seen. Now, the one thing I'm worried about for Perilous Void is they don't really have that much hard engage apart from Lee Sin. Maybe Artorias if he gets a flank play off with Heroic Charge, but in general, you're not going to be using the Mantra Inspire on the offensive, because you then lose its utility when you're trying to escape the Jhin ultimate. So you've really got Sankas and relying on Sankas to make kick plays like he was in the last game. And some of them worked, some of them didn't. We didn't see that he was 100% effective with them last time, although we do know he can make them quite effectively.
But especially into a Dark Shield, that black
the
shield coming out, and the Ragnarok, it's a lot more difficult to do anything.
It's way more difficult, especially like you said with the black shield. It's not going to get broken by the damage that Lee Sin's putting through. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried for how, if Perilous Void get ahead, unless they are going into siege, because there isn't that much wave clear coming out from Perilous Void. Obviously, you've got the Tormented Soil and the from Sensei. Yeah. Obviously, you've got the Tormented Soil and the Piercing Arrow, which to be honest, they can do a pretty good job of wave clear, but they're on a limited cooldown. Once those come off down, then you can obviously then siege quite effectively as the Perilous Void lineup. My only worry is that if Perilous Void need to pull the trigger in certain scenarios, which they will, I don't know how they do that. because it's like I said, the only way of making a reliable engage happen is with the Lee Sin, and usually that wants to be through a kick play. And with the Ragnarok on Olaf and obviously the Black Shield to provide shielding for anyone else, might be difficult to make that happen, Sona.
Yeah, quite passive from Perilous Void in that sort of regard. Maybe looking for more disengage, re-engage than anything else, and just waiting for Sensei to make the mistake. But the problem is Sensei haven't really gone for that all-in composition. They just said, we'll poke you from range. We don't really need to do much more about it.
They don't really need to sort of pull the trigger. They can make picks. They can fake out engages with the Jhin ultimate and never have to commit afterwards. The Jhin ultimate is such a useful tool because what it does, when you see a Jhin ultimate, you think of a couple of things. You think they're probably going to engage, so we might have to back off. Or we need to keep our squishies fielded to the back of the line so we can get our tankies to soak up that Jhin ultimate. But never in general do you see a Jhin ultimate open and the team thinks, well, now's our time to engage. Every single time you sort of instill fear into the heart of the enemy when that ultimate, the curtain call comes down. So it's really good at preventing sieges and sort of faking out teams around neutral objectives and also just buying yourself time. That Jhin ultimate does all of those things at once, unless you're like ridiculously behind.
That it does. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the final game of the evening. It's Perilous Void versus Sensei. Perilous Void looking to take their first 2-0 win in the UK Masters. Let's see if they can do it as we get on to the Rift.
So we are here now onto the Rift here. Perilous Void already have 1-0 up in this series. Are they looking to make it their first win, total win, I think, of the UK Masters here? They've looked increasingly better as weeks have gone on, and I've been thoroughly impressed with their ability, especially Artorias in that top lane. He's been looking solid, more solid and more solid in the 1v1 matchups. Despite going behind in CS by a major amount, he's been able to make very solid team-orientated plays and actually sort of win the 1v1, given the advantages that he's had in a lot of scenarios, especially his Gnar. I was thoroughly impressed with that last game, although you've got to say Sankas was definitely MVP for those steals that he made. I think they're just going to see both of those supports say, well, we've got enough time to back here, and they're going to do so.
Yeah, that's fine. I was going to talk, actually, Kajiri's gone for Bond of Stone as his mastery. Usually, well, when we used to see a lot more Morgana, we would have seen him go towards that sort of Thunderlords, but it is actually going to be the Bond of Stone. How do you feel as that as like as a mastery, as a keystone?
Sorry, just
Bond of Stone on Morgana instead of Thunderlords.
Interesting. Not sure I totally like it, but it kind of weighs to the fact that she's trying to soak up as much damage for the Jhin as possible, I suppose. So I was just trying to signal my production for something, but it didn't work.
Well, now that they're looking, maybe it will work. Anyway, we would just wait on how this game starts to progress here. It's only 100
I would actually naturally wander over and do what I want.
Yeah, but you're chained to the desk.
Maybe I could do. Maybe I've got enough space.
Have a look to see if you can do it, and while you do that, I will talk a little bit about these matchups. Pop into Rumble. Rumble not really usually able to win out that matchup too much. More about being part of the team fight, part of the course.
No, I can't do it, friends.
You're just short, man. You're just short. Let me see if I can extend your cable. If only production were listening to it. Nah, mate, you're actually tied.
I'm actually tied here.
You're actually tied
production, I'm 5 meters away from my goal. Maybe less than that. I'm 1.5 meters away.
1.5 meters away.
I don't think they can hear me.
Away,
I'm trying to go for it, Charlie.
Can you grab me one as well, please?
Thank you.
Avril and Artorias setting up in the top side of the map. You do not see our sign, Mr. Tizard. We were holding it up to the camera. They have provided us with the much-needed aquation, the sustenance that we needed, and you will probably hear us sipping on it as we continue.
Sorry, friends. I was in thorough need of H2O. Yeah, I was in thorough need of
H2 what?
H2O.
Nice. Unlike their scoreline at Worlds most of the time, H2O3 was more what they got. Now, Avril and Artorias fighting up in the top lane. I don't really expect either of these laners to win out too much. Sanka's looking for it. Avril's on the wrong side.
He's on the wrong side.
He's got the flash. Here we go. Flashes across, and just as the Sonic Wave times out as well, Avril with the superb play. Sanka's not able to chase.
I really like the calculated flash there. Too often you'd see people make the sort of the really excited flash. They need to get across the wall as quickly as possible. He was like, no, definitely not going to miss this. Actually, Sanka's coming back in again now.
Not really that surprising. Avril overextended into this, and this is going to be a dead Rumble. Rumble in the top lane goes down. 1-0 up for Perilous Void, and Sankas once again on this Lee Sin, showing us what he can do. Yeah,
early pressure from Sankas has been really solid, and you're going to see just the response from Victor is just to farm up, and you can see the farm is actually accelerating very heavily in favor of this Olaf. This is kind of what you expect from Olaf, but 10 CS up at this point in time is going to give him a huge experience advantage. Sankas now trying to make more and more ganks happen. They're now trying to pressure on to Nonce Hunter, who is now going to be forced to flash potentially.
Hunter gets caught out, does flash away. Ignite came down as well. We'll be able to push them back. Here comes Victor trying to get onto Prosper. There's the Undertow. Prosper, of course, does not have the flash. Another Undertow will come out, but Victor doesn't really want to walk into that mid lane because Victor will find a Victor in the form of Vixie.
So during that time, Victor actually managed to take away a lot of the blue side jungle of Sankas, and that's given him, like you said, that small CS advantage and the experience advantage. He's also got some deep vision. They'll ping out the fact that Prosper is returning to lane. So actually not return too bad here for Sensei, as they do get a lot out of that early pressure that Victor was able to put into that blue side jungle. They've got that small experience advantage now over Sankas, who is still level 3 at this point in time. And Victor's knocking on the door of level 5, so despite that top lane gank resulting in a good amount of pressure for Artorias, he's got a little bit of a CS advantage, probably going to win some trades from this point forwards. There's a big disadvantage now for Sankas in the jungle. He's going to have to continue to pressure lanes at this point in time because he's probably not going to catch up in a straight-up farming race.
Not at all. It's a pretty close matchup across the board, in all honesty. Avril has gone up towards that amplifying tome first. It's a tier for Nonce Hunter in mid lane. Doesn't have the flash, so wouldn't be surprised if Sankas decides he wants to get back towards that mid and take out the Varus once and for all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
now,
at least until he respawns.
At least until he respawns, yeah. Looks like Schoolboy P, they have been suffering. That has been some good coordination between the Inax and Kejiri in terms of their binding coordination, but otherwise been fine. Artorias still has flash available. It looks like Victor's trying to pressure in this top lane. He will be coming through these side lane brushes.
Oh, can he sneak into the third one?
No, not with the way the minion wave is poised. But Artorias is taking a lot of damage from Flame Spitter right now.
He'll be fine. Artorias has that Spectre's Cowl, has the potion as well. He is himself up. Did burn the flash, of course. Sorry, did burn the teleport, of course, as he got back up towards that lane. Now Victor will get into the third bush. He is looking for this. He's taking a long time up towards this top side, and it allows Sankas a bit of time to perhaps secure a scuttle around Infernal Drake. They don't know Victor's here just yet, but Artorias must have his spider sense.
He's got level 6 now. So whoops. He's got level he's got level 6 now, so in like a panic situation he could just knock Victor away. With that keeper's verdict at this point in time. Also got to note that I don't think anyone is in the position to contest the Infernal Drake because everybody from the bot lane of Perilous Void is back. So even if the gank happens in the top lane, you can't actually capitalize with the dragons. This is a good time for Victor to try and make something happen in the top lane because he's not going to be punished for it in losing that Infernal Drake, which is a pretty big sort of Drake to lose at this point in the game. So I think this is a fine time for Victor to try and pressure because, like you said, not much to lose for it.
Hello guys, we're back into the action. Just thought we'd bring your, have another good look at us. We're all dressed up for you, but
wow,
what's more important than us being dressed up? Well, game itself. Summoners Rift, we are back on you, and we're gonna see what Victor is actually able to do up towards the top side. He's been here so long, and Avril keeps pushing up the wave with the Flame Spitter as well. Eventually, Victor will just say, okay, I've had enough of this. Going back down towards my fountain to get myself a couple of items.
So this is what happens in the Poppy Rumble matchup, at least until Poppy builds up a significant amount of magic resist. You're just going to see her be punished by the overheated, or rather the heated Flame Spitter, because there's just no way she can trade into it effectively. Even with that Spectre's Cowl, it's a lot of damage to be dealing with.
That it is. It's a tough one because Poppy really shouldn't die, assuming he doesn't misplay, because even with the Equalizer, he's always got flash and heroic charge if he wants to get away. He next tried to clear out some wards down towards this bottom side. Sankas has been doing a good job of just pressuring onto Nonce Hunter.
He tried.
Doesn't quite get the connection here. Comes Vixie, Chain of Corruption cleansed away, and they're actually looking for this fight. There's the Chaos Storm. There is the Death Ray as well, and there is the kill onto Nonce Hunter 69. Here's the Nonce got hunted.
Third time lucky there for Sankas. Eventually finds the kick, and with no flash or ghost on Hunter, who's gone for the heal instead, not many ways for him to escape that Chaos Storm that Vixie had put down, and they were able to pick up a very simple kill in that scenario. So again, Sankas applying good early pressure here. My worry is for Artorias in the top lane, though. That was a lane that he did very well in, or rather early on, versus the Fiora, but is struggling versus the Rumble at this point in time. He will have to invest a lot into magic resistance, and with the fact that they've gone for a heavy AD mid lane, he may think he has to capitalize with some Oh, actually, Kejiri.
Has to burn the flash. They are on the Inferno Drake. 2,000 HP on that. Victor off towards the side has Ragnarok. Can just roll it into this. He's going to go for Sankus. Take down the jungle. It's a good idea. Victor does get out the other side, as does Sankus with a good flash. Very low on HP now. Inax will tank this up, binding on towards the Ezreal, and that's going to be smoked away. It's a quick kill. Prospect caught out. Reign of Arrow is not going to be able to do that.
And it's good because they stopped Artorias. He didn't have teleport anyway, but even if he had been able to, there was no way he'd be able to impact that fight there. Don't think Sankus was tanky enough to try and tank up that Infernal Drake early on, and the fact that there was just such good vision control coming out from... what are you trying to do, buddy?
I just want to have a look at something.
Captive audience.
No, for some reason I can't use your Twitch. Hail of Arrows, I thought it was.
That's all right, buddy. We got there in
With
the end.
Hail of Arrows, not Vein of Arrows.
The good vision control coming around that dragon area, as well as all the areas leading up to it, that was kind of controlled by Sensei, and they did a really good job of responding to that, especially with the fact that Victor used that Ragnarok at the right time. Again, Sankus has fallen prey to using his Dragon's Rage kick at the I don't even know if he used his Dragon's Rage kick there, actually. He didn't. Okay, well, he didn't even bother using his Dragon Rage kick. What I would have liked to have seen was him use that before the Ragnarok was procced, just to knock Olaf far enough away that they could at least secure the Infernal Drake off the back of that.
Not quite able to do it. And it's, in all honesty, it's
Actually, was he level 5 at that point in time?
I believe he may have been, but... No, he's just hit level 7.
No, he's just at 11. There's no way. There's no way.
Anyway, Scoundrels. Pretty even game thus far. 1,000 gold lead, however, the Infernal Drake does go across towards Sensei. And it's something we saw in the last game as well. They did get the first Mountain Drake of the game. Perilous Void were able to get the second Drake. I'm not sure what is spawning next, but I'm sure it'll be exciting enough for these two teams to fight over, unless it's an ocean or a cloud, in which case it won't be.
It's a mountain.
Here
We have a
comes the
teleport.
Sankus on to the Avril in the top lane. Tries to take him out, but will get taken out in response. Artorias does get the kill with the Buckler. It was a great flash from Avril to get away from the heroic charge, but Buckler's enough. Artorias secures himself a kill.
Yeah, no buff transfer though, so that's kind of a shame. And you did burn the flash coming out from Artorias. It was a really nice idea, but Sankus just committed a little bit too early and had to play catch up there for Artorias. Shame that he didn't have the damage output because he chose to go for... Well, actually, no, he's actually got his warriors completed, yeah. So he didn't have the damage output to basically single-handedly execute Avril at this point in time. The Doran's shield probably doing enough to keep him alive in that scenario. It could have been a lot sweeter, but still not a bad turnout here. It's going to be a kill going over to Artorias. He's been able to invest in some more magic resist in the form of the Mercury Treads and picked up a little bit more health too. Interested to see where he goes. I'm imagining he'll want to pick up some armor pretty early on if he wants to impact these team fights, just because, you know, against Inax and Hunter, you're going to want to at least be able to defend against some of the poke they're putting through, otherwise you're going to remain as squishy as others.
He gets caught. Here's the curtain call. There's the Soul Shackles as well. Heal from Schoolboy P tries to get Prosper out of this one. True Shot Barrage comes down. We'll connect onto Inax, and Prosper and Schoolboy P will get out of the fight. Another Dark Binding just slipping off to the side there, not going to connect.
Yeah, that was a really nice combo, and I can see the synergy happening between Morgana and Jhin. There's so much to block people up or lock people up in order for them to get hit by multiple bullets coming from the curtain call. They are going to spot out that the fact that Strups Victor was looking for a dive in the spot lane. I don't think he's going to make it happen just yet. He may be returning, though.
Maybe coming up for it, maybe just trying to sneak into that, but she's a little bit undecided. Here he comes.
Keep an eye on Sankus.
Just around the corner, binding onto Schoolboy. There's the deadly punch as well. Here comes Victor. Schoolboy doesn't really have much to get out of this. Has to arcane shift. And Victor pops the Ragnarok. Here comes Sankus though. Just needs to land the Sonic.
Yep. Just need to land the Sonic. Nope. Didn't manage to do that. It was a really good juke from Victor though, just stopping in his tracks. But it was, again, the vision control coming out from Perilous Void made it very clear that they knew what was going to happen. It was a good hold by Sankus, sitting in the blue brush just to wait for Olaf to make his move so that he could make sure he was there to support his team and maybe even turn things around if the dive went wrong. Got to give credit to Sensei's vision control of this river area, though. They have good eyes on where Sankus is trying to make moves, and he'll be just forcing Hunter to back off in this scenario. So I've got to give credit to Sensei. They've upped their vision control, but it hasn't been aggressive like it usually is. It's kind of been very defensive and mid-level orientated around the river, neutral objectives. Haven't been able to get too much in the enemy jungle this time round, so they haven't really got eyes on Sankus when he's moving out of his own jungle. But a lot of good defensive vision control, though, coming through from Perilous Void in that respect on the red side.
Both teams seem pretty happy with the game in the state it is at the moment. I mean, we're seeing a few dives here, seeing people trying to get kills, but neither team really forcing the issue too much. And I think both of them are just saying, okay, we know we've got good mid-games. Victor and Ezreal scale up pretty well. Poppy only gets tankier as the game progresses as well. Rumble great when he starts to get that first item completed. Non-Thunder does just get that blue buff. And then, you know, you've got a Varus and a Jhin who in the mid-game starts to do a huge amount of work. I think neither of these teams really want to force anything right now.
The longer this goes, the better it is for Perilous Void, you would say, because Schoolboy P on Ezreal, especially if he goes down the Triforce route again, is going to have huge single target damage output. You have a Poppy who's going to become almost unkillable in the later game, and then Victor, you know, one of the better late game scaling AP carries. Schoolboy P.
Finding us Schoolboy P. There's the Deadly Flash as well. Here comes Prosper, trying to get the damage onto K-Shuriq, caught up in the Soul Shackles. Inax fought off, but Prosper just not able to keep his AD carry alive, and Schoolboy P gets melted away. Inax almost has Curtain Call here as well, but they're just going to try and get away. Prosper Flash also not enough. Deadly Flourish not going to hit the inner
But here comes Vixie.
either.
Here comes Vixie.
Here comes Vixie. Another binding from K3, absolutely on point with those. Prosper here as well. Vixie gets hit with a Curtain Call. One shot, two shot, not going to connect because here comes Sankus. Everyone just chasing these kills down. K3 keeps himself alive for so long here, but eventually will be sacrificed to Vixie.
What can Olaf get out of this, though? He is roaming into that topside jungle. There aren't many big neutral objectives to take, so he's going to try and clear camps off the back of this. But Perilous Void, really nice roam from Vixie to turn that around in the bot lane. Schoolboy P getting locked up by that Morgana binding. That you can see the power. If one of them lands that binding first, then they're just going to be absolutely locked up for days. You can see that this has got a very powerful combination between this AD carry and support, and I'm liking the way it's turning out. Going to force a teleport out from Artorias in that top lane. Sankus maybe looking for a kick.
Looking for the kick. There's the True Shot Barrage as well. Good chain of corruption. Locks Schoolboy P in place. Almost gets the kill on Sankus. Anvil, what was that? The scrap shield negates the damage coming out right at the last moment and keeps Avril alive.
Yeah, the flash has been burnt though, and there is teleport, so you're going to see an immediate teleport back to the lane here for Avril, I would assume. But Artorias made a very solid play to teleport in and make a heroic charge play in that respect. Schoolboy P now, he's waiting to make his move. He's not really hit a big spike in terms of damage out, but he looks like he's going down the Iceborne Gauntlet this route this time as well, so he's not going to go for that Triforce build. And against the Rumble and the Varus, you would think that slowing them down would be more effective than just trying to get onto the 1v1 scenarios. So I like the fact that he's gone down the Iceborne Gauntlet this time round. Just gives them so much more teamfight control, and especially against the Rumble, that's really important, because if you can stop him getting into range of using his Flame Splitter against very high priority targets, then you know you're doing a great job. I'm going to sneeze. Okay, I held it.
Bless you, mate.
I held it.
Bless you. Good hold.
Thanks,
Bit like Perilous Void in the last game, they held on to it and were able to win it out right at the last moment. 16 minutes in, a little bit of a cagey affair here between these two teams. It's a Mountain Drake on the cards. Infernal, of course, went over to Svictor. He's standing on a ward. Clear that out, Svictor. Good job. Now we'll work out where he wants to go next. Sankus had a great early game. 4-1 on this Lee Sin, doing a lot of work. And now Artorias has that Barmy Cinder. Probably trained pretty effectively into Avril.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Artorias is building up a nice CS advantage. He's going towards what probably appears to be a Spirit Visage. You've got the Barmy Cinder, so that when he gets into melee range, that Flame Splitter will be doing huge damage to him, but he'll be able to trade effectively using the Barmy Cinder as well. So it gives him a little bit more trade potential in melee range versus Avril, which is, you know, tend to be where Rumble shines against other melee champions. Looks like Sankus is going to make a gank happen.
Foxes looking down towards that bottom side. Sankus will get the kill off towards the top. Inax has to retreat, but here comes Victor. They know the jungle is up towards the top. Soul Shackles on Schoolboy P. He's exhausted as well. Victor there, going to try and take the kill. Has to Ragnarok away. Here's the Curtain Call as well. Schoolboy P heals up, dodges away from Victor, and will take him out. The Curtain Call not going to be enough as Prosper keeps himself alive with the Inspire.
Oh!
And Schoolboy P and Prosper make it out alive with a kill.
And are you going to see a double push into this top lane tier 2 for Artorias and Sankus? This looks to be the play for them. They're going to capitalize on a dive gone wrong in the bot lane for Sensei. And oh my word, Sensei just not managing to make this work for them right now. Perilous Void have stepped up huge amounts from when they started out as a team. They're looking very solid, but you can't help feel like Sensei have lost some of their major shot calling potential in the form of Tyrion. I don't want to put sort of blame onto Victor. I think he's been doing a really good job, but you can't replace, sometimes you just can't replace what a good shot caller could. Exactly, you can't replace what a good shot caller could provide, and you can't buy one of those overnight, because realistically, you get to know the limitations of your players. Tyrion probably had that kind of indication, so you know, I think it's going to take time for Sensei to heal and make this new roster work for them.
I think that's what they need to do. Like, we see way too often people changing, switching rosters up, messing around a little bit, and just being like, oh, we didn't win, we need to change things. It's a bit like playing on Hearthstone Ladder, you know? Just because you lose one game to mid-range Shaman doesn't mean your deck's bad. It just means you need a little bit of time to play against some other decks, to work out exactly where your synergies lie, where your card combos are, where your jungle mid combos are, and then allow yourself to learn the deck. rather than continually switching up.
What a great analogy, buddy.
I'm playing a lot of ladder at the moment.
I know you are, and you're actually pretty good. I've got to say, your Hearthstone has improved immeasurably over the last few months.
Thanks, man. When you say last few months, do you mean the last 2 weeks? Since
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
found out I had the cast. I was like, okay, time to play a lot of Hearthstone. This will be the turret going down.
I was trying to build you some background, but yeah.
No, couple of weeks, mate. That's all it's been. Bit like my league casting some of the time. That's what it feels like, at least. Xankus, Artorias and Schoolboy pushing down towards this bottom turret. Probably not going to get this. I want to see them going up towards mid. That's where your next objective should be. You take that tower and you scupper any vision control that Sensei may have.
Yeah, and Varus is super weak with just the heal and flash right now to a good gank coming out from Lee Sin. Vixie has got not the range advantage on Varus, which is kind of why Varus sometimes can do better into Victor in some cases, but you know, at this point in time, Vixie can quite happily step up and just deal huge amounts of damage with that Death Ray, because really, realistically, there just isn't a massive amount of damage coming in return from Hunter. Going to be another Drake take here for Perilous Void. They are looking very strong right now. Xankus has been an absolute god for them in this series on this Lee Sin.
He has caught out a little bit. Dodges the Deadly Flourish and the Piercing Arrow. Here's the two-shot barrage to try and clear that wave, which isn't there at the moment. It's quite a long way away, actually, only at the tier 1, so it's going to be a while before that can come in. 6,000 gold to lead here for Perilous Void. They are starting to make amends for their poor mid-game of last game. 20 minutes in, they've already been able to start pushing these turrets. The question is, can Avril face up into Artorias? The question we asked last game as well. At the moment, Artorias is definitely in the ascendancy, but Avril has got that Leandri, so starting to do a little bit of burn.
Yeah, I think Artorias will have to be careful. I think the fact that the Ryalize isn't there yet for Avril means Artorias probably has an okay 1v1 versus Avril, but I don't think he's going to want to get locked into a full-on trade at this point in time. He's going to try and maybe take away this Gromp, which he will. But I think, you know, for the most part, he's probably not going to go full V1, 1v1. He's just going to continue to pressure by pushing waves. You know, he has to get a good heroic charge to make this worth it. Xankus already forces a flash on Hunter just by landing that resonating strike.
You saw how quick he was.
Yeah.
That ward was down. He was about to safeguard. Didn't go for it. Now more as well on Xankus. He could have just taken out that Lee Sin in a 1v1. Sorry, that Varus in a 1v1. Doesn't even need help from Vixie on the Victor.
I love this from Artorias, by the way, in just a micro setting. You wait till the Flame Spit is down, then you use your heroic charge and your Hammer Smash, because
What a silly name for an ability.
Hammer Smash. Smash a hammer on the ground.
It sounds like one of the abilities that they named at the start of League of Legends, where everything was just like, pick a card, wild card.
I feel like it sounds like a Smash Bros skill.
Yeah.
Hammer Smash.
Oh, he did the up down right B semi-L button hammer smash.
It's like the hard up Kirby or whatever it is, the hard left Kirby skill.
Oh, the hard left Kirby skill.
Yeah, I don't know.
Holy
I
moly!
don't cast. Dude, I don't cast.
No, nor do I. I don't even know what.
I wish I did cast Smash Bros. I think Smash Bros is one of the most fun games to cast.
The problem for you is there's not as much. It's analytical, but it's kind of like hype analytical.
I can do hype analytics.
Yeah, maybe you could.
I think isn't that
whenever we're together, I never hear you play-by-play. So whenever you do play-by-play, it's because I'm not there. Anyway, Xankus is going to try and jump onto non-side. A good Chamber of Corruption, but Xankus just takes him out. Kejuri dead as well to the Dragon's Rage. Here comes the verdict, and the verdict is go back to your base. Going to take the turret as well. Exactly what we want to see from Perilous Void. Strong macro play and good micro as well.
Yeah, it's really good team-orientated with hard sort of goals in mind for making these engages happen. They knew that their main engage tool was going with Xankus having burnt the flash from Hunter earlier on, but their main goal was to get that tier 1 turret. They just got 2 kills out of it, and that was a benefit for them. You know, any damage onto Hunter, pushing him back away from this tier 1 was going to allow the siege to happen, but it was a really good outcome to come away with 2 kills as well. This is what we saw MNM do versus Excel. Their ability to just make sort of goal-orientated plays is super strong. And you've got to see that from Perilous Void. They did very well in that respect, coming away with the objective as well on the back of that engage, not really losing anyone from what could have been a risky tower dive. Very, very good from them.
I'd like to see a little bit more armor coming out actually on the side of Perilous Void. You know you're playing into double AD with the Varus and the Jhin. You've got the Locket of the Aegis almost Locket of the Iron Solari on Foss there, so get yourself a little bit of armor across the board.
I think it's okay to delay your armor across other targets, just because, to be honest, both Jhin and Hunter, they're going to have lower threat than I would say the Rumble would have in the sort of the mid game. Varus is going to turn on as the game goes towards the later stages, but right now, Victor taken very low.
Taken out. Curtical will come down though, catches on to Xankus. Schoolboy P trying to stand as that frontline prompt there, says thank you very much, I'll take that. And just blocks up the next shot. Victor almost take it down. They had to Ragnarok away.
I'd really like to see an Aegis come out for Kejari, but he's kind of investing heavily into the Ruby Sightstone, going towards his tier 3 support item. I think Aegis would have been far more useful against the Victor, especially with the sort of squishy backline of Varus and Jhin. That extra magic resist can make all the difference against someone that's got so much team-wide AP damage coming through like a Victor. You can see that they've made that decision as Prosfair. He said, okay, I don't really need anything more than a Spell Feast Edge, and now I'm going to pick up the Aegis because it's so useful against the Rumble and the fact that he can impact multiple members across the team.
Do you just have another pause coming up? Assume it's a slight bit of lag. UK Net providing us with extra ping whenever we need it. It's the Frost King's claim, as you say, Kejari looking up towards that item. And actually, if you look across the board, it's almost an entire item ahead on most of the teams. So you've got the Muramana Iceborne Gauntlet, Bilgewater Cutlass finished on the Ezreal, Esuonia Yumu's BF Sword, and Serrated Dirt coming out from Inax. That's basically at least half an item. And we're back into the action on Summoner's Rift. Perilous Void versus Sensei. 1-0 up for Perilous Void. They are still looking for their first 2-0 win of the UK Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be a good return for them if they do make that. I've got to say they've stepped up in huge amounts from when we sort of first saw their inception earlier on in the year, sort of early September. I think we saw Perilous Void come together in this form, and they've been playing incredibly well. We'll have to see how Sensei recover. They've got a little bit of time to bind as a team, like you said. And just don't feel like they've made the sort of connection that they needed to do at this point in time. Actually, got to give credit to them. Their defensive vision control has been very solid from this point onwards, but Perilous Void have kind of answered with their own good spread of offensive vision after having taken that tier 1 mid lane tower.
What do you do next, though, if you're Void here? Because they're trying to make plays around the bottom side of the map, you know, trying to get on towards that Rumble. There is another Drake on the cards in 30 seconds or so. I haven't quite seen what it is that's going to spawn. Baron also there if they want to go for it. They have a commanding lead, 7,000 gold, or 8,000 gold, sorry, their advantage. And there's a lot you could be doing, but it's part of what we were talking about in picks and bans. They just don't have hard engage, and so it's very difficult for them to make these aggressive plays.
Schoolboy P kind of very far along in his build path as well, heading towards 3 items, so those Mystic shots are going to start to hurt now.
What is the Drake? It's an Infernal, so
it's
you
Infernal,
need to fight around that.
Probably, but I feel like with Rumble, you need to make this play now. I think Rumble does have this point in time where even if you're going to be 10k goal behind, if you land a good equalizer, without the Rylai's it might be a little bit more difficult, but still, a good equalizer could turn the tide of things here, especially if you pick up that Infernal Drake off the back of this as well. But maybe this is something that a Perilous Void play around. Maybe they know that one of their sort of ways they end up losing this is getting into a situation where they're going to be fighting around a global objective like a dragon, and get baited into playing into a Rumble where he excels in that particular situation. And that's probably why you're seeing Artorias just try and pressure up this top lane, because if you can force Averil to respond to that and you take away a large portion of this neutral objective control that the Sensei team have, then you know you're going to see Averil have to teleport eventually, and Artorias can maybe stop that using his Keeper's Verdict. And this could be a free Infernal Drake. In fact, it's just a free Infernal Drake anyway.
Too easy for them to take, and that's Infernal and Mountain on them. I'm pretty sure it was an Inferno Drake that started off the game as well, so there is one sitting on the side of Sensei. They're looking for Kejari here, does put the Black Shield down, but almost gets taken out. Vixie low as well. They will kill the Jhin, and they'll kill Kejari, and they'll get the Keeper's Verdict onto Nonce Hunter, and he's gonna fall as well. Stankin says thank you very much, I'll take that kill. And with 5 members still alive somehow, they're going to push down the mid lane. There's the equalizer to clear out the way.
This has been super intelligent decision-making coming out from Perilous Void as well. They seem to have really worked on their macro game. I don't know whether this is due to the fact they've got a really sort of solid coaching staff coming through from their team as well, but this has been very, very good play in terms of non-solo queue orientated. You're not looking for kills. Your major sort of works have been around taking towers off the map or taking your objectives. They've been pressuring top lane, and then basically that play there was to force Averil having to teleport in range of Artorias while that Infernal Drake was going down. Obviously they didn't even try because they knew that they were going to get either charged out of it or keep a verdict out of it. But honestly, been very impressed with Perilous Void thus far. They look a really good team. And, you know, they're stepping up to a point where you would have said they were sort of 7th, 8th best team in the league right now. But now they're up to like 5th, 6th. You know, they could be, if this continues this trend, you know, contesting for 4th or 3rd. If, you know, if they really improve.
Third is a tough one.
Yeah,
XL, MNN, and
third is a super tough one. But the way that they're playing, You know, they're showing rapid improvement in every aspect of their game, and they definitely feel like they've been more macro-orientated than they ever have been before. You're not getting Artorias locked in these weird split pushes where he tries to impact at the wrong time or tries to teleport in at the wrong time. He seems to be making the right split between split push and team-wide plays. Got to be super impressive, Perilous Void, thus far.
Definitely do, and they're now setting up around this Baron. What we'll see is Artorias go bot lane. He can fight up against Abu pretty easily with this Iceborne Gauntlet completed. Abu does have the Zhonya's, but it's the thing with Rumble, like, as much as you can say, oh, I've got teleport, I can split, you need to be there at the start of the fight. You need to be getting that equalizer down early to actually be able to do much in these fights.
I feel like when you pick Rumble, if you get stuck in a split push continuously, you lose basically 60 to 70% of the reason why you pick Rumble in the first place. Rumble is supposed to be there for good, neutral objective control, using that equalizer in the mid game where it's more effective, controlling around areas where the equalizer can have more impact, you know, around Baron pits and Dragon pits, but you get locked into a split push. This is something that XL have been sort of suspect of. You just end up having a really bad split pusher who can't defend or clear waves very effectively and has little to no team impact. And then you just get locked into this scenario where you're never going to make use of the Rumble in the first place.
Especially into a Poppy as well, who just gets that shield and tanks up everything. He's even going to look for a bit of a dive here. Artorias will get away from this one. Going to force himself back onto Abu. There's the hammer shock. No minions there, which means Artorias can't go much deeper, but we'll just now start proxying the wave down towards the bottom side. Drake, actually Baron, looks like it might have been started there for a second. Sankas and Prosper looking for a fight. There's the Sonic Wave. Here's Abu with the equalizer as well. Artorias is walking all over that and walking all over Abu as well. Makes him pop the Zhonya's, looking for the heroic charge. Abu flashes away. Abu might have taken this actually misplay by Artorias as Abu turns around the kill.
Yeah, I don't know if Artorias needed to take the under tower at that point in time, unless he was absolutely certain he was going to get sort of a Iceborne Gauntlet shield throw there. I genuinely don't think after the Zhonya's that you take that fight. You just say, okay, I've managed to force the Zhonya's out. That's absolutely fine. I can go back and I can run back to lane and just reset again and find another scenario where this works out for me. But Avril there, you know, he buys his team a lot of time. Now you can no longer pressure that Baron. You're going to lose all objective control in terms of all those pink wards that your team's laid out. And it's all because Artorias decided to make a little bit of an aggressive play under that tower there. And now you're going to get a nice chunk of control back in favor of Sensei. But they're still 10k gold behind. I feel like Perilous Void need to start pushing this, although in the later game I still favor them. So maybe they are just happy to rest on their laurels at this point in time. But if you get caught out by this team, you know, if you make a mistake in terms of a singular person getting caught in the jungle or around Baron, this could be a way for Sensei to snowball and make it back.
It's a difficult one, though. I think Sensei, you know, you're still 9,000 gold behind, even with a Baron steal, even with, you know, stealing this next Drake as well. I think you're on a long, long road. It's a titanic task in front of you, a Herculean task. And you will need all of the luck of the gods to be able to win this one out. You do have Brolap on your side, though, so maybe you can pray to those Norse gods to help you out.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, I've got to give Svixter some credit. He's farmed quite well. You know, he's up to 130 farm. He's picked a sort of an itemization where he's more worried about sort of what Ezreal can do at this point in time. He's now gone towards the Spectre's Cowl as well. But you feel like he hasn't had much impact in the game. I feel like he's been quite quiet for the most part. Although you've got to say there hasn't been many kills across the board here for Sensei.
I feel the same could be said about K3. I'm not sure about this Morgana pick, in all honesty. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't feel like it does the same thing.
Do you know what I feel like? I feel like it's a win more pick. If you can start making bindings and deadly flourishes happen, then you can kind of snowball the game off that. I think you're going too heavy down the complete pick route, because Zyro kind of does what Morgana does, but maybe has more of an impact on a team.
The ult is a lot more impact.
Yeah, in a team fight situation, does more damage in general. Like you said, it's almost a pick that was maybe targeted against Sankas' kick. But for the most part, I just think Zyro does what Morgana does, but better.
Baron looks like it's the start here for Perilous Void. Now the steal is on for Victor. They will pull off it as the curtain call comes down. Teleport in behind them. Inax, he's got nowhere to go. He flashes away from the heroic charge, and Artorias chases him down. Keeper's verdict. Here's Sankas as well. Inax just locked him in place, and Sankas said thank you very much. Tries to get onto Nonce Hunter. Will not be able to do it, and K3 has to flash away. There's the equalizer from Avril. Victor going in. Schoolboy P dodges out the binding, but Prosper takes it to the face. Off towards the backside, we're going to see Nonce Hunter chased down by Artorias and Vixie. 2-for-2 trade at the current moment. Victor almost low. Vixie and Artorias, I don't want much more of this.
Really good teleport from Artorias there
Oh,
to make the flank play.
Kejiri.
Kejiri,
Almost gets taken out by the Siphon Power. Schoolboy P says thank you very much. I will have that one for my collection. Only 2 kills in that collection at the moment, but the inhibitor tower will be added to it as Victor did back away. Jin back up as well. Inax does have the heal. They're going to be able to stop this inhibitor going down. Artorias might just be the sacrifice for the team here. Dustblade coming out from Inax doing work. There's the deadly flourish onto Artorias. Keeper's verdict. Not going to connect. They might continue the chase. They might just decide that's enough for now.
there's no way they had the wave clear to deal with that push coming out from the Victor, the Ezreal, and the Poppy there, and that's why you just saw Avril back off. She couldn't get into melee range to use that Flame Splitter to clear, so it's just a free inhibitor off the back of that 2-for-2 trade around that Baron area. A lot of this came down to Perilous Void's good vision in the blue side jungle that gave a prime position for Artorias to make a flank play onto the Jhin. Really good presence for Artorias to make that kind of teleport when Jhin was locked in place. He just literally had nowhere to go. The flash burn meant that Artorias was able to capitalize on that very, very quickly. So all credit to Perilous Void there. They played that fight incredibly well. But I kind of get what you mean. You can see what I mean about the ultimate coming out from Inax. If you do manage to just use that Jhin ultimate, you just strike a lot of fear. Despite it being a 10k gold lead now for Perilous Void, they were not happy to contest this Baron with that Jhin ultimate being open, especially because it zoned people away and it gave a good input there for a potential steal for Victor. And given how impactful the steals were for Sankus last game, I think he knows that he doesn't want to have that chance happening here for Perilous Void. They want to take this 100% without having to succumb to a potential last-minute steal.
To gain vision around it, needs to be very cautious though. Steal was almost on last time. Artorias doesn't have teleport, and Avril does. Now, of course, Artorias can cancel the teleport. Avril doesn't have that ability, but this is a dangerous play, especially with Schoolboy P up towards the top side of the map. Kejiri has the Dark Shield on himself, and I've said that more often than not this game. Doesn't really seem to be the most effective use of it. Artorias going to fight into Avril once again. Icon Gauntlet doing work. Abyssal Scepter on Avril now as well will help him if he ever does get to the team fighting stage. Deadly Flourish on towards that Victor, but pretty tanky with that Royalize and with the Siphon Power as well.
Yeah, I feel like even if you land a pick now, you don't quite have the damage output that you need to blow someone up instantaneously, and Vixie as well, gone for the sort of the closer range build of this Victor. Really, yeah, I mean, we're going to see the start up of the Baron here. But you know, if she gets into melee range and is able to use, or rather auto attack range, is able to use a Siphon Power, that's going to be huge in terms of blowing up those squishies in the back line.
Here comes the curtain call. Here comes Victor as well. Ragnarok's in. There's the equalizer coming down, and Sankus secures it once again. Victor's dead. Schoolboy P takes out Kejiri off towards the side as well. Avril's gone. Inax is gone. It's all up to Nonce Hunter. That's a phrase I never thought I'd have to say in the UK Masters. Heroic charge. Nonce Hunter 69 gets kicked to the face, and it's an ace and a Baron for Perilous Void.
Yeah, Perilous Void get a 2-0 win here, I think. There's no way they're going to be able to defend this with everyone being down, and it's a very, very quick push with the Baron into these Nexus turrets. Sona, what a display from Perilous Void. Very solid macro play. They've looked awesome across these 2 games. They don't have to go an hour before winning this one out in a second time.
Yep, great play by Perilous Void. 2-0 as the Nexus does fall. 21 kills to 5 as well. A dominant performance by them. Able to close it out with great macro plays, as you say, Scoundrel. It's their first win. It's their first 2-0 in the UK Masters, and it lifts them off the bottom of the table.
Yeah, Perilous Void looking awesome there. I've got to give all credit to the way that they played the game. They were very macro-orientated. Sankus stepped up. Lee Sin both times made some great kicks. Got to give all credit. Artorias looked fantastic in the top lane, made some very key teleports. He found the balance between split push and defending split push, and also making team impact plays on that Gnar in the first game especially. But MVP of that series has got to be Sankus on the Lee Sin. Looked so solid. Chris as well on Ezreal. I mean, that guy steps up from some poor AD carry performances previously. They've really put a lot of work into improving their gameplay, and you know, we harped on about Sensei. I talked about Sensei a lot in terms of looking slightly better without, slightly worse without Tyrion. They're going to need some time to gel. They didn't look the sort of former Sensei that we previously saw, where they kind of won through really superior vision control and just making sure they made calculated counter ganks. I feel like they were lacking some shot calling ability, and sort of their aggressive vision control in the early game wasn't quite there. So I got to say though, all credit to Perilous Void. They're looking very solid as a team right now, really contesting for those mid-table spots, which previously we said they wouldn't have been able to do so. And a lot of it could come down to the way they've just improved their overall macro play and honestly decision making. Yep. Their decision making in general has looked excellent. Well, especially in the last 2 series that we've seen from them in the UK Masters.
That it has. That's it from us here at the UK Masters for today. We'll be back tomorrow as District, Bulldog, TCA and UK Legends face off. Make sure you tune in then. But for tonight, I've been Sona, this dude's been Xscoundrel, and that's it from us.
Alright, so a while back I sold out to Game, who paid me money and gave me a load of free stuff just for mentioning their deals on my channel. Well, Game have decided to offer the same sweet deal to any other gamers who fancy selling out to them. All you have to do is go to this website, fill out a form, and then their marketing people will be in touch, or something like that. In my opinion, you should all do this. That's just my opinion.